That's probably what you were thinking. You were probably thinking, it's me. What's he like? And then I said, one of the yellow jackets. So, this is my 6 cents of this. I spent 38 years. Oh, thank you.
Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. The call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, Free TAFE Bill 2024.
Call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I present the Free TAFE Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act relating to financial assistance to the states, the Australian Capital Territory and the Northern Territory in connection with the provision of free TAFE and vocational education and training places and for related purposes.
I move the call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today I introduce the Free TAFE Bill 2024 to establish free TAFE as an enduring feature of the National Vocational Education and Training System. Over the next decade, 9 out of 10 new jobs will require post-secondary qualifications, and almost half will come through VET pathways. This underlines our country's reliance on universities and the VET sector. Our national prosperity relies on the success of both. And in our first 2 years of office, we've worked hard to highlight this shared importance. And we've worked to repair the damage done to the VET sector by the previous government. The sector we inherited was neglected and fractured, and it was accompanied by the biggest skills shortage in 50 years. A high-quality, world-class VET system is vital to responding to the challenges and seizing the opportunities shaping Australia's society, economy and environment. VET is an enabler of inclusion and economic equality, giving people the skills they want and which we need to build Australia's future. It's central to addressing workforce shortages, and that's why I'm introducing this bill, to ensure that the national VET system is accessible and responsive, to boost productivity and support Australians to get the skills they need to prosper in our economy. The bill commits the Commonwealth to ongoing support to states and territories for free TAFE, with implementation agreements to be agreed between the Commonwealth and the states. It underpins our government's commitment to funding at least 100,000 free TAFE places a year from 2027, to remove barriers to study in priority areas across Australia. The bill ensures that free TAFE places will be targeted to industries experiencing current and projected workforce shortfalls, priority areas to achieve national ambitions for a future made in Australia, the net zero transformation, construction and housing supply, the care and support economy, defence, digital and tech, manufacturing, and to restore our sovereign capability. The bill reaffirms the Albanese government's commitment to put TAFE at the heart of the vet sector, because you can't have a strong vet sector without strong TAFEs. TAFEs are valued and trusted public institutions, delivering training in the public interest and working to meet Australia's social and economic goals. TAFEs are government's trusted partners, driving quality improvements across the sector, innovating teaching and learning practice, supporting students to succeed and assisting industries to develop skilled workforces. And the Albanese government is creating a national network of TAFE centres of excellence with states and territories to work in partnership with industry, public universities and local communities to be at the cutting edge of new and emerging skills. This will drive innovation to meet the needs of the economy and help to shape the jobs of the future. Our public providers are a key pillar of high-performing and world-class vet system, as well as delivering training across the breadth of vet and across Australia in cities, regional, rural and remote areas. TAFEs support social infrastructure, promoting social equity and inclusion, build social community cohesion and set out pathways for lifelong learning. Free TAFE will support a prosperous and equitable Australia. It removes financial barriers to education and training. It delivers a coordinated national response to workforce shortages in industries and occupations of local and national priority. Free TAFE will give Australians the confidence to take on study without the extra pressure that paying for courses can bring. The bill locks in cost of living relief while supporting the pipeline of skilled workers needed to secure Australia's position in the global economy. This builds on the success of the current fee-free TAFE program that we have been delivering in partnership with state and territory governments. In the first 18 months of fee-free TAFE, there have been over 508,000 enrolments. This is providing a pipeline of workers in critical industries, with over 130,000 enrolments in the care sector, over 35,000 in early childhood education and care, and almost 35,000 in construction. Priority cohorts have particularly benefited from the program. I'm proud that over 170,000 young Australians have enrolled in fee-free TAFE and over 124,000 job seekers. More than 60% of the places are being taken up by women, and 1 in 3 are in regional Australia. It's helping Australians get the skills and education that will set them up for fulfilling careers. And the bill provides that free TAFE places will continue to be prioritised to groups who will most benefit from equitable access to education and training. Cohorts such as First Nations people, women, youth, people out of work or receiving income support, unpaid carers and people with disability. And a Labor government will never consider free TAFE wasteful spending. Free TAFE changes lives and it shapes our future. This is clear in every TAFE that I visit. At Lidcombe TAFE, I spoke with Hamish, who's studying a Cert 3 in disability care. The course has been something Hamish has been thinking about doing for a while, and the impact of fee-free TAFE has been huge, especially for him with his young family. Certificate 3 aged care students at the same TAFE spoke about how their fee-free course is helping them to better empathise and better understand the conditions of aged care residents so that we can better help them. And they can't wait to start taking care of people. And Certificate 3 horticulture students at TAFE Chisholm in Cranbourne said they couldn't have done the course if it wasn't free. They reported that so far the course has been really good and we're learning a lot. These TAFE students are getting the skills they want and which we need to build Australia's future. TAFE Directors Australia, representing CEOs across our public vet providers, have welcomed the bill, saying, all TAFEs have welcomed the federal and state territory government's focus on equity and providing access to vocational education and training through fee-free TAFE. Enshrining this policy and legislation, alongside continuing examples of innovation to meet industry skills needs, such as TAFE Centres of Excellence, shows the holistic thinking that is now in place. These policies are ensuring both industry and individuals are central to the importance of skills development that is needed for success. I now turn the measures in the bill. Firstly, the bill commits the Commonwealth to make a grant of financial assistance to states and territories for the delivery of free TAFE places, with states and territories required to enter into a free TAFE agreement with the Commonwealth, which sets out the terms and conditions of financial assistance. Now, this assures a genuine and joined-up approach with states and territories, and that the implementation of free TAFE responds to our national priorities. Secondly, the bill sets out key matters that are to be dealt with in a free TAFE agreement, including the number of free TAFE places, the areas of study, groups prioritised for access, reporting requirements and financial arrangements. This establishes minimum terms and conditions for a state or territory to receive Commonwealth support, while providing the flexibility to accommodate local conditions. And thirdly, the bill will require the Skills and Workforce Ministerial Council to be consulted on any proposed changes to the Act. This recognises the critical role of states and of territories and our joint commitment to genuinely collaborative and shared stewardship of the national vet system. The measures in the bill demonstrate the government's commitment to a high-quality and accessible vet that is responsive to local, national and global economic conditions. Speaker, Free TAFE has been an outstanding success. It is changing the lives of hundreds of thousands of people across Australia by improving access to education and training, leading to greater economic participation and building social equity. And this bill will embed free TAFE as the cornerstone of our national vet system. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. Call the member for Hume.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Hume. The question is the resumption of the debate be made on order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Customs Amendment, ASEAN Australia New Zealand Free Trade Area, Second Protocol Implementation and Other Measures Bill 2024.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Customs Amendment, ASEAN Australia New Zealand Free Trade Area, Second Protocol Implementation and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Customs Amendment, ASEAN Australia New Zealand Free Trade Area, Second Protocol Implementation and Other Measures Bill 2024, the bill, makes trade under the existing agreement establishing the ASEAN Australia New Zealand Free Trade Area, the agreement, simpler. The amendments in this bill will establish improved rules of origin requirements to make it easier and less costly for businesses to access this free trade agreement's benefits. Even 14 years after its initial entry into force in 2010, this agreement retains its status as one of Australia's highest quality outcomes in market access for goods trade, having eliminated tariffs on 96% of Australian exports to Southeast Asian markets. On the 21st of August 2023, the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Tim Watts MP, signed the second protocol to amend the agreement in Semarang, Indonesia, alongside ministers from the ASEAN member states and New Zealand. The second protocol modernises the agreement to ensure it keeps pace with Australia's evolving trade policy interests in areas such as electronic commerce, trade and sustainable development and supporting small businesses. It maintains its status as ASEAN's highest quality free trade agreement, while underscoring the importance of ASEAN to the region's prosperity, stability and security. While this bill makes necessary improvements to the Customs Act 1901 to incorporate amendments made to the agreement's rules of origin, the second protocol includes additional commitments on services and investment that will benefit Australian traders and investors. It also includes measures that will strengthen supply chain resilience and digital technology adoption. New commitments on sustainable and inclusive trade will facilitate enhanced cooperation on environmental protection, green economy, labour issues and women's economic empowerment. The Joint Standing Committee on Treaties completed an inquiry into the agreement in May 2024 and recommended that binding treaty action be taken. The amendments made by the second protocol will enter into force 60 days after Australia, New Zealand and at least 4 ASEAN member states have notified completion of their domestic processes. Entry into force of the agreement as soon as possible is desirable so that traders can benefit from the improvements made under the second protocol and so that Australia can celebrate an important milestone in our partnership with ASEAN to support our businesses and expand regional economic integration. The second protocol will establish new accumulation rules to give traders more flexibility in sourcing from across the region and to strengthen critical global and domestic supply chains. In addition, a standalone consignment provision will support transshipment and offer clearer and broader scope for goods to retain their originating status when transiting through countries outside the Free Trade Agreement region. These rules will support modern and increasingly prevalent hubbing practices. The second protocol will reduce the regulatory burden faced by Australian exporters through the introduction of an opt-in approved exporters scheme. Qualifying exporters will be able to complete their own declarations of origin, reducing costs and streamlining processes that enable trading partners to claim preferential rates of customs duties. The second protocol also maintains existing certificates of origin arrangements familiar to Australian businesses trading with ASEAN. The amendments in Schedule 1 to the bill will commence on the later of the day. The Customs Amendment ASEAN Australia New Zealand Free Trade Area Second Protocol Implementation and Other Measures Act 2024 receives the royal assent, and the day the second protocol comes into effect. The amendments in Schedule 2 to the bill will commence on a single day to be fixed by proclamation. The amendments in the bill will implement new document requirements for claims for preferential tariff treatment. Unlike the existing requirements, Mr Speaker, where importers are required to provide documentation certified by an authorised body, the new requirements of the second protocol allow approved exporters to provide self-certified documentation. The bill will also establish verification and record-keeping requirements for the exportation of goods to the parties of the agreement. Additionally, the bill will make minor legislative amendments to procedures to implement free trade agreements already in force more effectively. This includes the Pacific Agreement on Closer Economic Relations Plus, or PACER Plus, the Malaysia-Australia Free Trade Agreement, or MAFTA, and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, or RCEP. In particular, it will amend the definition of harmonised system and related provisions to ensure that the Customs Act 1901 allows for the adoption of technical transposition of the product-specific rules of origin as provided for under the PACER Plus and the MAFTA. Timely adoption of the product-specific rules of origin makes trade simpler by allowing traders to use the current trade nomenclature when completing the relevant proof of origin instead of the trade classification systems of 5, 10 or even 15 years ago. The bill will also enable the creation of the approved exporter scheme under the second protocol and RCEP as previously described. The scheme will be established within regulations and will streamline the documentation requirements of participating exporters. The changes delivered through the bill will support the government's commitment to open trade and contribute to Australia being an indispensable link in global supply chains. It will deepen and diversify Australia's trading relationships by building resilient and diversified regional and global supply chains in alignment with the Future Made in Australia National Interest Framework. The bill is the only necessary legislative change required to implement the second protocol. Timely passage of this bill is important to ensure that broader trade facilitative benefits of the second protocol can be realised. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned, and I give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Hume. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Customs Tariff Amendment, Incorporation of Proposals and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Customs Tariff Amendment, Incorporation of Proposals and Other Measures Bill 2024 amends the Customs Tariff Act 1995 to incorporate the measures in two customs tariff proposals moved in the House of Representatives in July this year. The bill also makes certain minor technical amendments to the Customs Tariff Act. Now, the first set of amendments in the bill are consistent with the alterations made by the Customs Tariff Proposal No. 1, 2024, moved in the House of Representatives on the 3rd of July 2024. These amendments repeal the general rates of duty for over 450 tariff classifications and replace the rates with free. These tariff classifications were selected because most importers were applying relevant tariff concessions or free trade agreement preferential rates, which effectively reduced the 5% duty rate to a free rate of duty. Eliminating customs duty for these classifications will reduce business compliance costs and make it easier to import a range of goods, including toothbrushes, electric blankets, washing machines, and a range of clothing and footwear. This is the largest unilateral tariff reform in 2 decades. The free rate of duty for these tariff classifications applied from the 1st of July 2024. Amendments will also be made to the corresponding free trade agreement preferential rates to ensure that they are not higher than the general rate of duty. This ensures that importers utilising free trade agreements are not disadvantaged by the unilateral reduction of the general rate. The second set of amendments are consistent with the alterations made by the Customs Tariff Proposal No. 2, 2024, also moved in the House of Representatives on the 3rd of July 2024. These amendments extend the free rate of customs duty applied to goods that are the produce or manufacture of Ukraine. As a result, goods from Ukraine will continue to benefit from a free rate of duty until the 3rd of July 2026. This free rate of duty applies to all Ukrainian goods except for excise equivalent goods, being petroleum, fuel, tobacco and alcohol products. The extension of the concessional treatment supports Ukraine's continued participation in international trade. The tariff concession is one part of Australia's package of defence, economic and humanitarian support, and a sign of our ongoing and steadfast support for Ukraine and its people. The third set of amendments are technical amendments, which repeal spent phasing rates and associated provisions. Phasing rates are customs duty rates that incrementally reduce to free over a specified period of time. A number of the phasing rates in Schedules 3, 10 and 11 to the Customs Tariff Act have been incrementally reduced to free. The increments are now redundant and no longer required in the text of the Customs Tariff Act. The repeal of these provisions will simplify the text without altering the operation of the Act or duty rates applied to any goods, and I commend this bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. To give the call to the member for Hume.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3, Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024.
Call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
Thank you, Treasurer. I present the Scams Prevention Framework Bill of 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide a framework for preventing and responding to scams and for related purposes.
And call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, international crime organisations are targeting Australia. There's a scam pandemic and it's costing billions. The previous government left Australians to fight this on their own. This is about to change. The Scams Prevention Framework Bill of 2024 establishes a world-leading whole-of-ecosystem approach to combat scams in the Competition and Consumer Act. The bill will lift obligations on industry, enable enforcement action by regulators and deliver strong protections for consumers. It will make Australia one of the toughest places in the world for scammers to operate. Over the last 2 years, I've talked to literally thousands of Australians across the country, from Cairns in the north to Hobart in the south, from Melbourne to Perth and all places in between. In every room, so many people have been touched by the scourge of scams. Allow me to share just a few of those stories. One about Mark. It's about an investment scam. Mark received advice from what he thought was a legitimate financial advisor advertisement, which encouraged him to invest in cryptocurrency. Mark was encouraged to set up multiple accounts to transfer his investment into, and after 3 payments, he started to get concerned that nothing was appearing in his cryptocurrency account. He was told that he had insufficient funds in the account, so he needed to make another payment for the crypto to appear. It was only then that he'd realised that he'd had over $5,000 stolen by criminal scammers. A romance scam. Sam had thousands of dollars stolen in a romance scam. They met online before quickly moving to communicate by text and emails, and this went on for several months. There wouldn't be an MP in this place who has not had representations from constituents concerning romance scams, and I'm sure we all agree they break our hearts. In this case, the criminal scammer claimed to have been locked out of his bank account and needed urgent funds as his sister had been rushed to hospital. It was only after transferring more than $4,000 that Sam realised the scammer had been impersonating somebody else. The money was stolen with limited hope of getting any of it back. Then there was Nick, who found a vehicle advertised online and contacted the seller to make arrangements to purchase it. The criminal scammer sent through an official-looking invoice and payment details, and Nick transferred $18,000 to the account to purchase the car. The car was being shipped from interstate accordingly, and the arrival date came and went, but no car arrived. The money was stolen with limited hope of getting any of it back. Speaker, these stories and thousands like it are the product of a non-existent legal framework which has abandoned consumers and does not require businesses within the scam ecosystem to disrupt and prevent scams. These stories point to a criminal pandemic with deep economic and social consequences. It's not a new problem. It's not a new problem. Losses had been increasing every year since 2016. They became supercharged during the pandemic. In 2021, scam losses increased by a whopping 84%. And in 2022, an extraordinary $3 billion was lost to scammers, a 75% increase on the previous year. You know, when the Albanese government came into office, scams were out of control and urgent action was needed. A business as usual approach could have seen losses approach $6 billion if the previous trends had continued. So we moved quickly to establish the National Anti-Scam Centre, a sender ID registry and a website takedown capacity within ASIC. We work with banks to cut transfers to high-risk crypto exchanges. The early results have been good. In 2023, scam losses did not increase as they had under the previous government. In fact, they decreased for the first time in nearly a decade. One of the only countries in the world where that happened. But at $2.74 billion, this is still an extraordinary amount of money stolen to scammers. Speaker, some people still think of scammers as con men peddling easy-to-spot schemes, and if you get scammed, you're a mug, it was your own silly fault. And that was the approach that was taken by the former government. It was a private problem, no need for a public intervention. In this framing, it's really easy to blame the victims for falling for an obvious scam. However, it's an outdated view. Scams have been industrialised by sophisticated transnational criminal organisations. I just want to give the House a sense of the magnitude and industrialisation of these operations. In May this year, a report prepared by the ASEAN Australia Counter-Trafficking Program looked at the relationship between human trafficking, forced labour and the cyber scam industry in one country alone, in Cambodia. Just one country. The report found as follows. As many as 100,000 people from around Asia and as far away as East Africa are trapped in cyber scam compounds around the country. In these guarded compounds, thousands of individuals, many of whom are recent university graduates, are forced to engage in cyber criminal activities ranging from romance scams and cryptocurrency scams to online gambling and fraudulent investment scams for up to 16 hours a day. This is a business model that must be broken. It must be broken. The criminals don't discriminate. There are scams targeted to specific demographics, so ticket scams for concert goers, investment scams for retirees. If you have a phone, an email address, a social media account or a bank account, you're a target. Older Australians are a major target of investment scams, and they are losing the most. International criminal activity of this scale requires a coordinated international response, and we've prioritised our relationships in this area. Earlier this year, I attended on behalf of the government and at the first international summit convened in the United Kingdom. Signatories to the communique from that summit committed to working together to improve our cooperative efforts, including in the areas of intelligence sharing and money recovery. I followed this up in our region, including a recent visit to Singapore with our colleagues from New Zealand and from the banks, where we met with the regulators, the Singapore Anti-Scam Centre, digital platform providers and a range of other stakeholders. We exchanged information and ideas on regulatory and law enforcement responses to the challenge. Now, these are all important initiatives, but there are limitations to traditional law enforcement approaches. This bill sets out what we can and must do here in Australia. The bill's about prevention and has the consumer at the centre of our approach. It looks across the scams ecosystem, which has a requirement to take the fight up to the scammers. The best approach is to protect the consumer before the scam occurs. It also provides a clear pathway for redress if a victim is scammed. The Albanese government believes that the government must play an active role in keeping Australians' money and their information safe. I've spoken about the first phase of our work, the establishment of the National Anti-Scam Centre. It's an investment in consumer protection infrastructure to bring together the expertise and capability of government agencies, of law enforcement and the private sector to detect and disrupt and prevent scams. The NASC is a function operated within the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. It will have a key role in the information exchange in the operation of these new laws. The bill is the next phase. It's phase 2. It establishes the legal framework setting out the legal obligations for business. The Scams Prevention Framework, or SPF for short, will drive a significant uplift in the obligations and expectations on business to keep the Australian community safe. Key features of the framework include the SPF principles that apply to regulated entities, provisions to establish sector-specific codes that apply to regulated sectors, strong, active regulator oversight, clear dispute resolution procedures for consumers, and the ability to set guidelines for apportioning liability between parties where they have not met their obligations, and finally, strong enforcement powers and penalties for breaches by regulated entities. Preventing scams means understanding the nature of the threat. Scam activity is quickly evolving and becoming increasingly sophisticated and diverse. There are many different methods that scammers use to harm the community. The bill recognises this in the definition of scams by setting a broad definition to capture the wide range of activities which may form part of the deceit and manipulation used by scammers. They are deceptive attempts to engage a consumer which, if successful, would cause loss or harm, such as by obtaining personal information or a financial benefit from the consumer or their associate. The SPF seeks to stop scammers at every step in their deceptive activity and therefore captures both successful scams, which have caused loss or harm, and scam attempts, which have yet to result in a loss or a harm. The bill is about protecting consumers broadly defined, and we've had representations from small business who say they too are victims of scams. This includes people, small businesses that are providing services by regulated businesses, that are provided services by regulated businesses in Australia, as well as people ordinarily residing in Australia that may use a service outside of Australia, where that service is provided by a regulated entity in Australia. Now, on a number of occasions this morning, I've described our prevention approach as whole of ecosystem. This is a really important concept in the preparation and operation of these laws. Of course, our banking system is part of that ecosystem, but there's much more to it. In December last year, the Peak International Organisation body for consumer organisations issued a statement which called on governments to take this ecosystem approach. In that statement, and I quote, they said, "We are calling on governments to ensure adequate protection against the growing risks of scams on technology platforms. Governments should require platforms to take effective action in the prevention, disruption and detection of scams, which should be continuously improved. There should be significant consequences if technology platforms fail to meet the following essential requirements," end quote. Now, the essential requirements set out in that statement include measures to disrupt strategies and response and support for victims of scams. I note that this statement is endorsed by the Australian consumer organisations Choice and the Consumer Action Law Centre. Can I say the Albanese government wholeheartedly agrees, and the SPF will do just this. Last month, the United Kingdom Peak Consumer body called on their government to implement a cross-sectoral scams and fraud reporting framework, a framework that joins up intelligence from government, telecommunications, banking and social media sources. Again, the government agrees this is exactly what the SPF will achieve. The scam ecosystem looks at the environment in which scams are generated, how they're transmitted, how they reach their intended victim, and the location of the money or information which is the end goal of the criminal. And while scam techniques will change over time, they're overwhelmingly distributed through a publication on a social media platform, a call or message sent over the telecommunications network, and a transaction through a bank account. Key parts of the ecosystem. We understand that the vectors and targets of scam activity will change over time, so this is why the bill provides the responsible Treasury Minister the power to designate a sector of the economy that will be subject to the scam prevention framework. And once designated, the Minister will be able to make an enforceable SPF code that provides the designated sector with prescriptive obligations tailored to that sector. The obligations are all about keeping their customers safe from scams. The government will designate the telecommunications providers, banks and digital platform services relating social media, paid search engine advertising and direct messaging initially. We won't stop there. Each of these sectors represent a significant vector for criminal scam activity. The SPF is responsive and adaptable, enabling other sectors to be designated in the future. We have put superannuation, insurance and cryptocurrency industries on notice that they will be fast followers. They don't have to wait. They don't have to wait for government designation to start the hard work of improving their consumer protections. The SPF principles set out requirements for regulated entities to implement governance arrangements to combat scams and take reasonable steps to prevent, detect, report, disrupt and respond to scams. The first principle, governance. Regulated entities must document and implement policies, procedures, metrics and targets for combating scams. Principle 2, prevention. Regulated entities must take reasonable steps to prevent scams. It's on them. They must take reasonable steps to prevent scams within their businesses. This is aimed at stopping scams from reaching or impacting their customers. For banks, this will mean enhanced verification procedures such as confirmation of payee for transactions. For digital platforms, this will require strict advertising policies and require them to verify and validate their advertisers. Is the business legitimate? Is the person placing the ad an authorised representative of that business? If this can't be validated, then no ad shall be posted. Principle 3, detection. Regulated entities must take reasonable steps to detect scams both as they are happening and after they've happened. This may include implementing systems and processes to identify suspicious activity, timely investigations of actionable scam intelligence, and identifying consumers that may be impacted. Under this principle, a hands-off, it's not our responsibility approach will not be acceptable. That was the previous approach. It is not the approach under this government. Regulated entities must share actionable scam intelligence with the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, who may then disclose that information to other parties, including other regulated entities, regulators and law enforcement, to drive timely, disruptive action in response to scam activity. Reporting is a key part of this framework because it involves us collecting that information and enabling real-time intelligence sharing amongst designated sectors. The bill makes clear that actionable scam intelligence covers information where it is reasonable to suspect that a communication transaction or other activity is conduct related to a scam. So there is an obligation on regulated entities not only to prevent, not only to detect, but report activity on their network. This is important because a scam communication that is sent throughout one telecommunication provider network might be known within that telecommunication provider's network, but might not be known across another network and won't be known within a banking system. So we need to ensure that intelligence is shared on a mandatory basis across all participants within the scam ecosystem. The bill makes clear that actionable scam intelligence covers the relevant information so that businesses can respond accordingly. Let me talk about disruption. Again, hands-off approach is no longer going to be acceptable. Regulated entities must take reasonable steps to disrupt an activity suspected of being a scam and prevent losses to their consumers. They must take action to disrupt activity suspected of being a scam and prevent action and prevent losses to consumers. And when I reflect upon this principle, I'm reminded of the recent HSBC scam that went on for months. And had these laws been in place, I can guarantee that the losses that accrued to Australians and in fact citizens elsewhere in the world would have not occurred because there would have been a legal obligation on that bank to take proactive action to disrupt the scam and take more action to protect their consumers and their customers. The legislation provides a 28-day protection, a safe harbour if you like, for regulated entities taking proportionate action to disrupt scams in good faith. The safe harbour protection enables timely and decisive disruption action while setting clear guardrails and parameters to ensure that third parties are protected from ongoing disruptive action where they are not involved in the scam activity. Detecting and disrupting scams will require investment in advanced monitoring systems and prompt content removal or other relevant disruptive action. It will also involve providing consumers with better education and awareness activities. Can I talk to Principle 6, which is respond? Regulated entities must have an accessible way for consumers to report scams, to raise a complaint about a scam or about the regulated entities' conduct relating to scam activities. There must be internal dispute resolution processes, and these are intended to provide regulated entities with an opportunity to assess their conduct and to resolve the consumer's complaint in a timely manner. Not optional, mandatory. Not optional, mandatory. Banks have them in place at the moment. Most telecommunications companies have them in place at the moment. In social media platforms, try and find a front door to raise your complaints if you suspect that you've been a victim of a scam. Almost impossible. Regulated entities must have regard to processes prescribed in the SPF rules and any guidelines for apportioning liability arising from the complaint. Regulated entities must also be a member of an external dispute resolution scheme authorised by the Minister, which provides consumers with a clear pathway to escalate scam-related complaints and seek redress. Now, the government has already announced that it intends to authorise the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, AFCA, as the single external dispute resolution scheme for the three initial sectors to offer an independent, free and impartial and fair mechanism for consumers to escalate their complaints and seek redress. AFCA will be required to report serious and systemic scam issues to regulators, as well as report circumstances where parties fail to give effect to a determination in a complaint case. This will provide a clear reporting channel and support to victims. It will also embed transparency and accountability in the process. Deputy Speaker, no such complaint mechanism exists for most scam victims at the moment. This will change. Can I talk about the codes? They're an important part of the framework. The SPF principles will be supported by SPF codes tailored for each regulated sector. An SPF code will set out detailed obligations specific to a regulated sector. This recognises that each regulated sector faces unique challenges with respect to scams and enables obligations to reflect those relevant circumstances. I've already reflected upon some of the contents of those codes. They'll be different for banks, to telecommunications companies, to social media platforms, because the vectors are different, the threats are different, but the obligation to ensure that they are keeping their customers safe will be the same. The obligation in an SPF code are not intended to be an exhaustive list of the requirements that an entity must follow to comply with the SPF principles. SPF codes create only minimum standards for that sector, which an entity may be required to go beyond to comply with the SPF principles where it is facing a specific, targeted and heightened risk of scam activity related to its regulated services. I want to say something about regulation and enforcement. The bill establishes a multi-regulated model and enforcement which recognises existing regulatory relationships and existing roles and expertise of various regulators, which is valuable for effective administration of tailored sector obligations. So under the laws, the ACCC will oversee and enforce the SPF principles, as well as the Digital Platforms SPF Code. The Australian Securities and Investment Commission will oversee and enforce the Banking SPF Code, and the Australian Communications and Media Authority will oversee and enforce the Telecommunications SPF Code. The bill imposes strong incentives for regulated entities to prevent, detect and deter scams, maximum civil penalties which are currently set at $50 million per breach may be imposed in regard to obligations where breaches would be the most egregious and have the most significant impact on consumers. High penalties are intended to be an effective incentive for compliance across all sectors of the economy and provide a deterrence where higher possible gains could be made by regulated entities by breaching the SPF. Regulators will also be able to use compliance tools such as infringement notices, enforceable undertakings, injunctions, public warnings and remedial directions. Additionally, regulators could seek redress for harm or damages on behalf of victims where they pursue court action for the breach of an obligation. Consumers can also bring claims in a court to recover loss or damages. Where this occurs, courts will be able to consider the role of multiple service providers connected to a scam and apportion liability between them. Courts are required to prioritise payment of redress to the scam victim over payment of penalties and breaches. The SPF is being introduced as a part of a broader effort to modernise Australia's laws for the digital age and consumer protection agenda. And I pay tribute to my other colleagues who are working in this area. It includes the Minister for Home Affairs, the Attorney-General, the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Consumer Communications. Reforms to our privacy laws, payment system modification, money laundering and cyber security settings, online safety measures, safe and responsible use of artificial intelligence, product safety standards, unfair trading practices and the new digital ID system. The bill will also support the government and industry in international engagement and collaboration by enabling the sharing of scam intelligence across regulated entities, law enforcement and regulators in Australia, and support international enforcement action to disrupt illicit scam activities. Finally, Deputy Speaker, the Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations were consulted in relation to the bill and has approved them as required under the Corporations Agreement of 2002. Deputy Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the colleagues who are present in the chamber from Treasury who have been working hard over the last year and a half on all the policy work and the legislative preparation to ensure that this bill could be brought before the House today. I also want to pay tribute to those bodies who will be regulated entities. Once this bill passes in the law, there's been extensive consultation with the telecommunications sector, the banking sector, social media, peak and individual organisations and, of course, all of the consumer groups, together with colleagues across the House. This is an important piece of law. As it stands today, if trends continue, Australians will lose somewhere in the average of $7 million a day to criminal scams. It imposes a very high obligation on all of us in this place to ensure that this bill is passed in the law. It can be done by the end of the month. And if it is done by the end of the month, we can ensure that consumers can go into Christmas with the peace of mind knowing that they live in a country which has the strongest scam prevention laws anywhere in the world. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must be adjourned. I call the member for Hume.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Kincler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The masses never revolt of their own accord, and they never revolt merely because they are oppressed. Indeed, so long as they are not permitted to have standards of comparison, they never even become aware that they are oppressed. Well, so said George Orwell in his novel 1984. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, that was written in 1949 in post-World War II Britain about a dystopian future of 1984. And this might be a surprise, I was around in 1984 and it didn't happen then. It didn't happen then. But who in this place and in this country would think that part of that dystopian fiction, an absolute work of fiction, would be implemented by the Albanese Labor government. In terms of the Ministry of Truth, the idea, even the concept, that a public servant in a department will determine what a fact is and whether someone can have that opinion and whether they can have that reasonable belief is a yawning chasm. It is incredibly dangerous to this country, incredibly dangerous. And I, for one, Madam Deputy Speaker, cannot believe this is being put forward. I really can't. This nation, in fact, Western democracies, for centuries have been built on freedom of expression, freedom of religion, the ability for people to have free speech. And it also has centuries of law to protect individuals, to ensure that they can't be vilified. And I think the better approach would be to find a way for those centuries of law, those centuries of precedent, those centuries of other cases to be utilised in what is now a normal platform, a digital platform. And I think that would be completely understandable. But one must ask the question as to why the urgency for this bill now, in what is clearly the last days of the Albanese government as they come towards the end of this term. Why the urgency to put this bill through? Well, if you look at some of the components, Madam Deputy Speaker, things that could be considered to cause serious harm, the material that might be captured in those elements include, would you believe, misinformation in elections. Misinformation in elections. Now, clearly, if the Labor Party was so concerned about misinformation in elections, perhaps they might have taken action against their own party in Queensland. And I want to give some examples as to where this applies, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because we saw in the last Queensland election what I found to be an absolute disgraceful campaign around abortion, something so sensitive, so personal. And yet we saw the Labor member for Bundaberg utilise campaign slogans which were firstly completely untrue, secondly false, third absolutely disturbing for many of the female voters, but would use lines like, "Don't let the LNP jail women for having an abortion." Now, there is no need to implement legislation like this to stop that behaviour. The Labor Party could have done it. And I hear the interjection, but this is not the United States. This is Australia. And it was completely unnecessary. It shouldn't have been done, and you don't need legislation like this to prevent it. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just around what can be utilised in election time. If we look at things like banks, with this legislation in place, could we have got the Banking Royal Commission, which found so many offences, so many things that needed to be addressed? If the individuals that fought for the Banking Royal Commission were silenced, as they could be under this legislation, we would never have gotten to the point where those things were addressed, where banks were found to have done absolutely, in fact, unlawful activities, and they got fixed. And I come back to the point I made earlier. The oppressors will never know that they've been oppressed if they have nothing to compare it to. Will this end up in the equivalent of digital book burning? Because someone who is not an academic puts forward a view that the government of the day decides is unacceptable, and they're removed from digital platforms. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am 100% supportive of eliminating bullying and fake information in online platforms. And the easiest way to do that is to be able to utilise existing laws. And the easiest way to do that is to ensure there are no fake accounts. Your digital online life is your real life. And if you want to make comments, that's fine. But it should be as you, as a verified account, so that everyone knows who it is that makes those comments, that you can be found, that you can be prosecuted under existing laws, just as you would if you put and expressed those opinions in a newspaper, for example, or you went onto a television station and said something similar. We also have the issue around referendums. Now, we've just been through a very recent referendum, And there are those out there who claim that the referendum was defeated because of misinformation. And I clearly remember the member for Melbourne having a shot at me on Q&A about some of the advertising that I utilised in the referendum, claiming it was misinformation. Well, it wasn't. It was based on actual legislation that was implemented in the Western Australian state government and applied. Now, that was later withdrawn because it was a mistake, but it was factual. And the idea that any government will be able to determine what your reasonable belief is and prevent you from having it is an incredibly slippery and dangerous slope. An incredibly slippery and dangerous slope. And then we find in the legislation that there's the ability for the minister to exempt digital platforms. Well, here's a couple of proposals, Madam Deputy Speaker. For example, would this Labor government exempt a digital platform for the CFMEU, who we know have been found and convicted for criminal offences? And yet this legislation would allow the government of the day to exempt a CFMEU digital platform. This is a very, very dangerous piece of legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the treatment of academics and scientists, and I'll use one which I know is well known, the views of Peter Ridd, for which he was removed from his place at university in Queensland. I don't necessarily agree with all of his views, but I agree with his absolute right to have them. And if I recall one of his elements correctly, Mr Ridd made the point that an entire flood season for a year in Queensland is the equivalent of one tide into the barrier reef. One wash through, one tide. And that sounds a pretty common sense approach to me. And how would ACPA, who will have information gathering powers, go about perhaps getting a warrant? At what level will that apply? And if we look at advice and comments from experts in the field, and I'll go to the New South Wales Solicitor General Michael Sexton, talking about this legislation. It targets contestable political opinions on social media and is based on the patronising assumption that members of the community cannot make a judgment about those opinions but must be protected from the obvious inadequacies of their judgment. And I'll come back to the referendum. The Australian people informed themselves and they made a decision, and that decision should be respected because it is the majority belief for the people who are able to vote in this country. And that is what our democratic system is about, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, we should protect the minorities, but all governments of any stripe should govern for the majority of the people and their views. Not tell them what their views are, not prevent them from having a reasonable belief, not prevent them from putting forward that view in whatever platform they wish. And as I continue to make the point, I am totally accepting that online platforms are part of your actual life, but you should be identified. You should have verified accounts. And whether or not the big meta operators like that, to be honest, I really don't care. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a very dangerous bill. I think the Australian people, once informed, will oppose it. And I come to the question that I asked earlier. Why the urgency on this bill? Why now? Why does it need to be put forward? And the sceptic in me that's been in this place now for 11 years says because it will be all about the next federal election and whether the government of the day can control the message, the thoughts, the reasonable beliefs of the Australian people. And I find that unacceptable, and I will oppose this bill, and I will continue to oppose it, as I have done from the day that the concept was put forward, because it is not in our nation's interest, it is not in the people of Australia's interest that they cannot have their reasonable belief, they cannot put forward their view, that they cannot have freedom of speech. And we should not support this bill in this place or the other place. And if it is successfully passed, we should fight it. And if we win government next year, we should repeal it. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And this is a woeful piece of legislation. It is a woeful piece of legislation from a grossly incompetent government. Incompetent on so many fronts that the list is getting so long it would be hard to read out in the time that I've got allocated for this speech, which is 15 minutes. And the fact that we are here debating and discussing this when we should be dealing with cost of living crisis, when we should be dealing with an immigration crisis, that we should be dealing with an infrastructure crisis which has seen roads just deteriorate across this nation, when we should be dealing with a health crisis where we're not seeing the doctors that we need being put in place, when we should be dealing with issues that go to the heart of what the Australian people are feeling in their day-to-day lives, the fact that their standard of living has just declined at rates that we haven't seen in decades, the fact that we're not dealing with those issues, instead what we're dealing with is an issue where the government wants to try and censor the people, is just completely and utterly beyond the pale. Now, the Coalition will oppose this bill because the government keeps getting it wrong. The government tried to bring in a first bill and it had to withdraw it because it was such a bad piece of legislation. It's now brought in this second bill, and once again, if they were going to do the right thing by the Australian people, they would pull this bill as well, because there are so many fundamental flaws in it, it's not funny. And let's just start with the process. They put out an exposure draft of this bill, Guess how many days they gave people to comment? Less than a week. I mean, it beggars belief that such an important piece of legislation which goes to the heart of our democracy, which goes to the heart of our society, and that is the ability of people to exercise free speech, and people were given a week to be able to file in their thoughts, their comments, their feedback. So, bad process on such an important bill. And then bad decision making. So, the Minister can personally order misinformation investigations and misinformation hearings. The Minister can personally order misinformation investigations and misinformation hearings. If that sounds draconian to you, it sounds draconian because it is. What are the guidelines for the Minister? What are the guardrails for the Minister? What's to stop the Minister abusing these powers? These are the sort of powers that you think that this government would be fighting against, especially in today's geopolitical climate where we're seeing the rise of totalitarian regimes, yet here they are trying to put in place powers which would be more at home in those types of regimes than they would be here. The Minister may exempt digital platforms. Now, as the previous member said, the member for Hinkler. So if the CFMEU has a digital platform, the Minister could exempt that. What could anyone do about that? Very good question. Who decides what digital platforms we can have in this country and what ones we can't? The Minister. And do you think the Minister, if, for instance, as many, I think all, as a matter of fact, I think it's a requirement of every Labor Party MP in this country have to be backed by a union of some sort. So do you think the Minister, if they're backed by a particular union, is going to say, no, sorry, your digital platform needs to be brought down because of misinformation? No. The Minister can pick and choose. and that is deeply, deeply concerning. There's the unequal treatment of content. Academics, scientists, artists, and parody or satire are exempt, except the views of everyday Australians aren't. Now, there's so many holes in this that it is not even worth bearing considering. Because all it will lead to is all of us turning into everyday comics. Everyone will start using satire or parody to get their point across. Now, I must say, half the time when they're being serious on that side, we do think they're practising parody or satire, but in this instance, they're actually legislating for it. So you'll be able to spread misinformation or disinformation through bad parody, bad jokes, bad satire, and who will decide whether it is or isn't? Of course, it'll be the minister. And how does that work for everyday Australians? It's almost incomprehensible how this has been drafted. Almost incomprehensible, because it is completely and utterly unworkable. And the only thing it will be used for is to shut down people trying to express a firmly held view. And it could be a firmly held view when it comes to a political belief, a religious belief, a civil belief, and those views can be shut down. Now, this is not the sort of country that everyday Australians want to live in. They want to be able to express their views. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of Australians now who worry that they can't freely express themselves. And with this, that will get even more worrying and more concerning for them. And I say to the government, please come to the dispatch box and explain how, when it comes to artists, when it comes to parody or when it comes to satire, that is going to work when it comes to this bill. Because it is clear and it is obvious that it won't. There's also the unequal treatment of content, professional news content, so-called. If something appears in professional news content, effectively mainstream media, it cannot be misinformation. But if the same view or a contrary view was put outside of professional news content, it could be misinformation. So how does this work? You can have exactly the same view as an everyday Australian, and you can put that view, and yet that could be misinformation. Yet if a mainstream media outlet expresses exactly the same view, that's fine. How is this workable? How is this manageable? And once again, who makes the decision as to whether or not it is misinformation or disinformation? That is once again the real question that needs to be answered. Now, another concern that we have is that the bill gives ACMA so-called information gathering powers. The bill gives ACMA powers to require digital platforms to provide it with information relevant to misinformation and disinformation. The bill extends ACMA's information gathering powers to individuals who work for or otherwise associated with digital platforms. Employees, contractors and fact-checkers are subject to these powers. ACMA can use these powers if it thinks the person may have information or a document relevant to misinformation. The person must hand over documents to ACMA as requested or face fines of more than $9,000. Now, I assume that the Minister has spoken to ACMA about whether they want these powers or not, whether as an entity this is the type of thing, the type of enforcing that an organisation that ACMA should be doing. Does it have the relevant skills to investigate? Does it have the relevant skills to gather information? Does it have the relevant powers to be able to do this and then to fine? I mean, it is not something that ACMA was set up to do at all. And yet here we are giving this organisation these types of powers. And I say again, where are the guardrails? Who oversees whether ACMA are using these powers correctly or not? Who's directing ACMA? I mean, if I asked anyone in this building, outside of about a handful, I don't think anyone would know who the managing director of ACMA is, who sits on their board, if they had a board, who works in that organisation. I mean, this is all of a sudden giving quite extraordinary powers to an organisation that no one knows anything about. It is quite extraordinary, quite extraordinary. Now, as a result, people are raising serious concerns about this piece of legislation. The New South Wales Solicitor General Michael Sexton has said it targets contestable political opinion on social media and is based on the patronising assumption that members of the community cannot make a judgment about those opinions, but must be protected from the obvious inadequacies of their judgment. References to Orwell's 1984 have become something of a cliche over the years, but there is a sinister suggestion of its thesis in proposed legislation that is designed to sanitise public debate on a range of political issues. You cannot get more damning. The Victorian Bar Association. The bill's interference with the self-fulfilment of free expression will occur primarily by the chilling self-censorship it will inevitably bring about in the individual users of the relevant services. That is damning. That is damning. The Victorian Barrister and Voltaire Society President Peter A. Clarke quoted in The Australian that the changes to the bill were the equivalent of putting, and I quote, lipstick on a pig. The Queensland Council for Civil Liberties. The bill is unsatisfactory. If the government says there are deficiencies in our laws relating to political speech, then it should introduce a bill to Parliament dealing with those deficiencies. And it goes on and on and on. But I think the most damning thing is what the feedback has been from people on the street. And I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, that in my electorate of Wannon, the feedback that I have had has all been one way. And I thank every single constituent who has emailed me, written me, or called my office about this bill. Because while they have deep concerns about the government's complete inadequacy in dealing with cost of living, in dealing with road infrastructure, in dealing with making sure we've got enough doctors, they also have deep concerns about the government stepping in to control what they think, and in particular the political expressions and the political views that they would like to express. And it's why we in the coalition oppose this bill. And it's why that if we are elected at the next election, we will make sure that we rip it up, because this is bad legislation being put through this parliament by a bad government.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to add my voice to the hundreds of thousands of Australians, progressive, conservative, left, right, who have all indicated their strenuous opposition to this Albanese Labor government's attempt to curtail our freedom of speech and expression. This bill that we're debating today is the second attempt for the Labor government to regulate freedom of speech in Australia, individual citizen speech, online speech. And they've done it a different way, but it is no less threatening to our ability to think, to express, to judge, than the previous bill, which was opposed by over 20,000 submissions and groups across Australia. And I've had form in this, so I've opposed these sorts of bills since I came to this parliament as a very young person. People will remember the Rudd government's internet filter. The internet filter, which every technical expert said could not work, would not work and would not filter the internet. And yet the Rudd government pursued this vainglorious and stupid attempt to filter the internet. We had to fight that then and we had to defeat it. As a parliament now, whether you're progressive, whether you're conservative, whether you're from the left or right, we need to rise up and oppose this bill. Join the chorus of Australians who paid attention to this, who understand that the government's function is not to regulate in a free society the content of people's minds. It isn't their role to arbitrate over the free thought and free expression and free speech of people. And you're getting that from every quarter of Australian politics and Australian society in opposition to this bill. It's universal. There is no support for this bill. And yet the government cannot take the cue to understand that combating misinformation and disinformation pertains to foreign powers trying to interfere into Australia, to malign actors from overseas interfering in Australia. That's what a properly constructed legislative regime should look like, not regulating in a free country our individual citizens, our private groups and our freedom of thought, worship and speech. And so this misinformation bill that the government is desperate to get through reveals their agenda. Why is the government so desperate to pass a misinformation bill on our own citizenry? When you look at the notable failures recently, and I'll certainly call out both sides when they failed on this, I had great scepticism about the appointment of an e-safety commissioner, and I was convinced about it because it would pertain to the protection of children. However, what we saw from the e-safety commissioner is another example of what will happen under this bill when the e-safety commissioner decided to take legal action against an international platform X with Australian government taxpayers' money to challenge a jurisdiction that she has no control over and that Australia has no control over. And the humiliating back down of the e-safety commissioner is another example of what will happen if the Communications Media Authority, ACMA, is given power over Australians' decision-making. There will be litigation. They will take action against our citizens. They will take action against platforms because they haven't taken action against our citizens. Why do we need this bill? A fundamental. Why do we actually need it? Well, yes, my colleagues say elections. This bill does cover elections and political thought, clearly in violation even of the United Nations, who say, and I'm not a big fan of the United Nations in general, but the United Nations rapporteur has belled it correctly when he calls out that this kind of misinformation bill and this kind of misinformation violates international principles of people's ability to speak freely and to think freely. And even the United Nations has said this would be a violation of the right to free speech. And so when we ask why is this bill actually happening, again, it seems to be a bill, a government that is obsessed with silencing opposition or having the ability to intimidate commentary that disagrees with its agenda, which is what any citizen in a free society should be inherently sceptical of. When you look at the modern examples of regimes like China that have total control over the internet, total control over thought and expression, Iran, they turn off the internet when there's a protest or riots. They simply turn off the platforms and access to the platforms. It is terrifying. It is the Orwellian example that we had written about many years ago coming to life now in the digital age, where government without restraint, government without control, government which isn't controlled by the people and the citizenry in an effective society can do terrifying things to its own citizens. Imagine living in Russia or in Iran or in China and trying to express a different political view online, trying to access digital content, trying to test the government's provided information. And the key failing of this bill is that it assumes incorrectly that the government is the people that can decide what is misinformation and disinformation. Well, I would suggest that government records throughout history suggest that the government is as guilty of disinformation and misinformation as any other body, privately constructed or individuals. It is absolutely stunning to think that the government could think that the ACMA, an unelected body, would have arbitrary power to decide what it regards as misinformation. And having some exposure to ACMA through government and through the executive of the federal government, I can tell you, I'll go a little bit further than some of my colleagues and say the ACMA is completely incapable of fulfilling this function. Completely incapable. They have neither the people that you would trust if you met them to make a determination about misinformation or disinformation. They have neither the technical capacity in terms of the digital age, where people from the private sector on X or Facebook or other major platforms. And it's no reflection on them. They are simply good people doing their own work inside the communications portfolio of the Australian government. But they are simply unable to fulfil the function that this legislation would give them power to arbitrate over. It is our role as a parliament to say one step back, they should not have that power in the first place. We don't want government bureaucrats to have the power over deciding what is misinformation between our private interactions online. It is, of course, assuming that people are stupid, an assumption which the Democrats have made in the United States to their discredit in recent times, and the public have seen through that. And the Labor government here is assuming that people are uneducated. People can't make their own judgments about information they receive online. And I think that is a false assumption, a dangerous assumption for a government. And when you think through the consequences of saying the government knows better than you or what you should be thinking and what you should be saying online and what is dangerous to you, then, of course, it is a false assumption, and I think something that everybody can accept on left, right, progressive, conservative is dangerous. That's why the Senate committees have recommended several times this bill not be passed. Every committee that's looked at it. There's another one coming. I'll guarantee you, without preempting that committee, they will also agree. Left, right, progressive, conservative. There is danger in this bill. Yet there is one group of people in Australia not listening, and that is the government, the Albanese Labor government, is not listening to anybody in our society about this bill. Not listening at all. So again, what is so important? What is the moral justification for a misinformation and disinformation bill about our own citizenry in our country, in Australia, where I believe most people are able to make their own judgments about information? They have done so far very well. They're able to think through these things. Where we might need laws to combat foreign powers using money to deceptively promote misinformation, and certainly that can happen in elections. We have foreign interference laws, we have foreign donation bans, we have passed many good laws to prevent malign actors from interfering into our polity or our information flow. But yet here, the government is saying government bureaucrats will now be the supreme authority in relation to the correctness of information. We don't need these laws and we don't need this bill, but the government is not listening to anybody, left, right, progressive, conservative, not listening to one submission, not listening to the United Nations for once, even though we must listen to the United Nations on everything else, but not on this, according to the Labor government. We need to obviously take the time to have a look again, and I would encourage Australians everywhere to wake up in relation to this bill. Australians are a very laid-back culture. We take our freedom for granted. We take our free society for granted. We take our freedom of thought, speech and worship. We assume that we have freedom. Every bill like this that passes the parliament curtails individual thought and expression. That's why all my colleagues are here today opposing it. That's why Liberals and Nationals have opposed this bill so vehemently, because a bill that's supposed to be about misinformation from foreign actors and bad people interfering within Australia has become about Australians' freedom of expression. It's somehow become about what we say and think to each other, and that somehow the ACMA is going to know better what we should be saying and thinking to each other. I think we all know where this goes, and so we oppose this bill, and we will certainly oppose this bill. And again, I highlight the case of the eSafety Commissioner from personal experience. When the tragic stabbing of Mama Zealous in southwestern Sydney occurred, as a former Multicultural Affairs Minister, it must have been 15 minutes. Before I'd seen it on the news, I had received the video of the incident from contacts with the Assyrian community, faith communities. It was circulating rapidly. And in this day and age, that's completely normal. People circulate content. They share in good faith, information with each other to say, look what's happened down here. Yes, it's terrifying. Yes, it's disturbing content. Yes, it's concerning, but we are all adults and familiar with this process in 2024. There are upsides to it, there are downsides to it. But the government is naive to think that somehow a bill or a regulator can interrupt those interactions and stop them, and nor should we attempt to set bureaucrats up over those processes because they will fail, like they do even in tyrannical regimes like Iran and China. Information is getting through, information is circulating, information will continue to circulate. But in a Western, free, democratic society, we should not attempt to put government bureaucrats sitting in between those processes. So when the E-Safety Commissioner issued the orders to stop that content, well after the horse hadn't bolted, the stable had bolted, the entire racetrack, the entire Melbourne Cup was galloping all over the country, and then the E-Safety Commissioner said, we need to stop this content after millions of people had seen it. Compliance with Australian orders is one thing, but taking legal action internationally is again an example of a government-appointed bureaucrat extending their mandate without authority, without the consent of the people, to take legal action internationally on a jurisdictional question with a track record of doing so against this particular company. That isn't an isolated example or incident. It is an example of what will happen with the ACMA. It's an example of what will happen if we pass these laws. Overreach, government overreach, is the biggest danger in these sorts of things, and the construction of this bill, the provisions that this bill has put in place to hold over digital platforms the power to regulate what they do and how they behave, will mean they have the power over us. And it is not power that we want to give the government. It's not power that we want to give those free speech platforms. It's not power that we want ACMA in particular to hold. The government, of course, refuses to listen. The Labor government, is pushing ahead with misinformation and disinformation, saying that the Australian people are generating the misinformation and disinformation. And the fact that elections, referendums, and we've just had one, public health preventative measures and imminent harm to economy or financial markets are just some of the topics that will be covered by this bill is chilling. And it ought to be chilling to people in Australia today. We've enjoyed the ability to speak freely, to think freely and to worship freely. Each one of these bills that gets passed, we'll see more and more of these litigated cases from government bureaucrats, which will curtail our freedom of speech. And so today I rise with my colleagues to oppose it. I think the best thing that can happen now is the government scratches this bill for a second time, listens to every progressive organisation in the country, every conservative organisation in the country, left and right, which are aligned in 20,000 submissions against what the government is doing in their approach. Rewrite the bill to what it's supposed to be. Curtail international actors, malign influence that is not genuine from overseas and certainly even onshore, people that are doing it deliberately to deceive or misinform. But it is not appropriate to set up a government regulator or bureaucrat over Australians, over the Australian people, and over their good judgment and their ability to freely access information. And that's why you have unions, former union leaders, you have civil liberties councils, you have lawyers and law bodies, you have the United Nations, you have health officers, you have people from a wide variety of places, not just sounding an alarm bell, but actually actively opposing the government, the Albanese government's approach on this bill. And I say to every Australian, you only have one recourse in the next 6 months because the government intends to pass this bill. The Liberal and National parties will oppose it vehemently through the House and the Senate. But Labor, with their allies, the Greens, has the capacity to pass this law. If passed into law, every single Australian that is concerned about this bill and the government's approach to regulating their freedom of speech needs to go to the next federal election to fight the Labor Party and to defeat them at government. We have committed to repealing this legislation. We've committed to fixing it if the government passes it. There are millions of Australians already concerned. There will be millions more when this bill comes into operation, I can assure you. When the ACMA starts determining things about freedom of speech, and every one of those Australians, I say to you, the power is with you through this parliament at the next election. Do not forget that this Labor government, its main priority is to regulate your free speech and your freedom of thought.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And as I make my contribution, I will echo the sentiments of many of my colleagues to this most appalling bill, the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024. But first I want to put on the record that this is a seriously bad piece of legislation. It is a continued attack on the rights of the Australian people and free speech in this country, period. Deputy Speaker, truth in politics has always been important to me. And with the current advertising trends towards short, catchy sound bites, it deeply concerns me that the truth gets lost in our modern media. Our younger generation are particularly vulnerable, with platforms such as TikTok delivering super short message without content behind the issues that face everyday Australians. The Labor Party in its recent Queensland election campaign ran an advertising blitz on the LNP, suggesting that they are going to privatise health services and take away women's reproductive rights, the new Medicare campaign, so to speak. The pressure to influence our voters is intense. With compulsory voting for upcoming federal election, it is an ideal time to encourage our families and younger generations to look deeper into the issues. Do some research. Almost everyone has a smartphone and the ability to search for the truth behind these matters. Read the full story and make your own judgment on issues that affect how you vote. Now, this leads me to the Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill that is currently being debated in federal Parliament. Wherever you sit on the political spectrum, you should be concerned about this bill. It's not a left versus right issue. Criticism has come from all corners, from leading legal bodies to human rights commissions, civil liberty groups and even the media union. In the meantime, we already have seen the Labor Party freely use the term misinformation to try and silence those who do not share their political view. We know that the government has been overwhelmed by large numbers of submissions on their bill. They conveniently delay releasing them publicly to a time of their choosing. Deputy Speaker, concerningly, this legislation directly involves the government in political communication. Under this bill, the Minister may exclude any platform from operation of the bill. So, a digital site that has politics favoured by a government could be excluded, providing unfair advantage to a political party and skewed information to those wanting to be informed. More than 20,000 Australians made submissions and comments opposing this bill. The new version of the bill gives the regulator, the Australian Media Communications Authority, powers to require digital platforms to take specific steps to reduce misinformation and disinformation. Under the bill, ACMA does not make rulings on whether a particular piece of content is misinformation or disinformation. Rather, it gives powers to determine whether digital platforms are taking adequate steps to prevent and respond to misinformation and disinformation. If ACMA determines that a platform is not taking adequate steps, it can issue fines of up to 5% of a company's global turnover. This legislation creates a huge financial incentive for social media platforms to remove comments made by Australians, even if those statements are made in good faith, essentially stifling free speech in Australia. Digital platforms risk big fines if they do not comply with digital platform rules and/or industry codes and misinformation standards. ACMA will determine whether or not a digital platform is compliant with the legislation in order to avoid the risk of fines. It would make sense for digital platforms to censor content which ACMA may see as disinformation or misinformation. In doing so, it is likely that platforms will self-censor the legitimately held views of Australians. The government has misfired badly on the important issue, and freedom of expression is under threat in Australia. The Coalition has been reviewing this new version of the bill, and we have significant concerns. One of the issues is that while academic statements are exempt from being labelled as misinformation, the honestly held opinions of everyday Australians can be censored under this legislation. Censorship undermines the democratic principle of free speech, stifles creativity and the exchange of ideas. When individuals have their opinions censored, it can lead to a distrust of the government. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will fight Labor's misinformation bill because, just like their first attempt, it is an appalling attack on free speech here in Australia. Already we have seen top lawyers slam the bill. The Victorian Bar Association has made a scathing submission which warned the bill would undermine free speech by encouraging chilling self-censorship and stifling discussions of sensitive or controversial views. The New South Wales Solicitor General says it targets contestable political opinions on social media and is based on patronising assumption that members of the community cannot make a judgment about those opinions and must be protected from the obvious inadequacies of their judgment. References to Orwell's 1984 have become something of a cliche over the years, but there is a sinister suggestion of its thesis in this proposed legislation that is designed to sanitise public debate on a range of political issues so that any debate does not accords with the views of the group of the government appointed bureaucrats. The Victorian Barrister and Voltaire Society president quoted in The Australian that changes to the bill were the equivalent of putting lipstick on a pig, and expanding the legislation to capture political content was a change for the worse. Politics involves a lot of commentary and a lot of loose language. It doesn't necessarily mean it's disinformation or misinformation. The Queensland Council for Civil Liberties said the bill is unsatisfactory. If the government says there are deficiencies in our laws relating to political speech, then it should introduce a bill to Parliament dealing with those deficiencies. The government's role as an intellectual arbiter of the truth in social and political debate must be constricted, if not completely denied. This is based on deep scepticism about the good faith of those controlling the government. Professor Nick Coatsworth, former Deputy Chief Health Officer, said in terms of misinformation and disinformation have become overused in public discourse, often employed as a way to dismiss opposing viewpoints without engaging in debate in an era where limited attention spans hinder reasoned discussion. In these terms have become shortcuts to shutting down conversations rather than seeking to impose the truth upon the public through legislation. We must focus on equipping our communities with the tools to critically assess and judge the information for themselves. The Australian Christian Lobby said there is no excuse for what is proposed in this bill. Where the government should be safeguarding free speech of Australians, it will instead require social media to control our public discourse. From public health to policies, politics to the economy and ideology. And how this bill defines harm will determine what you're allowed to say online. Deputy Speaker, the Communications Minister has existing powers which could now be used under the bill to order ACMA to conduct specific investigations under the Misinformation Bill. The Minister can also order public hearings. The only constraint on that power is that it cannot relate to a particular content posted on a digital communications platform by a single end user identifiable by the ACMA. This power is wide open to political abuse and is inconsistent with basic democratic values. The government is trying to rush this legislation through and gave people barely a week to get their submissions into the Senate inquiry. We understand there have been many thousands of submissions made to the Senate inquiry. Barely a fraction of those have been uploaded for public view. The Communications Minister is reported warning that there would be a devastating consequence should her rejigged legislation not be passed by the end of the year. This is alarmist and a desperate language from the government that has had more than 2 years to address these issues. The Coalition stands firmly opposed to Labor's Misinformation Bill because we believe in free speech and we will fight to defend those rights. This week's Labor government will not, and they will pursue. Deputy Speaker, there is a broad definition to serious harm that is mentioned in this legislation. It is possible that a large amount of material could be captured as serious harm. Elections, referendums, public health, preventative health measures, imminent harm to the economy and financial markets, and so on. Deputy Speaker, it is appalling that there would be one rule for government MPs and another for everyday Australians who just want to have their say, including the members of the opposition. The Coalition's focus is on Labor's bill because that's what is before Parliament right now. We are holding this bad government to account. This bill is a shocking attack on free speech and the government is trying to ram it through Parliament this year. I've had many constituents contact my office with their concerns around this bill, and we are all concerned about the spread of misinformation, and this is not the solution. New polling data released by the Institute of Public Affairs shows that 65% of Australians said they are concerned misinformation laws will be used by government officials for political purposes. 69% of Australians said they are concerned misinformation laws will be used by social media companies for political purposes. Australians are firming in their support to protect freedom of speech as the debate around proposed misinformation laws goes on. 45% believe free speech should be protected, even if this means wrong, inaccurate or false information is public. Just 34% disagree. This compares with 38% who agree and 37% who disagree in May 2024. Young Australians are most opposed to the federal government's proposed online censorship laws, with the majority of Australians aged between 18 and 34 believing that freedom of speech should be protected online. As Shadow Minister for Communication, David Coleman stated in the Australian Financial Review, democracies move forward by debating ideas. Progress is achieved through applying sunlight to ideas, not censoring them. Of course, the democratic process can be untidy. People hold unfashionable opinions that we might not hold ourselves. That's okay. After all, sometimes the unfashionable opinions turn out to be right. Deputy Speaker, Labor's misinformation bill is a clear threat to this free exchange of ideas. Understanding the immense and obvious risks comparable to countries to Australia do not have laws like this. For an example, the United States, the United Kingdom do not have laws remotely like those the Albanese government is proposing. As a federal member for Flynn, I know that freedom of speech and expression are fundamental principles of a democratic society. Changes to the laws in this area involve a complex area of policy, and overreach by government must be avoided. Our democracy has been formed on freedom of speech, and the Coalition will always fight for its fundamental right for our people. Deputy Speaker, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death Voltaire, a 16th century freedom of speech advocate. And the idea of protecting freedom of speech has been around for a very long time. And we should, as a parliament, continue the defence of freedom of speech. And this is an appalling bill, and it should be opposed and condemned at all cost.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to add my voice and objection to the bill before the House, the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. We've heard from numerous speakers about this bill and the nature of it, and I must say that I think that in my 8 years coming to this place and serving the people of Wide Bay, this bill for me is one of the most dangerous bills and one of the most grievous attacks on what we hold close in our nation and what makes us great as a nation, and that's the element of free speech. The bill, the construction of the bill is, this version of the bill gives a regulator, the Australian Media and Communications Authority, ACMA, powers to require digital platforms to take specific steps to reduce misinformation and disinformation. Under the bill, ACMA does not make rulings on whether a particular piece of content is misinformation or disinformation. Rather, it is given powers to determine whether digital platforms are taking adequate steps to prevent and respond to misinformation and disinformation. If ACMA determines that a platform is not taking adequate steps, it can issue fines of up to 5% of the company's global turnover. This ubiquitous nature of the internet places it in all of our lives, and it's ever increasing. 20 years ago, we didn't rely on it for much at all. It was only a minor part of our life, but it has become an important part of our life on many levels. Safety, governments rely on it to convey a message. Communication. When my predecessor started in this place in 1990, the way you got your message across was in the letters to the editor in the newspaper. And that was the place, the forum, and it took much time. But now we've evolved, and the discussion happens in real time, and it happens online, and that's a good thing. That is a good thing. People have the opportunity to discuss, and sometimes they do get it wrong in those discussions. Sometimes they will unintentionally put something forward that may not be right, but they should not be committing an offence. They should not be committing an offence, particularly where there is no intent. But this bill certainly puts those in charge of platforms in a position where they will receive a penalty if they allow that to happen. That will have the consequence of dumbing down free speech. This, for me, is a digital version of the burning of the books, really. It worries me tremendously. Of course, you need some regulation within this environment. It has its great dangers, and recently this Albanese government was dragged kicking and screaming to age verification for young people, so as we'll have safeguards for young people accessing pornography and gambling sites, and that's good. They're the sorts of regulations and rules that we need. They actually help society. But this is a bill that is clearly an attack on free speech and an attack on everyday citizens who want to engage in that. We should, instead of encouraging people to speak, to use their words, to make their point, we have a government that is shutting them down. This is the sort of stuff you see in Russia and China. This is not Australia. This is absolutely frightening. My constituents have inundated me with their concerns about this bill, and I share them. I share those concerns. I share the concerns of the 20,000 people that gave feedback to the initial draft that went out, and then which this is a rehash of. I share those concerns because those concerns are real. This is poor legislation. The misinformation definition is one that is so broad and open to interpretation. As I said before, it captures opinions that can be made in good faith. How is that happening in a democracy like Australia? Something that's said in good faith is now an offence, and someone's going to be fined for not shutting it down. The serious harm element of this bill, the broad definition for serious harm, now that we've got very recent and stark examples where this applies. So serious harm can occur in the environments of an election, of a referendum. Now that's a good one. We've all lived through a recent referendum, The Voice, and the use of the term misinformation there was absolutely extraordinary. And what we had was we had a government who was not providing the information. They were providing no information. And typically you're discouraged from making a negative inference on something. But there are times when it's valid to make a negative inference. When a government has information they're not sharing with you, they're not answering the questions, and we saw this with The Voice about the construction of what they were proposing, it was open to the opponents of that to say this is what it is. They're not saying it, this is what it is. And those negative inferences now would be seen to be
misinformation when they are absolutely valid and they're an important part of the discussion and the debate. It beggars belief. Public health. The one time I crossed the floor in this chamber was to support Craig Kelly in a motion that was calling on this place to discuss what was happening in terms of government regulation, and that was my side. That was both sides were guilty of overreach when it came to that. But that motion that I crossed the floor on to bring on a debate about those things was lost. And it really, really, in my mind, showed that this place and government can get things wrong because we weren't discussing things and things were being shut down. Discussions were being shut down. Valid points were being censored. We saw that through COVID. And now we're legislating. We're legislating to make misinformation and disinformation a part of our lives. If that wasn't a big enough example for all of us to say, let the sun shine in, let the views and opinions of everyone come forward, let's look at them. We're in an uncharted territory. No, let's shut down the discussion. Let's not let people speak. That's not why I stand in this place serving the people. I stand in this place to encourage discussion. And if that discussion is wrong, so be it. That's the whole nature of debating things. This bill is so open to potential political weaponisation. It is absolutely disgraceful. The minister can personally order misinformation investigations. Orwell's got a good run through this, but the minister, I'll say that again, the minister can personally order misinformation investigations. What is happening to Australia under this Albanese government? They can exempt certain digital platforms. So the minister can say, oh, no, I think that one is exempt. Why? Well, you don't have to be Einstein. There'll be political bias associated with the determinations on this. My colleague mentions the union movement, the CFMEU, and I agree wholeheartedly with him. It treats Australians differently also. This is academics and scientists and artists are treated differently. Now, I'm not going to criticise academics or scientists, but let's not kid ourselves and deny that that history shows that sometimes the best research and the best science money can buy has backed up things that we now know to be completely wrong. Completely wrong. But if you're an academic, you can't be challenged under this legislation, and I find that a bit confronting as well. The average Australian citizen is treated like they're dumb, effectively. But if you've got a few letters in front of your name, you're exempt from this legislation. I didn't finish high school. I stand here in the Parliament representing my people because they have had a good look at me and they've said to themselves, we like this bloke and we think he's trustworthy and we'll put him in there to represent us. I didn't finish high school. I'm treated exactly the same in this chamber because that's what democracy and debate is about. We're all equals. We're all equals. There's plenty of people in here that are far more educated than what I am, but they're equal to me in this place. But that's what we should be striving for in society. But instead, this draws a line and says, no, you're an academic, you're qualified, therefore you can speak freely, but because you haven't been educated in the same way, I'm sorry, we're going to treat you very, very differently. This is the stuff of nightmares. ACMA also has information gathering powers. Once again, very frightening stuff. I'm not alone. Obviously, I said before that many of my constituents, and there were 20,000 responses to the draft legislation when it went out, or the discussion paper, but I'm not alone. And I'll read here the New South Wales Solicitor General Michael Sexton, what he had to say. It targets contestable political opinion on social media and is based on the patronising assumption that members of the community cannot make a judgment about those opinions, but must be protected from the obvious inadequacies of their judgment. And that's a more articulate way and concise way of what I said before. This government is treating people like they are dumb and they can't be trusted with their own words. Or beliefs, exactly. And to go to beliefs, the Australian Christian lobby, their quotes: "There is no excuse for what's proposed in this bill. Where the government should be safeguarding the free speech of Australians, it will instead require social media to control our public discourse, from public health to politics to the economy and ideology. How this bill defines harm will determine what you are allowed to say online." If this bill passes the Parliament, it will be a very, very sad day for Australia, and it will signal a very dangerous future where government tells you what you can and can't say, and government penalises people and organisations for not policing the truth in the way that they would like.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Calare.
Deputy Speaker, I will not be supporting this bill, and I will not be supporting it because it will undermine, erode and hack down free speech in this country. Much has already been said about the extremely short and inadequate 7-day working day consultation period for citizens and groups to get in submissions to have their views on this bill heard. The consultation process has been sorely lacking and has been widely criticised by everyone from the New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties to the Catholic Bishops' Conference. However, as concerning as that issue is, and leaving it aside for the moment, my fundamental issue with this bill is that it will lead to censorship, both by the digital platforms who won't want to be fined by ACMA up to 5% of their global revenue, but also to censorship by ACMA itself. Deputy Speaker, I just don't want to entrust ACMA with that much power. The powers are broad and sweeping, and ACMA should not have them. And it's not just big global digital platforms that will be affected. Websites will be caught, as will podcasts, search engines and message boards. I have many issues with the provisions of this bill, one of which is the way in which misinformation is defined, Deputy Speaker. It is very, very broad. It can include statements and opinions that are not designed to deceive or mislead, but which nevertheless can fall foul of the censors. What is and what is not misinformation is subjective, and it's a minefield that threatens to explode on Australians engaging in the free speech that has made our democracy the envy of the world. Elections are also caught by this bill, which could have a huge adverse impact on the way free and fair political debate is conducted in this country. I'm also concerned that this bill gives the Minister for Communications broad powers to order misinformation investigations and hearings. They are broad and sweeping powers. And again, I do not believe a minister should have them or be entrusted with them. Deputy Speaker, the Victorian Bar Association has said this about the powers to compel production contained in this bill. The Victorian Bar Association says, and I quote, "The bill arms ACMA with extraordinary coercive powers that can be exercised against any person who might have information or documents relevant to the existence of, among other things, misinformation or disinformation on a digital communications platform. Suspected authors or disseminators of alleged misinformation are obvious targets for the exercise of such powers." That makes this part of the bill somewhat unique within its overall scheme. Here the bill is concerned with the responsibilities of individuals rather than service providers. So what the Bar Association is saying is that the powers contained in this bill are far-reaching and they are very concerning. The Victorian Bar Association also said this about the bill. The bill's interference with the self-fulfilment of free expression will occur primarily by the chilling self-censorship it will inevitably bring about in the individual users of the relevant services. The Victorian Bar Association did not stop there. It went further and said the bill should not be enacted. The association said the bill is not justifiable and, at the conclusion of its submission on this bill, reiterated that it will have a chilling effect. The association then concluded with these words: "The bill is not justifiable in this respect and will have a chilling effect. It is also likely to be ineffective and unworkable in responding to the harms to which it is purportedly directed." Deputy Speaker, this bill cannot be supported, and I wish to thank all of the residents of our area who have contributed towards letting me know about their issues with it. And that's the importance of our democracy. Everybody gets a say. Everyone around Australia gets a say, as the member for Wide Bay was just stating to this House. And Australians all around our nation are very concerned that they won't be able to have that free and fair say in our society, in elections, in the participation of our democracy. And I think that is extremely concerning, and that's why I can't support this bill. And because of all of those serious concerns I have about the impacts, the adverse impacts of this bill, and the shocking effects and impacts it will have on free speech, I will not support it. I'll be voting against it. So, Deputy Speaker, it's a no from me.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This one-term Albanese Labor government's misinformation bill is a betrayal of democracy. The Labor government is debilitating our right to feel safe in Australia. The Labor government is debilitating our primary industries, our farmers and our fishers. Debilitating our energy security. Those opposite cannot get inflation under control and are presiding over one of the biggest housing crises in history. Now, believe it or not, they're taking away our hard-working taxpayers' freedom of speech. What's the government's game? What are they up to? Before I came to this place, I was the Mayor of the Whitsunday Regional Council. It was one of my very pleasing duties to perform citizenship ceremonies. And citizens came from all over the world to make the Whitsundays their home. And they came because they wanted to enjoy their rights and civil liberties. They wanted to enjoy freedom. Because in their country, a lot of them didn't have their freedoms. They didn't have the choices that we do in Australia. So that's why they came to Australia. And the core of this was to come for the freedom of speech. And now, unfortunately, it looks like the Albanese Labor government want to take away that freedom of speech. I never ever thought that I would be standing up in this place defending that, defending the right of freedom of speech in this great country of ours. Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the House find this an appalling attempt at legislation, and we will fight it tooth and nail. We'll fight it tooth and nail because it's dead set wrong. Australians need to know what's in this bill. What will it do? It will impose huge fines on digital platforms if the government feels it doesn't suit them. This means digital platforms will want to avoid those huge fines, so they will censure large amounts of their free speech. That's right, they will censor free speech. Now, I want the people of my electorate, the people of Dawson, to decide what content they want, decide what they want to read, decide what they want to watch, and let them make the choice. Let them do their research. Let them do the facts. I don't want my people to be only have sanitised information. They can find out their own information and they can decide. But currently, who decides? The Communications Minister personally order misinformation investigations on her terms, on her choosing. Now, this can be exploited. This can be used for political gain. These are extraordinary powers, Deputy Speaker, and they are just not right. They have no place in Australia. This bill poses a significant threat to our democracy by giving excessive power to the Australian Communications and Media Authority to dictate what can and cannot be posted on digital platforms. The vague definitions of misinformation and serious harm, coupled with severe penalties for non-compliance, create the potential for over-censorship. There have been thousands of submissions made to the Senate inquiry, but barely a fraction of these have been uploaded for public view. So we need to ask, why is that? Some examples. If you're an academic, something you say can't be misinformation. But if you're an everyday Australian who disagrees with an academic, it can be misinformation. Now, I'll tell you what, Deputy Speaker, in my part of the world, I've got a lot of tradies and a lot of labourers, and I can guarantee you they're a lot more sensible than most of the academics in Canberra. They're the ones that actually go to work each day, make things happen, dig the holes, fix the electronics. They're the people that actually make it happen, not the people that sit around the office and dream about, what might happen. We need to listen to the ordinary Australians, not the people from the Canberra bubble. A comedian says something, it cannot be misinformation. But an average Aussie who disagrees with the comedian can have their own opinion censored. Wow, look, you can't make this up. It is absolutely bizarre. Podcasters will need to check whether something they might be seeing as misinformation before they put it to air. The honestly held opinions of ordinary Australians can be treated as misinformation. This is a fundamental issue for our democracy. Voltaire once stated, I may not agree with you, I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. And that is freedom of speech. Now, interesting enough, there's a bit of conjecture about that because some people say it came from Beatrice Hall. But again, isn't that good? Things can be challenged. Things can be discussed. Things you can talk about. Now, some of the most interesting conversations you will ever have in your life are with people who don't agree with you. But you can take their point of view on board, see what they've got to say, and potentially make a hybrid solution from the two points of view. Now, believe it or not, I actually listened to some of those on the opposite side of the House. Maybe not Minister Bowen, but that's for very good reason. But I do generally listen to some of the information that comes from the other side and take the point of view on board. I think, okay, well, maybe we can work with that, we can amend something, we can do something with that. It's very, very important to listen, and this is what I do to my electorate, listen to the people, but I also let them and expect them to have the freedom of speech and be able to tell me and look me in the eye and say, this is what we think, this is what we want you to do. And, Member for Dawson, you stuffed us up. We want you to do this. And I take that on board. I take that on board, I generally do. Deputy Speaker, the Labor government is ramming this legislation through, giving people barely a week to respond so they can censor everyday Australians. This is so wrong. I believe in the right to engage in open and honest discourse online, and I fear this bill will stop our younger generation feeling confident to express their voices. And it's not just me who thinks this. Scott Crawford of my electorate says, we don't need this. We need a new government. Tick. Wendy Carroll says, the Prime Minister started this rubbish with the no vote. He didn't like people opposing what he was saying. The Prime Minister does not like the truth. You're exactly right, Wendy. Through that divisive referendum that cost the taxpayers over $450 million, in my electorate there was over 80% of the people voted no. And then we got accused, the people who voted no got accused of misinformation, saying the wrong thing. The fact of the matter is the people haven't got it wrong. People should be able to get all the information and make their own decisions. So Wendy Carroll, you're exactly right. Even from one of Labor's stronghold seats of Victoria, the Victoria Bar Association made a scathing submission which has warned this bill would undermine free speech and stifle discussions. Professor Nick Coatsworth, we must equip our communities with tools to critically assess and judge information for themselves, not legislation. And that's what we do in Australia. We find out information, we get the facts, we think about it, and then we make our own decisions. Mr. Speaker, what about our diggers? Our fine men and women who've worn the uniform, who've put their bodies on the line, their lives on the line for this country, to let us have our rights, our liberties, our freedom of speech. That's what they've gone and fought for. What must they be thinking now? The fact that then we can have a government change things at the stroke of a pen. It's absolutely bizarre. I really implore those on the other side to think about this before they ram this vote through, and think about our fine men and women who have defended our country, who have defended our rights, our liberties, and our freedom of speech. This is so, so important to them, and it's so, so important to me. Deputy Speaker, I've received hundreds of emails from my constituents, all very concerned about what this bill does to our democracy. Communication Minister Michelle Rowland said if this bill didn't pass, it would be threatening the safety and well-being of Australians. Sorry, Minister, but the only threat to Australians is your rigged legislation. It's hard to believe that any government in a democracy would put forward this bill. But the one-term Albanese Labor government, well, they have. Think it won't affect you? Well, think again. If you challenge the government's policies or criticise election outcomes, your posts will most likely be erased. The Coalition stands firmly opposed to Labor's misinformation bill because we believe in the right of free speech and we'll fight to defend those rights each and every day while we've got breath in our bodies.
It's Voltaire.
My constituents of Dawson are standing with me on this one. Bin the bill. It is dead set wrong.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Greens have been at the forefront of fighting mis- and disinformation, and we've been pushing for a very long time for truth in advertising laws in this country, because we have a situation where there's exceptions as to who can tell untruths. You can't do it if you're trying to sell a product, but when it comes to politics, apparently you can. And a big part of the reason that we've seen an erosion in trust in our institutions has been because the spread of mis- and disinformation has been allowed to flourish in this country, as indeed around the world. What we've also been at the forefront of saying in this place is that in Australia now, if you are serious about tackling mis- and disinformation, you have to tackle Rupert Murdoch. You have to tackle Rupert Murdoch. And that massive, massive power that that man has over media in this country. Labor and Liberal are Murdoch cowards and have refused point blank to take on the biggest source of mis- and disinformation over the last half century in this country. Now, we have pointed out that this failure to take on Rupert Murdoch's untrammelled power to promote mis- and disinformation has led to Australia having the second worst concentration of media ownership in the world. The second worst concentration of media ownership in the world. And as a result of allowing that to be our media landscape, which Labor and Liberal have, because neither of them have got the guts to take him on, as a result of that, we've seen the undermining of reputable journalism. That undermines, allowing that massive concentration, that massive concentration of media ownership in this country undermines reputable journalism. It is also crystal clear that this man has used his power to fuel social division, to target vulnerable minorities, to delay climate action, and, most terrifyingly, to undermine democracy. Today in this place, we are dealing with some of the consequences of that as we look at what is happening around the world. And see the terrifying result in the United States, where now a dangerous demagogue is running the country again. There are people around the world right now, including in Australia, who are terrified about what that will mean. What that will mean for them. What it will mean for women. What it will mean for people of colour. What it will mean for the climate. And what it will mean for democracy. Now, we all watched and saw violent protests on the Capitol in the United States fuelled by mis- and disinformation that somehow the previous election result was stolen or rigged. That somehow the voters deciding to end the first Trump presidency was somehow a fraud and a result of the election being stolen. And you know who propagated that, aside from Trump himself? Fox News. Fox News promoted that. Okay, we're not talking about what might happen, what a few people might tweet, although of course that is part of it. We are talking about a very powerful mainstream media empire promoting mis- and disinformation that leads to democracy itself being undermined. that leads to democracy itself being undermined. And so far beyond the pale were they in what they said, in these false and fraudulent claims that somehow the US election had been stolen, so far beyond the pale were they that even in America, where they have much more liberal legislation and laws than us, even there, they ended up shelling out $800 million to the people who run the voting machines because that was clearly...
The member for Melbourne will resume his seat. The member for New England on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was wondering, Mr Deputy Speaker, if you would have a look at Standing Order 90 and imputation. There's a number of things that the honourable member has said that...
I'd like to know the point of order.
Standing Order 90 on imputation, that he's making the inference that both the government or the opposition are somehow unduly affected by the actions of News Corp and decides the process of government. And
the member for New England will resume his seat. I'm listening to the member for Melbourne, and I'm listening very carefully. And the member for Melbourne is in order, and I ask the member for Melbourne to continue.
Thank you, Speaker. What a glass jaw from the member for New England. What a glass jaw. How sensitive. How sensitive. As soon as you start to point out the influence of Rupert Murdoch, up jumps a defender from the member of New England. Up jumps his biggest defender. This is the concern.
Order. The member for Melbourne
this is the concern.
Will resume his seat. I asked the member for New England if there's no direct point of order. I'm listening to the speech. He's referring to a particular incident overseas that could or may not affect the legislation that's taking place here today and a situation where this legislation could be used. The member for Melbourne will continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Even in the United States, Fox News had to then shell out hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Because they knew that those fraudulent claims that had been perpetrated had gone too far as the law. But we all saw what it meant for democracy when we watched those riots unfold and the perpetual claim that somehow an election had been stolen. And that continued for a very long time. And that's just one part of the mis and disinformation that has been promoted by Rupert Murdoch over many, many years, aiding the likes of Donald Trump. But here, you come back here, closer to home, and you understand there is a reason that scientists have described Rupert Murdoch as a climate villain who has used his television and newspaper empire to promote climate science, denial and to delay action. And we saw after the horrific Black Summer bushfires, we saw a very strong move to say nothing to do with climate. Nothing to do with climate. Apparently it has something to do with hazard reduction burning. So much so that even James Murdoch came out and called out the climate denialism that was on show here from Rupert Murdoch in the aftermath of the Black Summer fires. Right? Even James Murdoch called it out. And the scientists have a reason for saying this. As Joel Georges, the climate scientist at ANU, said, it is hard to think of another person who has single-handedly done more to muddy the public's understanding of climate change. And as we look around the world now and see cars washed up in streets in Spain, we see extreme weather events unfolding with rapid speed and catastrophic implications before us. You can jump into a Rupert Murdoch newspaper and find commentators saying things like that the climate crisis turns out not to exist. Turns out not to exist, apparently, according to what Andrew Bolt wrote. So it is this mis and disinformation coming from Rupert Murdoch that led Kevin Rudd to call for a royal commission into the Murdoch empire and the power of the Murdoch empire, because he rightly identified that if you want to tackle mis and disinformation and its incredibly toxic and damaging effects that not only see violence in the United States, but see climate denial and delay here, and the climate crisis get even worse, even as their commentators write in these papers that apparently the climate crisis turns out not to exist. It is why 500,000 people in this country signed a petition backing Kevin Rudd's call for that Royal Commission. Backing Kevin Rudd's call for that Royal Commission. And other former Prime Ministers have spoken out about the problems with Murdoch media dominance in this country as well. Billionaires are controlling all the platforms at the moment. Controlling all the platforms. And if you want to tackle mis and disinformation, why does Rupert Murdoch get a free pass from Labor's bill? Why does Rupert Murdoch get a free pass? If we want to ensure that in this country people can trust the information that they are getting, but also critically know that there's big power that comes with responsibility when you run a media empire, people are entitled to know that operators aren't using it to fuel mis and disinformation. And as you can see it happening, this ecosystem that exists between these conservative commentators fuelled by on Rupert Murdoch's payroll, and then others who are offline as well, it feeds on each other and it amplifies each other. And it's why Chris Cooper, a director at Purpose, rightly said that Sky News Australia, talking about After Dark, is now having a, quote, disproportionate contribution to global climate misinformation. And we see the content shared through denier networks across the globe. And as he says, nobody is against freedom of speech, but this is about the amplification and broadcast of what's clearly disinformation, and that is the problem here. So I say to the government, as this bill progresses through the Senate, if you want to tackle mis and disinformation, then why aren't you looking at Rupert Murdoch? Why aren't you looking at Rupert Murdoch when even Kevin Rudd has said that that is where you've got to start if we're serious about it? Why does Rupert Murdoch get a free pass? Well, we can probably infer why. We know that Labor, Liberal and National are Murdoch cowards, but there's a chance to do something about it. Listen to what people like Kevin Rudd are saying. Listen to what people like Kevin Rudd are saying.
The member for Melbourne should refrain from using descriptive terms as is used to describe other members.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And so I move that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House, 1, notes this bill is still before Senate inquiry, 2, notes the proposed legislation does not address the powerful, unchecked role that the Murdoch media empire plays in spreading mis and disinformation in our democracy, and 3, calls on the government to tackle mis and disinformation spread by the Murdoch media. If we want to have any chance of tackling the climate crisis, we have to look at those who are trying to slow down climate action. And that starts with Rupert Murdoch. If we want to understand why it is that millions of Americans think that the previous election was stolen from them, we have to start with Rupert Murdoch. So if you are serious about tackling mis and disinformation, then we need to start with Rupert Murdoch. Most people in this country get that. Most people in this country get that. We have the second worst media market in the world when it comes to concentration, and with that brings enormous power to people like Rupert Murdoch. And as this bill works its way through the Parliament now, and as the Senate inquiry continues, I urge the government to take this opportunity to tackle mis and disinformation at one of its biggest sources.
Order. The
and to
member for
have
New England.
the courage to take on Rupert Murdoch.
I thank the member for Melbourne. Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thanks. And the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We've been hearing about the pros and cons about combating misinformation and disinformation through legislation ever since the bill was circulated. And like many members in this House, myself in my electorate, I have received numerous inundated with calls, emails about this bill, more than even for the voice referendum, which I received hardly anything. I understand the government's intention with this bill is to make social media platforms liable to prosecution for content posted by people that could be considered mis- or disinformation. Currently, a voluntary code of behaviour for social media platforms is in place to manage this. I think what many speakers in this House have failed to grasp is the scale of growth of social media and how futile it is to think that this could or indeed should be controlled by legislation. If anyone has a chance, I encourage you to listen to the BBC4 podcast series called The Gatekeepers. It investigated the rise of social media and the inability for anyone to really control it, especially with the US Congress under President Bill Clinton passing Section 230, which is originally part of the Communication Decency Act. This protects Americans' freedom of expression online by protecting the intermediaries that we all come to use and rely on. And it states that in 26 words, quote, "No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider." Section 230 basically prevents any civil lawsuits being used against users or services that are based on what others say. Platforms aren't publishers. They're simply a means by which individuals can freely express themselves, and those individuals are responsible for their own actions and what they share online. As a result, of course, we've seen the growth of social media. The likes of Facebook, X, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube are just doing that, providing individuals with the ability to create, shape, and choose the content that they want to engage with. This bill seeks to put some form of policing into this new world order. It can't. The Australian government cannot reach beyond these shores, and it shouldn't attempt to reach into the minds of people seeking to express their views, however wrong they might be. It sounds scary, but that's the reality. What one might consider fake news could be another's truth, or vice versa. I don't believe that the government will be able to monitor, or, as this bill intends, expect social media platforms to monitor and take responsibility for other people's thoughts and ideas. Like I said, global tech platforms such as X, Facebook, Instagram, and so forth have their own agendas and goals to connect people everywhere and to give them access to information anywhere, anytime, and at the same time building their business. As private companies, they can formulate their own rules on content. It is not a legitimate role of the government to influence this. I think the primary focus of lawmakers in tackling mis- and disinformation is to ensure that individuals are educated and empowered to make their own decisions, choices, and to take full responsibilities for their lives. The best protection is to ensure we are aware, and our young people are aware, of the content out there, to give them access to information, diverse perspectives, diverse ideas, from which they will make informed choices based on their experiences, what they learn from their parents, what they hear from their peers, what they get from listening to the influences that they follow. It is indeed a brave new world, and we need to be brave and trust that individuals are informed and capable of making their own decisions and choices without what they want to hear and engage with. Government should stay in the line of their managing the information and not be involved in what the people can access and not access. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Fowler. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Melbourne has moved as an amendment. All words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank members for their contribution to this debate. Misinformation and disinformation poses a significant threat to the safety and well-being of Australians, as well as to our democracy, society and economy. This bill will increase the transparency and accountability of the actions of digital platforms in relation to seriously harmful misinformation and disinformation, while balancing the freedom of expression that is at the very core of our democracy. Again, I thank everyone who's contributed to the consultation process and to the debate on this bill, including the government amendments tabled yesterday. I particularly acknowledge the strong advocacy and efforts to secure improvements to the bill by the member for Goldstein, the member for North Sydney and the member for Wentworth. The member for Goldstein has advocated strongly for more to be done to support data access for researchers as a key element of transparency and accountability. The member for North Sydney emphasised the importance of the triennial review of the Act being conducted as an independent review and advocated strongly for this to be made explicit in the law. The member for Wentworth has emphasised the importance of various review and reporting elements in the bill and has been testing how this will operate. These issues have also been brought to my attention by members of the other place, and I acknowledge the interest and engagement of Senator Pocock and Senator Hanson-Young in particular. The government also welcomes interest and engagement with the staff of the offices of Senator Van, Senator Tyrrell, Senator Roberts and Senator Hanson to date. Senate scrutiny of the bill continues, and I look forward to the report of the Senate inquiry and continue to work constructively with senators on these important reforms. These amendments will refine the bill and improve Australia's laws to hold digital platforms to account and keep Australians safe online, because keeping Australians safe is the first duty of all of us in this place.
I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Melbourne has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question, therefore, is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. No. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Division required.
How are you?
All right. Missed you.
I missed you the other night.
Yeah. I'll wait until...
I'm trying to think where I was.
Six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including the double six. Lock the doors. The immediate question before the House is that the amendment moved by the Leader of the Australian Greens be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Brisbane and the Leader of the Australian Greens as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 5, noes 60. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 78, noes 57. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The House will now I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll give the call to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
I call the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move Government Amendments 1 to 23 as circulated together.
Call to the member for Herbert.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I thank the member for Herbert. I give the call to the Minister.
I move Government Amendments 1 to 23 as circulated together. Mr Speaker, I acknowledge the constructive engagement of the crossbench in informing the government amendments that are now before the House. The government's amendments will further enhance transparency of the actions of digital communication platforms in relation to misinformation and disinformation, improve oversight over the operation of the provisions in the bill, and provide additional clarity on the definition of professional news content. The government amendments would include new provisions which would enable the ACMA to make digital platform rules to establish one or more data access schemes that would require digital communication platform providers to give independent researchers access to data for the purposes of research. Such a scheme would be focused on data relating to the identification, assessment and mitigation of misinformation and disinformation risks on the relevant platforms. The proposed data access scheme would support the development of an evidence base regarding the efficacy and performance of digital communication platform providers' measures to combat misinformation and disinformation. The digital platform rules would enable in the same manner as digital platform rules would be enforceable in the same manner as digital platform rules relating to complaints and dispute handling processes already in Division 2 of Part 2 of the bill. These will be legislative instruments subject to parliamentary scrutiny and disallowance. The amendments would also provide new obligations for digital platform providers to publish their policies or policy approach to sharing their data for research purposes, When a data access scheme is enforced, the provider will also have to publish the steps they are taking to comply with the requirements under the schemes. The bill would also be amended to require the Minister to cause a review of data access arrangements for the purposes of misinformation and disinformation research as soon as possible after the first anniversary of the commencement of Schedule 9 of the bill. The bill currently provides for triennial statutory reviews of the bill but does not mandate nor exclude that this be an independent review. The bill would be amended to mandate that the reviews be conducted as independent reviews, and I acknowledge the member for North Sydney for her constructive contribution to this amendment. The bill exempts professional news content from being considered misinformation or disinformation. The definition of professional news content includes news content that is subject to the rules of the Commercial Television Industry Code of Practice, the Commercial Radio Code of Practice, or the Subscription Broadcast Television Code of Practice, and rules or internal editorial standards that are analogous to these rules. On the 16th of October 2024, the ACMA registered new community radio broadcasting codes of practice, which include provisions relating to mis and disinformation. The government amendment to the bill would include explicit reference to rules covering community radio broadcasting in the professional news content exemption. This is in recognition that this sector also has industry standards relating to the accuracy of broadcast content. Through these amendments, the government will further enhance the transparency and accountability of how platforms treat misinformation and disinformation online. It would also enhance oversight of the operation of provisions in the bill through an independent review. Doing nothing to protect Australians from seriously harmful misinformation and disinformation online is simply not an option.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I just wanted to rise to speak on this bill at this point in time, and I want to start by thanking both the Minister and her team and the government more broadly for their genuine engagement on this, because I do think that it is very clear that the government has genuinely listened to the criticism it received from its first draft in 2023. I want to reassure Australians that this piece of legislation includes a number of safeguards and improvements. It includes a comprehensive impact analysis that's been undertaken. The exemptions for government content have been removed. The enforceable misinformation codes and standards will be disallowable by this parliament. Digital platforms will continue to be responsible for the content they host and promote. And what's really important to call out in a campaign of disinformation around this legislation is that neither the government nor ACMA will be able to engage directly with a content producer nor demand content be removed. The government has amended the bill to also stipulate that the review would be undertaken by an independent third party, and I thank the Minister for her engagement on this. I want to specifically talk about the human rights implications of this piece of legislation as somebody who has fought incredibly hard for human rights protections in this country since I came to Parliament. While there have been valid concerns about potential implications to freedom of expression, I believe to the extent there is a restriction on that freedom of expression, it's justifiable and proportionate. And in fact, this legislation actually protects a number of human rights, including the right to participate in public affairs, the right to vote and be elected, the right to security of person, and the rights to protect against vilification and discrimination.
The member just shall resume her seat. The manager on a point of order.
Just on a point of order, the member does need to be speaking to the specific amendments before the House, so she could tailor her remarks to the specific amendments the minister has moved.
Member, I was listening carefully. The member was talking about Section 3, the digital platform rules order, providing for the criteria, and did mention ACMA in her remarks, so she is being directly relevant. But I'll just make sure that all members are reminded during consideration in detail. There's not an opportunity for a second bite at the cherry or a second reading speech, but so far the member is being directly relevant. But just remember we're dealing with the amendments, not a general debate.
Mr Speaker, and thank you for that, because the point I'm making is that the elements that have been introduced through the amendments to this legislation have made it infinitely stronger by ensuring that there is independent oversight in how this legislation will be enacted, and ensuring that actually there is access granted to researchers, which I want to particularly thank the member for Goldstein for the amount of work that she has done in advocating for that exemption. But what I will say is that as we've discussed this piece of legislation in this House, the opposition have argued consistently for the potential breach on freedom of expression, and I think that's a bit rich, given just a number of months ago, as the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights recommended we introduce a Human Rights Act, the opposition dissented vociferously on the basis that Australians' human rights were already adequately protected.
The member will resume her seat. Just further to the manager of opposition, but the opposition isn't mentioned in the amendments. That is not able to be used in the debate about positions. It is strictly about the amendments which are before me. So members do get some latitude, but to simply bring new argument into the debate is not possible under the standing orders. Member for North Sydney in continuation.
Ultimately, the challenge before this parliament right now is to assess whether the bill strikes an appropriate balance between safeguarding against misinformation whilst protecting the freedom of speech. And I do believe this bill has struck that balance. It's not perfect, but it's a start. And the risk that seriously harmful mis and disinformation poses to this country is too great to do nothing. Thank you.
The call to the question is the amendments be agreed to. And give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'll speak briefly to the government's amendments, in part because of the deep interaction that my office has had with the Minister and her staff in recent weeks, trying to resolve some pretty substantive issues of concern in the original bill. The government's amendments go in part to several of those concerns, particularly around transparency and data rights access for researchers. Having taken substantial expert advice in recent months, indeed since last year when the exposure draft of the bill was originally given to the Parliament to assess, and that attracted tens of thousands of submissions, I've been working with experts to try to get to the core of enabling researchers to look under the hood of these platforms. I understand the reservations that have been raised by many in the opposition and indeed within the Australian community around this bill, but I think that on balance, at the moment, we have zero guardrails around the behaviour of these platforms as it relates to misinformation and disinformation. And currently, misinformation and disinformation that is being somewhat managed by the platforms is being done so under the rules of Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. In this instance, this Parliament, on behalf of the Australian community, is trying to take some level of control back in order to be clear on exactly what risk mitigation measures the platforms have in place so that we can see that in areas of risk, the platforms are taking the appropriate action. And I note that experts say that the addition of these amendments does add robustness and is consistent with international best practice on data rights access and is likely to be a more powerful mechanism for countering misinformation and disinformation than just ACMA alone. I'll also note, Speaker, the concerns that have been raised by the Human Rights Commissioner around this bill, and I will reassure members of my community that others have different views. The Human Rights Law Centre, for example, believes that with the changes that have been made, that this bill should be passed in its current form. So I thank the Minister for the interaction and indeed the Minister's staff who've done an enormous amount of work with my office on this. Thank you, Speaker.
Question is the amendments be agreed to. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is before the House that the bill as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 79, noes 56. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. I give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave granted.
Give a call to the Minister.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible, we shall move to the next order. And give the call just one moment. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the amendment moved by the member for Ryan be agreed to. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Just. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Brisbane and Ryan as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 41. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australian Education Act 2013 and for related purposes.
I received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Call the member for Deakin.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I call the Minister for Education.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australian Education Act 2013 and for related purposes.
I have received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating a member to be a supplementary member of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the purposes of the committee's inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a supplementary member to the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy.
Is leave granted? Call the member for Deakin.
Leave is granted.
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
I move that Dr Molino be appointed as supplementary member of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the purpose of the committee's inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government Business Notice Number 4, Migration Amendment Bill 2024.
And I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I present the Migration Amendment Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
The call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The decision of the High Court yesterday is not the one the government wanted, but it is one we prepared for. That's why the government is in a position to take immediate steps to protect community safety. This morning, I attended Government House, where Her Excellency, the Governor-General, signed new regulations into law that will allow us to continue to use curfews and electronic monitoring devices, ankle bracelets, as visa conditions on the NZYQ cohort. These visa conditions are designed to protect the community, not as a punitive measure. The new regulations were ready to go because the government was meticulously prepared for every possible outcome of the YBFZ case. Those regulations are now in effect. This legislation will support those regulations, but it is not necessary to give them immediate effect. Part of the reason these changes are necessary is because the High Court has objected to certain conditions being presumed unless the Minister finds otherwise, rather than requiring a positive decision from the Minister. This particular provision was actually not in the original bill that the former Minister introduced to this Parliament, but became part of amendments agreed to between the government and opposition before the legislation was finalised. There is a new community protection test. These changes establish a revised community protection test in the migration regulations, requiring, among other things, that the Minister is satisfied on the balance of probabilities that the holder of a bridging visa removal pending, known as a BVR, poses a substantial risk of seriously harming any part of the Australian community by committing a serious offence. Under the revised test, the Minister must also be satisfied on the balance of probabilities that the imposition of each condition, in addition to the other conditions imposed on the BVR, is reasonably necessary and reasonably appropriate and adapted for the purpose of protecting any part of the Australian community from serious harm by addressing that substantial risk. The amendments of the migration regulations also necessitate certain amendments of the Migration Act 1958. Section 76E at the moment is not consistent with the new regulations. The way the regulations have been drafted, it will be some weeks before Section 76E will be required to be used. Therefore, while it is important for this legislation to go through within a reasonable time, it does not have to be rushed through this week. Section 76E provides BVR holders an opportunity to make representations to the Minister if they are granted a BVR with electronic monitoring, curfew or certain financial reporting conditions imposed, and for the Minister to consider whether to grant a new BVR without one or more of those conditions subject to the community protection test. On enhanced removals powers, this legislation will also strengthen and streamline the government's power to remove to third countries people who have had their visas cancelled. When someone's visa is cancelled for any reason, the first preference of the government is for them to leave the country voluntarily or involuntarily. One of the most basic principles of our migration system is if you are in Australia, you should either be a citizen or have a visa. We will of course exercise our removal powers in accordance with our international non-refoulement obligations. This legislation will establish immunity provisions which ensure that the Commonwealth and its officers, including the Minister, are not liable under Australian law in respect of civil claims arising out of the performance of duties to remove a person or the circumstances of a person being removed to another place from Australia where the Commonwealth and its officers have acted in good faith under sections 198 and 198AD of the Migration Act, as opposed to creating a bar on bringing proceedings. This provision is prospective and does not extinguish claims for conduct that has already occurred. The legislation will also clarify that despite any Commonwealth, state or territory law, collection, use and disclosure of information about criminal history, including spent conviction information, charges, findings and results of a criminal proceeding by the Minister or an officer of the Parliament for the purpose of performing a function or exercising a power, including collection, use and disclosure by a person or body who has received the information from the Minister or Department for the purpose of providing advice or recommendations, is permitted and is lawful, regardless of whether the collection, use or disclosure of information occurred before or after commencement. The legislation will further provide that the disclosure of information, including personal information and criminal history information to foreign countries, is permitted and broadly covers collection, use and disclosure for any purposes directly or indirectly connected with the removal of a person from Australia, including in relation to a third country reception arrangement. This overrides existing Commonwealth, state and territory restrictions on disclosing spent conviction information with certain exceptions and includes disclosure of information obtained before commencement. This legislation will also make minor amendments to harmonise references in the Migration Act relating to the merits review of migration and protection decisions within the jurisdiction of the new Administrative Review Tribunal. To enable the effective operation of the proposed amendments, the bill also includes amendments to insert a definition of removal pathway non-citizen, which includes unlawful non-citizens being required to be removed under section 198, subclass 070 bridging removal pending visa holders, subclass 050 bridging general visa holders who were granted on the basis of acceptable arrangements being made to depart Australia, and non-citizens who hold a visa prescribed by the regulations and which was granted on the basis acceptable arrangements have been made for them to depart Australia. Amendments to sections 197C and 197D of the Migration Act to extend the application of provisions relating to the revisiting of protection findings to include visa holders covered by the definition of removal pathway non-citizen. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. Can I seek a mover that the debate?
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I declare that Federation Chamber Orders of the Day numbers 1 and 2 and Government Business are returned to the House for further consideration.
I call the Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, National Broadband Network Companies Amendment Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Today I proudly rise to speak on the Albanese Labor Government's commitment to keeping the NBN in public ownership. This will make sure fairer access for all Australians, whether it's in the city, out in our communities like ours in the suburbs or regional Australia. The Albanese Labor Government is protecting Australians' access to the internet from private ownership. This government knows that high-speed broadband is essential to modern life. Whether it's a 6-year-old using online maths resources to improve their multiplication, or VCE student studying for their upcoming exams, or an aspirational Australian getting re-skilled or upskilled to further their career prospects, the internet has become intrinsically linked to our everyday lives. It makes things easier, more efficient and more connected. But to make sure access remains fair and accessible for all Australians, We need to strengthen the current legislation to make sure that our national broadband network is owned by the Australian people, not some unaccountable private entity. We all know high-speed broadband is essential to modern life. It allows Australians to work remotely, run their businesses more productively, video conference with clients and colleagues, supply and receive telehealth services while enjoying leisure with their families through streaming or gaming. Keeping the NBN in public hands will protect the NBN and public access to high-speed internet for all Australians to come. If we have been taught anything in Australian political life in the last 50 years, it takes a Labor government to protect and build vital national infrastructure. We build, they block, which is why through this legislation and our election promises we've made it clear. The NBN is not for sale. Legislative, it's quite simple. The bill incorporates new wording to make it clear the preservation for the future of the NBN in public ownership being an essential part of our lives. Currently, the National Broadband Act 2011 includes provisions which outline the steps needed to be undertaken for the sale of the Commonwealth of its shares to the NBN Co. The bill removes these provisions from the Act, ensuring the future of the NBN resolutely remains in the hands of all Australians. For those wondering why are we so adamant about keeping the NBN in Australians' hands, by having it in public ownership, we protect NBN and guarantee full government support to the ongoing upgrades of the network and to ensure our ongoing regulatory oversight of wholesale pricing. We are making sure that broadband remains available for all Australians. This government has an ambitious plan in the updated Statement of Expectations issued to NBN Co. Put simply, we want to see more of our country better connected to the internet. And the legislation is one of the many changes and improvements the Albanese Labor government has enacted since coming to office to better the NBN. For nearly a decade, ignorance and laziness dictated what happened to our NBN. With the Coalition taking shortcuts and implementing a broadband plan that was outdated before they even put it in the ground. The Coalition refused to see the importance of making sure Australians got an NBN to their homes, not just getting a local node. It's almost as if their apathy and incompetence could be used as an excuse to later trick Australians into wanting to see the NBN privatised. But Australians can see a dodgy job when they see one. We know that the future is best held in the public hands. Instead, when you have a government that actually does their job, like our government is doing, you can already see the benefits to all Australians. We have invested in the NBN by committing $2.4 billion to expand full fibre access to additional 1.5 million premises, including 660,000 in rural and regional areas. From September next year, boosting download speeds by up to 5 times the current speed at no extra wholesale cost. A household or small business with 100 megabits per second plan in 2024 will benefit from 500 megabits per second connectivity in 2025, as well as upgrading the fixed wireless network, including uncapped satellite plans for future needs. And upgrades are already making a real difference in the lives of Australians through faster and more reliable internet access. The government has been ready and has done its job in supporting Australians to have access to the internet, something that the opposition continually failed to do, because they simply gave Australians, especially rural and regional Australians, a lacklustre effort in a job that should have been done properly. The Coalition doesn't understand the NBN and its importance for Australians. It's like they've lost their belief in businesses as well. Do they believe that businesses can operate on a slow and low-capacity internet? Everything being handwritten and mailed or faxed, the Shadow Treasurer knows about faxes, to get to their destination. What businesses can grow and contribute to our economy an internet connection that drops out every 5 minutes? But don't worry, these self-proclaimed experts on small business will make sure your business will have access to a second-rate copper network and a wire to the node. That really makes things easier for businesses, doesn't it? Especially in a competitive environment. For rural and regional Australians, the so-called Party of Farmers does little to advocate for your access to internet, relegating those not in urban areas to the disaster that was the copper rollout. All of this is showing that they have no clue how agricultural businesses work unless they are big corporations with vested interests. If you're one of those corporations, don't worry, you'll be looked after. But if you're a local farmer, local student, small business owner in rural Australia, and regional Australia, under a coalition government, any dreams of reliable access to the internet are left at just that, dreams. And then there's national security. In a world where we face many challenges, the very prospect of having foreign actors bidding the highest and potentially owning the critical infrastructure is really unthinkable. Would the alternative government consider compromising our sovereignty just to make a quick buck and hand off their responsibilities quickly? Yeah, it wouldn't put it past them. Imagine being in a position of leadership and doing the easier thing, not taking responsibility for such an integral service that is essential to the future security of our nation. And what are the risks when we talk about privatising NBN? And that's why this legislation is important. To make sure NBN stays Australian-owned and in Australian hands, protecting sovereignty and security for the future of Australians. In our communities of McEwen, we know especially what inaction and apathy towards NBN by the former coalition government meant to our communities. The NBN meant that our residents had their data limited in both the amount and the time that they could use it. Even in the face of a pandemic where average Australians were forced to work from home, those opposite did nothing. They relegated our communities to second-class citizens by preventing them downloading more than 55 gigabytes a month, but that was if they downloaded between 7 a.m. and 1 a.m. under Sky Muster. This had a real impact and put hardship in our community on top of what the global pandemic was already doing. High-speed broadband and working communication services are not just expected to be provided by a competent government, but is it essential for people to engage in work in this day and age. And this was a big reason why the people in our communities viewed the former government as incompetent and out of touch. It was one of many examples of the Liberals and Nationals failing the peri-urban and regional communities of McEwen. Our community also watched as the coalition were too busy focused on leadership spills to government and properly manage the NBN. I suppose that's because from day one they have never supported it. Even in the beginning they actively opposed it. Two former Prime Ministers, Abbott and Morrison, doing their little best mediocre job of implementing it. And those that sit back and remember at this time when they did that sort of Fox studio dance around each other talking about how they were going to limit it to 25 megabits per second. It was so good that even Clark and Dorr made a special about it because they never understood what it's about and what it means to ordinary Australians. Remember Turnbull himself used his own cash to buy fibre to the premises in British Telecom, but then was spending our money on fibre to the node and second-rate copper. The only country in the OECD that was buying copper for broadband was us. For comments made when the NBN was first introduced about how it was just watching videos to show, it shows a complete lack of understanding what it means to Australians. When the coalition were in power, we heard from VCE students in Mernda and Doreen who were finding it harder than their peers in the city to do their study. It's because the coalition's insistence of putting second-rate schemes in and letting the cost of the NBN rollout blow out due to their inability to have competent policies or put words into actions. Our communities were neglected for nearly a decade under the former Liberal government. No matter how many letters or personal appeals to the many ministers who were given communications portfolio, we were completely disregarded by those opposite. In fact, they have the nerve to stand here and talk on this legislation when they did everything to undermine and impede the NBN rollout is a joke. And you don't even need to have a touch of remorse to see what they put our communities through. They were and are just willing to put their heads in the stand. It was evident when Communications Minister Malcolm Turnbull was claiming there has never been more exciting time. While there's never been more an exciting time, was more focused on his career than delivering for our communities. He managed to botch every decision in relation to NBN, riddling it with mismanagement and neglect for the 2 years that he was in the job. You know, remember his famous statement that he made back in the 20th of March 2014. This was the Communications Minister in the Liberal government. If connectivity is so important, why would you buy a house when there was no broadband? Almost as good as if you want a good home, get a better job or get rich parents. It was old 11-ty Joe Hockey said. McEwen under the coalition government has always been an afterthought, left to get the scraps from the inner city and the big corporations. They stopped the rollout of the fibre NBN and had enough copper to go around the entire planet 1.5 times. They produced a degraded system at double the price they said it was cost. The city of Whittlesea had already put pits and pipes in the ground for fibre optic, but they were left empty because those opposite decided that we weren't good enough to get fibre to the premises. Did in their own seats, but as we know, pork barrelling is a specialty for those opposite. Their time in government was defined by their incompetency, but their NBN rollout was really a crowning achievement. It deemed by many commentators as a national tragedy. You would think that losing government would have given them a little bit more humility and care, maybe even making them appreciate the NBN. But we see the comments made by opposition that really that's not the case. One of their self-confessed best and brightest, the member for Casey, tell his story about the CFA volunteers not being able to send SMSs during the June storms of 2021. 2021, they were in government, in which case he missed was that particular time. But he's confusing NBN services with mobile broadband. No wonder they seem to want to give it away to the highest bidder. It's better than then admitting they simply don't understand the importance of this. We also heard from the member for Flinders saying the quiet part out loud. Even though the Shadow Minister has been has been in damage control and saying there has no intention of changing ownership of the NBN, the member for Flinders went on Sky News and said, and I quote, "It has always been in the compensation it would be privatised when the time is right." They can't even get their story straight. During their time in government, we've seen Australia ranked fall down to 65th in the world in 2022 for broadband access and usability. 65th. It is just unfathomable that they could do that. They just seek to sow confusion amongst Australian people. They can't stick to their party lines and they don't even know little about the programs they're talking about. The NBN is a Labor initiative because Labor builds things. We build for the future. They just block and wreck. And we understand the importance of it for all Australians. We understand the importance of NBN for both the economy and for the security of our nation. This legislation not only keeps the NBN in Australian hands, but makes sure the Australian government does their job and makes the NBN fair and accessible for every Australian. You would think that this is important, that we wouldn't have this delay. But once again, we see the coalition of no's, the Liberal Party, the National Party and the Greens lining up together, and we see the Greens now want to delay this bill from even passing even further. You would have thought with what had happened in Queensland, they'd started to look up and say, look, we better start working for the betterment of the nation, not for themselves. But alas, that's not the case. This bill should go through. It's important that it gets passed. It's important because we need to know critical infrastructure like the NBN remains in public hands to make sure we don't go through all the problems we've had in the past where we've seen privatisation of the likes of Telstra and, of course, our power companies in Victoria, which has made prices more and more expensive. It is our government that works to build this nation, to make sure we put the things in place that people need, when they need it and how they need it, and it's time the coalition got out the way, got on board and started supporting us. Because without this, we risk further and further seeing things sent off to private enterprise, which will then just run amok through our communities. We already know after 9 years of neglect, the infrastructure that they failed to deliver to Victoria to actually help things get done, we're seeing the problems that's caused now today. So you can be sure that if a coalition government got back in, this would be one of the first things on the chopping block because they want to make sure they can flog things off as quick as they can. It's in their DNA, it's always in their DNA, superannuation, Medicare, everything you look at that we have done, they have done everything in their power to get rid of it and to spoil it, and we are going to make sure that this vital piece of infrastructure that needs to be here for now and into the future remains here in our public's hands.
Call the Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading. Next order of the day, Government business number 1, Aged Care Bill, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024. The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I put the question. All that opinion say aye? To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Are you doing the... I call the clerk.
Second reading, Aged Care Bill, a bill for an act about aged care and for related purposes.
The question is that this bill be now read a second. Oh, it's consideration. Okay, thank you. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purpose of amendments moved by a minister to this bill. The House will now consider this bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. I call the Honourable Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move Amendments 1 and 2 on the sheet revised 4th of November 2024 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Move Amendments 1 and 2 on the sheet revised 4 November as circulated in my name together. Deputy Speaker, providers will newly be able to charge a maximum refundable deposit for residential aged care of $750,000 indexed over time, up from $550,000 without seeking separate regulatory approval. Depending on when each person enters aged care, a couple could be required to pay deposits of up to $1.5 million between them, as well as significant ongoing fees for each person. I won't detain the House for too long, but I would just like it to be clear that this will have profound impacts on people's lives. My constituent Betty, whose husband is living with dementia, has written to me. She said, "Many people have mentioned that my husband should be in a nursing home, and I realise that this will be necessary, but I cope as long as I can. My concern is that the ridiculously high entrance cost proposed will force carers, many women like me, to struggle on as carer at home, largely invisible. To me, this is a feminist argument, a carer role for children and then for aged relatives with a token reward. I've been saving hard to have the nursing home upfront fee, but there's no way I could save $750,000. This is a ridiculously high amount. I don't have to pay apart from private insurance. When he's in hospital as he is ill, I can't see a difference, to be honest. It is not a universal service that we will all use when we are deemed old. It is for those who need specialist care. It's not a hotel. Comparisons to that with being the normal cost of living is highly offensive. I also wonder if I should place him in a nursing home earlier rather than later, before July next year, which is very soon as it comes under the new rules. A cruel decision to have to make. I note that if Betty and her husband were able to save the $750,000, which potentially could be what it is, which will no doubt become, I think, the default minimum refundable deposit, it will be expended on her husband's refundable deposit. This will likely leave Betty with few savings should she later require high-level care, and I suspect Betty has said to my office that this burden will be borne predominantly by women. I think this is very true. Over a 5-year period, a provider of residential aged care will earn $253,669 in compound interest at a conservative 6% rate on the refundable deposit of $750,000, and providers will be able to permit to retain 2% of that refundable deposit, and so that's up to $75,000. So, as well as the compound interest, we're looking at potentially $328,000 contribution. The Parliament is being asked to provide a huge windfall for operators on an understanding that the additional capital will be spent and maintained on improving facilities, but it's not exactly clarified exactly how the government intends to monitor that. What we might need to make sure is that it's not spent on Lamborghinis or Birkin bags, and we have seen media reports of that, but it's actually really spent on improving facilities. So that is why I'm moving these amendments, and I commend these amendments to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Mayo for her genuine and ongoing advocacy for older Australians, particularly in the electorate of Mayo, and confirm that the government supports the amendment with respect to the Act review. This bill will deliver once-in-a-generation reform that will have a profound impact on the lives of older Australians and their families and carers, aged care workers and providers. We agree it's important that the review into the operation of the Act is brought forward to ensure that it is delivering on its intended purpose, to create a forward-looking aged care system that upholds the rights of older Australians receiving aged care services. Aside from the member Mayo, who has worked tirelessly in this space for many, many years, I would also recognise the stakeholders who have advocated for this amendment in particular, including National Seniors Australia, the Older Persons Advocacy Network, Council on the Ageing, Dementia Australia, Carers Australia, Catholic Health Australia, Australian College of Nursing and Wongaburra, an aged care provider in Beaudesert in the electorate of Wright. I'll note this was also a recommendation put by the opposition in the Community Affairs Committee report on the bill.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. I call the Honourable Member for McKellar. Oh, so sorry, for Mayo. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave of the House to move Amendments 3 and 4 on the sheet, revised 4th November 2024, as circulated in my name.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Please proceed.
I move Amendments 3 and 4 on the sheet, revised 4th November 24, as circulated in my name together. Deputy Speaker, this relates to Clause 601, the statutory review. I have heard from key stakeholders, including National Seniors and Council of the Ageing, that the planned mechanisms for statutory review of the Act after 5 years of operation are insufficient and too distant into the future, and I've therefore tabled Amendments 3 and 4 in my name to require review of the operation of the Act within 6 months after the 3rd anniversary of the commencement of the Act, with a report to the Parliament to be tabled within 15 sitting days after the report is given to the Minister. I've also consulted with Council of the Ageing, COTA, regarding inclusion of proposed terms of reference for the Act's statutory review, being an inclusive rather than exclusive list of matters required to be considered on review based on stakeholder feedback. And they include the effectiveness of the Act in delivering objects including choice and control for individuals receiving funding aged care services, whether the Act has been successful in embedding rights principles and supported decision-making as the foundations of aged care delivered in Australia, and whether the level of support and greater investment in support at home has improved access and reduced waiting times for individuals to receive care, the effectiveness of arrangements for regulation and governance of aged care, and their impact on ensuring the quality of funded aged care services. In the context of once-generation reform in the aged care system coming out of a once-in-a-generation we hope, Royal Commission with huge impacts on older Australians' rights. And the quality and cost of care, the importance cannot be overemphasised of building a meaningful statutory review to ensure that the effectiveness of the scheme is rigorously assessed so that improvements can be identified and promptly implemented when needed. I commend these amendments to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I call the Honourable Minister.
I thank the Deputy Speaker and I thank the member for Mayo for her ongoing advocacy. I'll note with respect to RAD reviews, we have committed to a phase out of refundable accommodation deposits by 2035, following a review of sector readiness for this transition, which will be in 2029-2030. The Aged Care Task Force, which brought together aged care stakeholders, experts and providers, found that time is needed to manage the transition away from refundable accommodation deposits and that a review should be undertaken in 2030. So changing the timeframes recommended by the task force was not a key issue identified by the Senate Community Affairs report on the Aged Care Bill. With respect to the Act review, like I said, we do agree it's important. We think the member for Mayo is correct on this. We think the review into the operation of the Act can be brought forward to ensure it is delivering on its intended purpose, to create a forward-looking aged care system that will uphold the rights of older Australians receiving aged care services. It was also a recommendation put forward by the opposition in the Community Affairs Committee report on the bill. I thank the member for Mayo.
Put the question that the amendments be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the member for McKellar.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. Deputy Speaker, the amendment I'm introducing today goes to the objects of the Aged Care Bill 2024. Section 15AA of the Acts Interpretation Act provides that statutes should be interpreted in accordance to their objects, and that all other provisions of the bill are to be read as far as is possible as being designed to carry out these objects. There can be no understating, therefore, the importance of getting the objects provisions in the legislation right. Currently, the bill's objects clause states, among other things, that the objects are to give effect to Australia's obligations under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, the ICESCR, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the CRPD. However, there is no reference in the objects to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The explanatory memorandum to the bill states, this is because the objects specify only those conventions that the bill upholds in reference to the external affairs power. But it does not mean that the bill does not endeavour to uphold these other international conventions. Basically, the bill only includes those international human rights treaties that the Minister considers relevant to the constitutional authority of the Aged Care Bill. The Law Council takes a different view. In its submission on the bill's exposure draft, the Law Council queried the Department's assessment that only the ICESCR and the CRPD are relevant to provide the constitutional foundation for the Aged Care Bill and to manage associated legal risk. The Law Council went on to say that various provisions in the bill may carry the risk that they do not have a proper constitutional foundation because there may not be a proper foundation for them in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. These include the right to be free from all forms of violence, neglect or abuse, and the right to be treated with dignity. Only half of Australians over the age of 65 are living with a disability. To rely only on a treaty relating to disability as giving the bill its constitutional foundation is a risk. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, on the other hand, applies to all persons, and if incorporated into the bill will eliminate this risk. After all, the report of the Aged Care Royal Commission described aged care in Australia as a sad and shocking system that diminishes Australia as a nation, and that it tells a shocking tale of neglect. It was the Royal Commission report that shocked the nation. The ICCPR is a foundational international human rights treaty, and it needs to be incorporated into what is, after all, a bill which seeks to establish a rights-based framework for the older Australian. Since publishing this amendment yesterday, I've been contacted by Australia's Council on the Ageing, COTA Australia, expressing their appreciation for it. In their view, it will bolster the scope of powers the Act sits upon. If we do truly want a bill that is based firmly on the rights of all older Australians, then I ask for all my colleagues in this House to support this simple yet common sense amendment. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for McKellar for her amendment. As a former emergency department doctor and GP, I know that she is acutely aware of the importance of ensuring that older Australians can access high-quality health and aged care services. And I acknowledge her intention on tabling this amendment for the bill to give effect to Australia's obligations under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. However, the government doesn't support the amendment. To make the constitutional basis for this legislation clear, the objects only specify the international conventions relevant to the external affairs power, the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So it doesn't mean that aged care does not endeavour to uphold other international conventions, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Convention Against Torture and Other Forms of Cruel, Inhuman or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? No, the noes have it. Okay, I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill. And I ask leave of the House to move government amendments 1 to 65 on sheet TH111, and that's it. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Leave is granted.
Leave is granted.
Please proceed. Please proceed, Minister. Yep.
All right. I move government amendments 1 to 65 on sheet TH111.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. Yeah.
Speak to them, Deputy Speaker. The government moves this amendment to include grandfathering arrangements, including our no worse off principle in the primary legislation for the aged care bill. We have heard from stakeholders that they are concerned about what this change will mean for people who are already accessing aged care. To respond to these concerns and provide certainty to people already in aged care, we're putting the grandfathering arrangements in the bill. This will mean that existing home care packages, home care package care recipients, people on the National Priority System or individuals who have been assessed as eligible for home care at the date the new arrangements were announced will pay the same or lower contributions under the new system. The principle will also apply to people who are receiving residential care at the time that the reforms were announced. These residents will retain their existing arrangements for their time in residential care.
Question is that the amendments be agreed to. I call the Honourable Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the government setting out transitional arrangements for grandfathering in the primary legislation rather than waiting for the transitional bill, given the questions that have been raised by advocates and constituents showing the need for clarity. Firstly, I'm just wondering if the Minister could provide some clarity with respect to the lifetime means test cap, proposed to increase from approximately 82,000 to 133,000, as it's my understanding that the cap only covers some but not all fees. Could the Minister please confirm which of the following fees will be capped by the lifetime's means tested fee cap? Does that include the basic daily care fees, the daily extra services fees, to be called the higher everyday living fees, which can total thousands of dollars per year, as reported by the Older Persons Advocacy Network, and will the cap cover the daily accommodation payments for those unable to pay the refundable deposit? And I also request clarification as to whether the grandfathering will also apply to the amounts that may be charged for refundable deposits for the residential aged care. Likewise, I would like to confirm the scope of the grandfathering proposed under the no worse off principle. My office has been advised that this principle applies purely to the lifetime means tested fee cap that the person may be required to pay for receiving funded aged care services. Can the Minister please advise whether the person's existing arrangements, entitlements to services that they may already be receiving under the home care package, such as gardening and cleaning and the like, to be grandfathered into the new support at home system? Alternatively, with the new lower and more prescriptive support at home service limits apply? I ask this because I have constituents who are worried that their gardening services that they currently receive are going to be significantly reduced in hours. Secondly, the amendment refers to a class of people in the rules for the purpose of the no worse off principle, but does not explicitly explain who those rules are meant to apply for, and therefore I respectfully seek clarification from the Minister with respect to this. For those who are with their pre-existing lifetime contribution cap to be grandfathered, will include people who have applied for My Aged Care and sought an aged care assessment but have not yet been assessed as at the 12th of September this year, people who had undergone an aged care assessment or who were on the national priority list waiting for aged care, or who were receiving a funded home care package on the 12th of September 2024, people who had undergone an aged care assessment or been approved for an allocated or receiving CHISP, Commonwealth Home Support Program services as at the 12th of September, and people who are experiencing hardship, which COTA argues requires definition in the Act. Further, National Seniors Australia have raised the following queries and I share their concerns. Could the Minister provide greater clarification about whether the no worse off principle, the grandfathering, ends? The public communication implies the no worse off principle is ongoing, but where there are clear end dates. Could the Minister please provide more information regarding what factors are to be taken into consideration when setting price caps for different support at home services, and what methods are to be used to determine the price setting for different services? Could the Minister please advise whether the government is actively planning to do today to clear the backlog of approximately 76,000 people who are on the waiting list? I note that aged care providers have said that there needs to be an additional 55,000 packages, and that they have capacity to provide those services. I also wish to seek clarification from the Minister that Clause 186A excludes from means testing any payments of compensation or damages made by a provider under the Act's compensation pathway for serious injury or illness caused by them in breach of their duties under the Act, meaning a provider cannot claw back from the recipient any compensation payment that may have been paid out of a breach. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Honourable. No, they've got, okay. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Okay, so I call the member for mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, the question's been put. Yeah. That's right. So the question now is that the bill as amended be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Sorry. I call the member for mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have some further questions for the Minister in the consideration of detail stage. I've liaised with Council of the Ageing regarding some other issues that they share some concerns. Will the government move to include an explicit definition of hardship in the bill? Council of the Ageing advocates hardship should be defined as if someone has less than 50% of the basic pension in income after essential services are paid, which is what it is today. Council of the Ageing also advocates that the assets test for determining hardship be equalised with minimum asset value in the bill, which is 2.25 times the annual basic pension. Another question to the Minister: will the government amend the bill to ensure that a provider cannot charge any fees if someone is experiencing hardship as defined? Currently, the bill only explicitly prevents non-clinical care contribution to be reduced if someone is in hardship. Other supplements may offset user contributions to zero for the hotelling contribution if someone has assets less than $206, the accommodation contribution, but there is also no explicit link to the hardship. But there remains two user contributions that appear to have no link to be reduced if hardship is found. Firstly, is for people with assets above $206,000, and that includes potentially a full pensioner for people who have assets levels and accommodation payment of up to $750,000 in the form of a RAD. The second is the issue of additional services or higher everyday living services, which has been the subject of some media. These fees are not regulated by the Act, and the media has said around charges for beds or charges even for pillows. These fees are not regulated by the Act, nor included in the hardship calculations, and there is no clause in the bill that would stop these fees from being charged. While the system assumes these fees are optional, as we see from the OPAN reporting presenting issues report released today, the experience of many older people is if they do not agree to pay these additional service fees, they are not able to secure the bed that they or their loved ones so desperately need. Can we make sure that we don't have a system where people who can't afford a pillow are not given a pillow? Will the government commit to retaining provisions to ensure the additional, formerly higher everyday living service fees are truly optional, and that older people and their families are not being forced to pay for things they have no use or benefit? The OPAN annual report indicates that aged care residents are being charged more than $31 a day for additional services such as a gym that they can't physically use, alcoholic drinks that they don't consume, or lollies that they can't even eat due to diabetes. Some providers are including the person's bed, the pillows, the meals, which appear to be fairly low on Maslow's basic needs hierarchy rather than luxuries. So will the Minister please clarify that residents who can't physically use or do not choose to use those items will not necessarily be charged for those items? Will the government amend the bill to require providers to consider certain factors when setting room prices of $750,000 as a RAD? The government has signalled it intends to allow providers to charge up to $750,000 from January next year. However, a number of stakeholders have raised concerns that the new Act needs additional protections around room prices, and any such protections won't start until the 1st of July next year. One of the biggest concerns is that the median house price in many areas is far below the $750,000. Will the government amend the bill to ensure that we don't have a two-tier system where providers can cherry-pick only the wealthiest of residents? We need to have a sustainable aged care system that ensures that everybody, no matter of what is in your bank account, is provided with high-quality care. I'd appreciate the Minister's responses to those.
Question is that the bill as amended be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
I move government amendment on sheet UD 107 as circulated. Oh, sorry, I ask leave of the House to move government amendment on sheet UD 107 as circulated.
Is the leave granted?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Leave is granted. I call the Minister.
Move government amendment on sheet UD 107 as circulated.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. Sorry, I call the Leader of the Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for moving this one separately, and I understand time's of the essence, so I'll just place a couple of brief concerns that the Greens have about this amendment. This amendment removes what we felt to be a very good provision in the original bill that ensured there was a worker's voice. And in an industry like this, where care is in fact nothing in many respects but what the workers do, it is the workers who are doing the care. There's been a feeling, as expressed by the unions and by the representatives, that over many, many years their voices and their concerns have not been heard, especially in the workplace, the delivery of packages and so on. We thought that the original provision in the bill was a good provision, and we don't think that it should be taken out. So we oppose this amendment because this amendment removes a worker's voice.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Division is required. Please ring the bells for 4 minutes.
You told her about it. You told her about the illness. Turn sideways and look straight through his ears. So, don't all your names, sins. There's one mistake on your own.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Brisbane and the Leader of the Australian Greens as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 51, noes 8. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. And I give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
Ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Give the call to Gippsland.
Leave is granted.
Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act about aged care and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, next order of the day, Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Farrer.
The original question was this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Farrer has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is the amendment be agreed to. Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Farrer be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable member Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 72. The matter was resolved in the negative. The debate is the Leader of the House.
So, Mr Speaker, my understanding is there's no further divisions on this bill. It might suit the convenience of the House if I just sought leave. It'll take about a minute and a half, I think, that we complete this bill and then do 90-second statements. I'll just seek leave for that purpose.
Sleep granted?
Granted.
So I'm seeking leave that we suspend Standing Order number 43 until the completion of the bill.
The member for Gibson's granted leave. Yeah. Just if members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Just the Leader of the House.
Just on advice of the clerk to do the exact same thing, I'll move that Standing Order 43 be suspended until the conclusion of this bill.
Member for Gippsland.
Leave is granted.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to aged care and for related purposes.
I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted to read the third reading?
Leave is granted.
Thank you, and I call the Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I'll call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to aged care and for related purposes.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43, and the debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements? I'll give the call to the honourable member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Speaker. Ask yourself if you feel better off compared to 2.5 years ago. I bet the answer is no. The answer is no, because the Albanese Labor government's bad decisions are crippling our country. It's no because of Labor's homegrown inflation disaster. It's no because of Labor's 18% increase in the cost of living. It's no because of Labor's 6 quarters of negative growth, putting us in the longest per capita recession in 50 years. It's no because productivity has nosedived 6.3% and we're paying 25.3% more in personal income tax. It's no because Labor promised a $275 reduction in our power bills, but instead electricity is up 22%. It's no because gas is up 34%, insurance is up 18%, savings are down 10.2%. It's no because Labor has given us the worst 6 months of business insolvencies on record. It's no because mortgages have tripled. It's no because Labor wanted to divide our nation. It's no because Labor's economic, energy, immigration and industrial relations policies are driving up inflation and stretching household budgets to breaking point. Under Labor, our living standards have plummeted. It's no because Labor has failed the Australian people.
Member for Caldwell.
Deputy Speaker, 2 excellent primary healthcare providers in Caldwell received Medicare Champion Awards at the Stronger Medicare Champions Awards ceremony the other day. Grow Clinical Psychology in Roxburgh Park, led by Dr Ferdevs Tat, delivers culturally sensitive, bulk-billed mental health services to our multicultural community. The team is recognised for its commitment to accessibility, particularly for culturally and linguistically diverse communities. To meet the needs of their large cohort of Turkish-speaking clients, the GROW team includes Turkish-speaking practitioners, including the only Turkish-speaking consultant psychiatrist in Victoria. GROW promotes the importance of mental health and works to reduce the stigma of mental health challenges. The team has a particular focus on community outreach, running workshops for teachers and parents at local schools, engaging women's family violence services and working with referring health professionals. The other Caldwell Award recipient is Dr Mohammed Al-Brahimi, the CEO of People First Healthcare, also in Roxburgh Park. Dr Al-Brahimi is an optometrist who arrived in Australia in 1998 as a refugee from Iraq. People First Healthcare supports almost 1,000 clients and employs around 300 staff. Many of his patients are refugees and migrants born in the Middle East and who face significant barriers to accessing health services. Congratulations to both these excellent local services on receiving their much-deserved awards.
Member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Environment Minister Plibersek has announced that she will delay a threatened species assessment on Macquarie Harbour's Maugean Scape for a period of 12 months. Now, this decision prolongs the uncertainty for our salmon farming industry employees who are living with the possibility of their industry being shut down completely. The west coast of Tasmania is buckling under the uncertainty, and it appears that this minister couldn't care less. I condemn her decision. Kicking this assessment down the road is a political strategy, not one made on science or in the best interests of Tasmania and the west coast. The science clearly shows that the Maugean skate population in Macquarie Harbour is at the same levels as it was 10 years ago. And this further proves that the skate population data being asserted by green activists with the sole purpose to shut down this vital industry is flawed. Delaying this assessment and the linked EPBC review decision simply allows Minister Plibersek to shield Labor in Tasmania from pushback from Tasmanian salmon workers and the industry in order to shore up votes across inner-city mainland electorates. It's a year since Minister Plibersek started this unnecessary process, and now families on the West Coast face yet another Christmas with their futures in limbo. The West Coast deserves better than this Labor government's delivering them.
Member for Dunkley.
Hear, hear.
Last week, Stephen Jones, the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services, delivered an educational scams forum to Dunkley locals.
Hear, hear.
Older Australians are particularly vulnerable to scams. Attendees at the Scams Forum shared experiences of losing thousands of dollars of their retirement savings that impact their livelihood, mental health and well-being. Minister Jones shared tips and tricks to mitigate the loss of funds through scams and links to support services available to assist. For locals that are wanting to learn more about how to stop scammers, they can refer to our little black book that they can obtain from electorate offices around the country.
Hear, hear.
The Albanese Labor government have been working very hard to ensure the hard-earned savings of older people are protected. We are very aware of the need to do more. Today, and to those of you at the Scams Forum last week, Stephen Jones has introduced the Scams Prevention Framework Bill. This will make Australia the toughest target in the world for the criminal organisations scamming billions out of Australia. A world first that we hope is law by Christmas.
Hear, hear.
Member for Curtin.
Today I'm delighted to present a speech from Jasmine, a 22-year-old resident of the Curtin electorate, as part of the Raise Our Voices program. Jasmine says, "It wasn't until I joined the WA Justice Association that I learnt that Medicare is not universal, that once someone is incarcerated in Australia, they're denied access to equal health care. Australia is facing a fatal prison health care and mental health care crisis. Since January alone, there have been 61 deaths in custody. This crisis is rooted in the inadequacy of our current prison healthcare systems and not only undermines the human rights of prisoners but is also unlawful. In the next 10 years, I want to see a more just, equal Australia, one where prisoners aren't dying from poor healthcare. The standard of healthcare in prisons is dangerously subpar to that provided by the general public. Allowing access to Medicare in prisons would equalise this standard of care and ensure Australia fulfils its domestic and international obligations to provide equal health care. Making Medicare truly universal would improve health and mental health outcomes for prisoners, reduce recidivism, aid in facilitating reintegration and improve community health. We're facing a crisis that's killing Australians, but we already have a functioning solution. I urge Parliament to heed the advice of the Australian Medical Association and allow prisoners access to Medicare for a more equal Australia. I thank Jasmine for her contribution to Parliament.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since my election as the federal member for Holt, I have heard from countless residents who are deeply concerned about the proposed Hampton Park waste transfer station. On Monday, the City of Casey approved the waste transfer station, notably just before a newly elected council is set to take office for the first time in 4 years. This decision has understandably left the community feeling frustrated and ignored. As a resident of Narrewarren South, I understand firsthand the impact the odour has on residents' quality of life. It is something I experience on a daily basis. Between January 2022 and December 2023, more than 1,500 complaints were lodged regarding the odours from the site. When people moved into the surrounding suburbs, they were assured that the landfill would close in 2040 and be converted into a public park. Major utilities require community support and trust in the promises made when they were built. I call on the City of Casey to recommit to the original development plan for the Hampton Park landfill site.
Member for McKellar.
Thank you. At a McKellar Youth Partnership meeting recently, the students each prepared a 90-second statement on a topic that was important to them. Today, I'm delighted to be reading one of these from Keisha Tickle, a leader of a local high school in McKellar. As the extortionate workloads and demands increase for public school teachers, immense stresses are put on their mental and physical health, resulting in 50% of new teachers leaving the profession in the first 5 years. As such, their ability to cater to student needs is substantially decreasing, significantly impacting students' academic performance and emotional well-being. Students are beginning to teach themselves. Teachers are taking sick days in a poor attempt to stay afloat, and students' educational needs are being neglected. The public school system is collapsing. Furthermore, we have a teacher shortage, resulting in students in almost 10,000 lessons each day being left without adequate instruction in disruptive class arrangements. There are only half the number of casual teachers available to meet educational demand. If students are having just one subject covered or missed in a five-period day, that's 20% of their learning lost. Why should our education suffer because the teaching profession is not being sustained? The public system is failing us. Thank you.
Member for Cunningham.
Deputy Speaker, I am honoured to speak about an exceptional member of our community whose dedication and impact has left a profound mark on the Illawarra. My good friend, Professor Phil Clingan, OAM, who is here in the gallery today with his amazing wife, Margaret. Professor Clingan is not only an esteemed academic and oncologist, but someone who embodies a spirit of service and compassion. He has been a relentless lobbyist and a key motivator across multiple governments for change and improvement in our local health system. Over decades, Professor Clingan made significant contributions to the field of oncology and to the Illawarra and Shoalhaven, combining his deep expertise with an unwavering commitment to patient care. He participated in more than 120 international clinical trials with over 100 peer-reviewed publications, 20,000 reads and 15,000 citations. Beyond his clinical work, his role as an educator has been transformative, mentoring and inspiring the next generation of doctors. Through his lectures, guidance and famous colourful shirts, he has imparted not just knowledge, but the values of empathy, passion and dedication. For his exceptional service and countless hours devoted to bettering the lives of others through community initiatives, patient advocacy or volunteer efforts, he received an Order of Australia in 2012. Professor Clingan's life and career remind us that true leadership is found in actions that uplift, educate and improve our society. We wish you, Margaret, and your loving daughters, Elizabeth, Rebecca, Philippa and Stephanie, all the best in your retirement.
Member for Bowman.
Thank you. Over recent decades, the Redlands has faced significant growth, but our local infrastructure has been neglected. Thankfully, there have been two major road projects currently underway: the Queensland Government's partial Cleveland-Redland Bay Road duplication and Redland City Council's Panorama Drive Wellington Street duplication, made possible by investment from the former federal coalition government. While these roads run parallel, the speed and delivery of these projects have diverged dramatically. Cleveland-Redland Bay Road languished at the bottom drawer of state planners for decades, whereas Council's Panorama Drive project was well planned and prioritised. In 2019, when the former coalition government had money to spend on new infrastructure, there was only one local project that was investment ready, Panorama Drive. But let's contrast the progress of these two projects. Panorama Drive Stage 1 finished last month after only a year and 9 months of construction. An additional 2.4 kilometres of duplicated road cost $57.4 million. Meanwhile, the former state Labor government's Cleveland-Redland Bay Road project has no end date in sight despite being under construction for 4 years and counting. The meagre 1.5 kilometres of duplicated roadway is costing the state $110 million. Double the time, double the cost, half the road. That's the difference between good and bad management of our infrastructure. I'm looking forward to the new Crisafulli state government making the Redlands a priority and fixing Labor's mess.
Member for Corangamite.
Cutting students' HECS debt and making TAFE free permanently free is cause for celebration, Deputy Speaker, because we know a quality education opens doors to new opportunities. And for many young people, student debt can be a deterrent to pursuing a tertiary education, and that's why we're backing young Australians. We're committed to slashing student debt by 20%, saving each student about $5,500. In my electorate alone, this means reduced debt for 18,000 graduates. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government will also lower repayment rates because graduates shouldn't have to pay off student debt until they're earning a decent wage. In contrast, those opposite have said this policy, and I quote, reeks of elitism. Let's just remember the former coalition government jacked up fees for thousands of students under the Jobs Ready Guarantee program, striking at the heart of equity and access to education. We're taking a different approach. The Albanese government wants all Australians to embrace the opportunities that come with a tertiary education. We want to reduce the burden of debt. We want to reduce barriers to undertaking a qualification. We want to reduce costs of living pressures, particularly for young Australians who are just getting a start in life. We want to build for the future, and we will always fight for better, fairer access to education.
Member for Hinckley.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I bring the House's attention to a piece by Charlie Peel, that intrepid reporter from The Australian. Fears for habitat on the rise alongside the turbines. Now, Mr Peel outlines that the Clark Creek wind farm, which is in the Broadsound Range, just a few years ago was an island of eucalypt forest in a region surrounded by cleared farmland, forestry and coal mines. Now what have you got? 100 kilometres of gravel roads and raised pads for said turbines that are over 210 metres high, and what was required? The clearing and levelling of 350 hectares of pristine koala habitat, almost 900 acres. It is extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. Now, Clark Creek claim that there have been no koalas harmed in the building of said wind farms and roads, yet they've just absolutely destroyed their environment. They might not have run over one yet, but there's still time. And who's done a deal on this? The former Queensland Labor government have signed the contract for the supply from Clark Creek. And what are we missing, Madam Deputy Speaker? What can't we see for the trees, or the cleared trees? The greens. There are no greens here. Where are they? No one has tied themselves to a bulldozer. No one has chained themselves to a tree. No one is out there trying to protect the habitat of these koalas. And this is pristine. Yet they'll show up in a city on a bay where there might be one tree where someone's grandfather saw a koala 10 years ago, perhaps, but here, with actual destruction, the Greens are nowhere to be seen because their only focus is the Middle East.
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I wish to congratulate the First West Waverley Scout Group on 60 amazing years. Since 1964, the First West Waverley Scout Group has played an important role in our community by supporting our local young people to develop important life skills. There are people aged from 6 years and above who are contributors to Scout, and they are all enthusiastic participants. I had the great pleasure of attending this 60th anniversary celebration of the group, and it was such a joyful event, bringing together current and past members, some from right around the country who travelled for the occasion. And thank you so much for inviting me. It was such an honour to be able to be included in the events. Some members have been involved with First West Waverley for decades. I want to acknowledge all of the volunteers over the years for everything they've done and continue to do for the Scouts, but also for our wider community. Congratulations to the First West Waverley Scouts on 60 incredible years.
Yeah, good one.
Member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier today, the Leader of the Opposition and myself met with the 36 Months campaign, who are doing extraordinary work in advocating for the protection of children from social media, and have been advocating for a long time for the age of 16 to be imposed as a limit. We met with Matthew and Kelly O'Brien, the parents of Charlotte, who was tragically lost to suicide, and also to Rob Evans, the father of Liv, who was also tragically lost to suicide. The strength of these parents in the most unimaginable of circumstances is something that is extraordinary. and their advocacy is the definition of powerful. I also want to acknowledge Rob Galuzzo and Michael Whipfly, who have set the agenda through their 36 months campaign in an incredibly impressive fashion and used their ability to reach the community in an extremely impressive way. In June, the Coalition committed to legislating for an age of 16, minimum age of 16 for social media. We welcome the government taking on that position today. We don't want there to be exemptions in this legislation for companies like Instagram or TikTok or Snapchat. That must not happen. And we want to work to get this legislation not only introduced this year but passed this year to protect Australian families.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia has been built on education, built upon young minds in primary schools around the country, and built on the skills Aussies learn at tertiary level in our world-class TAFEs and universities. This is what makes education so important. And it's even more important that Aussies can access it too, no matter who they are or where they live. Because without those skills, without the opportunity to learn a trade at TAFE or study your passion at uni, Australians are held back. They're held back from building a future for themselves and their loved ones, and they're held back from building our future as a nation. That's why the Albanese Labor government is breaking these chains, putting tertiary education on the doorsteps of everyday Aussies. We're doing that by providing 100,000 fee-free TAFE places every single year, helping Aussies to build their livelihoods regardless of their means, as they build the future of our country. We're also bringing university opportunities to the very streets of Australian suburbs through the establishment of 14 suburban university study hubs around the nation, in communities at a disadvantage when it comes to education and opportunity. Speaker, we want to give everyday Aussies the hammer to break down the obstacles of disadvantage, to smash the barriers of inequality and thrive through an accessible, affordable education system. Under this Labor government, we are building Australia's future.
Member for Fairfax.
How bad does it have to get before the Albanese government starts taking the economy seriously? On gas, it's increased in price by 34% since Labor came to government. On electricity, they promised a $275 reduction in household power bills. Australians are paying up to $1,000 more than what Labor had promised. We have consistently asked one question of this Labor government, and that is, what is the real total system cost of your plan to build a net zero electricity grid? You still cannot answer that question. You know, it's been the same with the Queensland Labor government, by the way. The Queensland Labor government couldn't tell the people of Queensland the cost of the Pioneer Burdekin pumped hydro project. Well, the new LNP government has said it's costing $36 billion. That's over $15,500 per Queensland household. This is the problem, when Labor hides the real cost of its energy plans. So I say one more time to the Prime Minister, to the Energy Minister, will you tell the Australian people the real total system cost of your energy plan?
Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. On indulgence, I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just after 10 a.m. this morning, I spoke with President Trump and I congratulated him on his election victory. It was a very constructive discussion. We affirmed the strong relationship between our two nations and committed to working together for the benefit of our people, including through AUKUS. Our government's approach has always been about investing in our capabilities and investing in our relationships. That's true at a national level and it's also true at a personal one. As Prime Minister, I have made it a priority to invest in relationships with world leaders to build trust and respect in Australia's best interests. I built that with President Biden and I will do so with President Trump. The election of a new administration is a new opportunity to emphasise once again all that Australia brings to the table as an ally, as an economic partner, as a stable democracy. as a leader in the region and a power in our own right. My government will always make sure that Australia has a seat at the table and a say in the decisions that shape our region and that shape the world. We're investing in our defence capability. We are promoting security across our region. We are seizing economic opportunities so we reap the benefits for the Australian people. In all of these endeavours over decades, we have worked together with the United States. Both sides of politics here in Australia, but both sides of politics in the United States as well. This has been to the enduring and mutual benefit of both of our nations, and I look forward to working with President Trump in the future in the interests of both of our nations.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister and on behalf of the Coalition, I congratulate the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and soon to be the 47th President of the United States. As we know, it is a truly historic outcome, electoral outcome for the United States. It hasn't been repeated by any other president in American history except in the 19th century, and that makes it a truly historic event. It makes it important in Australia's eyes because we want the United States to continue to be the great democracy that it is. We have worked together closely with our friends through the ANZUS Alliance, through the AUKUS arrangement, which the Coalition signed with the Americans and the Brits during our term in government. Our troops have fought together since 1918 in the Battle of Hamal. We have enduring strengths, and together we are stronger. And we will make sure, Mr Speaker, that President Trump is not somebody to be scared of, but somebody that we can work very closely with. And that's exactly what we will do, Mr Speaker. I want to also congratulate the Republican Party for the campaign that they conducted and acknowledge the fact that they won not just the Senate but also the House as well, and offer my respects also to Vice President Harris for the campaign that she ran and the dignity that she demonstrated during her concession speech earlier today, our time.
And I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister for Defence, will be absent from question time today. And I say, I think fairly on behalf of all the House, that our thoughts are with him today as he farewells his mum at a private ceremony. The Minister for Defence, Industry and Capability Delivery will answer questions on his behalf.
I shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. The government has been sitting on its hands for 498 days since the former member for Dunkley, the late Peter Murphy, handed down her report on the harm caused by online gambling. Around the time of her passing, the Prime Minister said of Ms Murphy that she, quote, led the charge on reducing the harm caused by online gambling. When will this government make a decision in relation to online gambling reforms, a decision very much on the minds of the Australian people?
The call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I'm sure everyone in this place has constituents, everyone in this place knows someone who has been personally impacted by the scourge of what happens when people have addictive problems with gambling, and the fact that this is costing our economy some $25 billion a year. The government is considering very carefully and consulting widely on the recommendations that was contained in the late Peter Murphy's report. It's important to note that there are issues in this report that go not only to issues of federal responsibility but also to states and territories. That is why we are doing this in a coordinated way, and we are making good progress. Mr Speaker, it's interesting to hear some of the interjections from those opposite, because if only the Leader of the Opposition had been a senior cabinet minister for 10 years in a government that could have done something about this. If only. Mr Speaker, they talk about sitting on their hands. In the previous government, Mr Speaker, a report was put out to ban the use of credit cards for online wagering. And what happened?
The Minister for Social Services.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was up to us to implement it.
Order. Member for Moreton is warned. The member for Banks is entitled to a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On relevance, the question was very clear, which was when will the government make a decision on gambling reforms? And the minister should be asked to address that question.
The minister has made reference to that part of the question. She needs to make sure she's being directly relevant. She has been mentioning the report, and she is entitled to do some compare and contrast, but the remainder of the answer simply cannot be about any other thing than the topic that she's addressing, not opposition policy, but I'll listen carefully to make sure she is being directly relevant.
And Mr Speaker, as we work through this as an orderly cabinet government that consults with people, we will ensure that we satisfy three key areas. First, to ensure that children are protected. Secondly, to break that nexus between sport and online wagering, because we know that under the previous government, and this goes to the issue of effectiveness, Mr Speaker, we know that under the previous government, when they tinkered with these rules, it resulted in an increase in advertising. We will be forward-looking and comprehensive, and we also want to ensure that we address that particular cohort that is at risk, which is young men who are being targeted with that advertising to a saturation level. We are determined to get this right. We are determined that not only will this complement the many efforts that we have made in this area, including the implementation of BetStop, which has seen over 20,000 people self-exclude themselves. Again, Mr Speaker, this going to the issue of we had to pick this up from the National Consumer Protection Framework. It was not done. We've picked all these things up, including the wagering ban, including making sure that we had the Stevens review that had been buried under the previous government, making sure that it was implemented, and we will get this right and we will get this done, and it will have a measurable difference on gambling harms in this country.
The call to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, how will a social media age limit for children under 16 years old help keep young people safe online, and why is this so important, Prime Minister?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Lingari for her question, and she is just one of the many members of this parliament who've made representations about the harm that social media is doing to our young Australians. Well, today, Mr Speaker, the government is calling time on it. Cabinet has approved a minimum age of 16 years to access social media, and tomorrow I will convene National Cabinet to seek support for national legislation to be introduced by the end of this year. I want Australian parents and families to know that we have your back. I want to give children a childhood and give parents peace of mind. The onus will be on social media companies, not parents or young people. There will be no penalties for users. The e-Safety Commissioner will provide oversight and enforcement. I do thank the Minister for Communications for her determination and her focus. This has been a priority for this Minister, and she has been a relentless champion for the well-being of our young people. But I also want to be grateful for the work of civil society. The Let Kids Be Kids campaign, the 36 Months campaign have all been really important. And this morning I met with Matt and Kelly O'Brien, parents of Charlotte, who tragically lost her life. I spoke to Kelly a few weeks ago, and this is an unspeakable tragedy to lose one's child. I met with Rob Evans, the father of Liv Evans. No parent should ever go through what they have gone through. No parent should ever have to call on the sort of courage that they have shown in speaking out on behalf of others. and I'm very grateful for their advocacy, and I pay tribute to them today. Government has a responsibility to do everything we can to help as many young Australians as we can. We are stepping up and providing national leadership, and I'm confident that tomorrow, when the National Cabinet meets, we will ensure that there is a single system going forward to ensure uniformity. That is so important. We know that this isn't the only solution. We know there's more to do. We know that there's a ban on young people buying alcohol, and from time to time, under 18s do get access. But that's not a reason to walk away from sending that message and putting in place the support for parents that they need and are calling for in order to support the children in their families.
Call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training and the former Minister for Immigration. Of the 500,000 people...
Order. Order. Members on my right, we're not going to have people giving commentary because I'm going to hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the standing orders don't allow questions on the basis that people are former ministers. If they did, there'd be lots of questions to a former Minister for the Environment. But that's not what standing orders are here for. Oh, and health, of course.
Order. So, the Deputy Leader knows that a Minister can't be asked about any responsibilities in a former portfolio, just as she knew when she was a Minister as well. So we'll just restart the question and probably don't need that part of the question. That's extra that everyone knows but doesn't need to be added to the question. Order. The Deputy Leader has the call.
My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. Of the 500,000 people who have enrolled in fee-free TAFE courses, how many have dropped out of their course?
Order. Members on my left, we don't need sound effects and commentary. The Minister for Skills and Training has the call. Order.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Deputy Leader. I really do thank her for another question about fee-free TAFE, and actually it's 508,000 who have enrolled in fee-free TAFE in the data that we have to hand. And our focus is on opening the doors of opportunity to them, to see them get through and attain qualifications or pathways to employment. She should be aware that the data custodian doesn't actually keep that data set. We are much more focused on ensuring that people get the skills that they need to enter into employment.
Order. Members on my left, there is far too much noise. The Minister is going to pause. The Minister for Social Services will cease interjecting. Order. The Minister was asked for a number in the question. As the chamber knows, under the standing orders, I can't compel a minister to give a number, and whether it be a yes-no response, a figure or a fact. So whilst the minister, I can't compel, and I know that's what the Deputy Leader is after, I can compel him to be directly relevant about the question, about the numbers of people who are enrolled in fee TAFE, about the difficulties around the project. But I'll hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition because she's entitled to raise a point of order.
It is a point of order on relevance, Mr Speaker, and I appreciate your remarks about a precise number, but the question addressed the number of dropouts, of completions. The only thing the Minister is addressing is commencements, and he is clearly out of order and not relevant. And if he doesn't know the answer, he should just say so. Order.
It's not the time to add extra comments. So the Minister was asked a tight question. Order. The Prime Minister will cease interjecting. This places the Chair in a position where I want to enforce the standing orders, so I'm going to ensure that the Minister is being directly relevant, but I'm also asking for the chamber to listen with respect and courtesy to the Minister as well. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. In fact, maybe they should have been listening because I did directly go to the question. The Shadow Minister could perhaps listen. She could perhaps also have regard to the explanation that was given in estimates last night of this issue and the data that we keep. I say again, though, we are interested in free TAFE providing Australians with the skills that they want to get gainful employment, and I'm frankly baffled that the Leader of the Opposition, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, want to talk this down. They want to pick a fight not with us, but with 508,000 Australians and their families. In the same way that they want to make life harder for 3 million Australians with student debt. Student debt including debt that got a lot worse under them.
The Minister was not asked about student debt. He was asked about the program he's responsible for. So I'm just going to give him one more chance.
Thank you, Speaker.
Otherwise, he'll have to conclude his answer.
Thank you, Speaker. I did go to that. What we are focused on is ensuring that Australians, through free TAFE, get the skills they want and our economy needs. We've been through the issues about how the data is collected by the independent data custodian. And we know, Speaker, that free TAFE works because of the Victorian experience, where many more people are completing their courses than university students, many more people than across the vet sector broadly, around 54%. For those who aren't listening, around 54% in the Victorian experience of those who are completing. This is why we have put in a bill to make free TAFE enduring. The question for members opposite is, are they going to support it, or are they going to walk away from public TAFE and all of those students?
Give the call to the Honourable. Order. The call to the member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government helping parents keep their kids safe online?
Give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. The Albanese government is focused on positive solutions to issues of national concern, and the safety and mental health of our young people is paramount. The welfare of children is a collective responsibility, and it's heartening to see the Commonwealth and states working together in this important effort. Social media, of course, offers many benefits to Australians, but it is also a source of harm. And too often, social media isn't social at all. And as the mother of 2 young daughters, I understand the anxiety of parents about the impacts of social media, the screen addiction of their children, and we are on their side. The fact is, social media has a social responsibility for the safety and well-being of children, but they are falling short. And while a government may not be able to prevent every harm on the internet, there is always more we can do to make a difference. And that's why the Albanese government is legislating a minimum age for access to social media. As the Prime Minister has outlined, tomorrow he will convene National Cabinet and recommend that 16 be legislated as the minimum age. The government will introduce legislation this year with an implementation period of a year from when the legislation is passed. Mr. Speaker, our legislation will be a world first. This is a national challenge that requires national leadership, and that's why we've worked closely with the states and territories and taking strong action. Consistent with the design principles I outlined in October, National Cabinet will consider a proposal that includes the onus being on social media platforms to prevent access, and there will not be penalties for parents or young people. A new definition of age-restricted social media platform will be adapted from the existing Online Safety Act definition for the purposes of the age limit. We will prioritise privacy protection for information collected for age assurance purposes. There will not be grandfathering arrangements, and the age limit will apply to holding an account and will allow access to social media in a logged-out state. I want to make it clear that our legislation is about the protection and not the isolation of young people. Determining the age of 16 was not arrived at lightly, but we are confident this is the right decision. The normative value of 16 is immense, and it will establish new expectations within society about social media use. The government has consulted widely to determine the basis for our decision, including with experts, parents, youth organisations, academics, and of course our state and territory colleagues. And I want to thank all who have engaged constructively on this issue. Your insights have guided our thinking, And there's so many personal experiences, such as those the Prime Minister and I heard this morning, to add to our determination to get this right. Responding to these concerns has been the focus of the Albanese government because the safety of our children comes first.
Before I call the honourable member for Wentworth, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are participants in the University of Canberra's Pathway to Politics program, which aims to equip diverse women with the skills and knowledge to drive change through political leadership. And also in the House today is Professor Philip Klingon, OAM, a talented and dedicated oncologist, cancer researcher and patron of the Illawarra Cancer Carers. His tireless work, advocacy and fundraising drives have made significant contributions to improving services in the area and providing that support to those suffering from cancer. Welcome to you all. The call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is to the Assistant Treasurer. Organised crime syndicates are scamming Australian households who are losing life-changing sums of money, including in Wentworth. 94% of scam losses are borne by individuals and only 6% by banks. This is despite banks having far greater tools at their disposal to stop scams. Does the Minister think that consumers are responsible for and have the ability to prevent 94% of scam losses? And if not, will you take action to make sure banks and other companies pay for losses in proportion to their ability to prevent them?
Call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, and can I thank the member for Wentworth for the question and her ongoing engagement on this issue. Can also take the opportunity to thank my colleague, the Minister for Communications, on the work that we've been doing together, a team effort to ensure that we keep Australians' money safe and their information safe. Friends, earlier today I introduced the new Scams Prevention Framework Bill into the Parliament. When legislated, it'll ensure that Australia is the toughest country in the world for these multinational crime syndicates that the member for Wentworth refers to make a dollar. And that's our objective, to ensure that Australians are kept safe, and this is the toughest country in the world for the criminals to prey upon Australians. I'm asked about the approach that we've taken and how it differs from other approaches. I've got to say, it is in this particular regard that we differ from the approach of our predecessors. The approach under our predecessors was, if you get scammed, you're a mug and you're on your own. And they were soft on financial crime, they were soft on financial criminals, and as a result, scam losses on their watch doubled and then doubled and then doubled again.
The Minister will pause. The member for Wentworth was on her feet before the member for Wannon, and I'll hear from her as the person who has asked the question. They shall have the first right to take a point of order.
The point is on relevance. I didn't ask about alternative approaches. I asked specifically about the losses borne by consumers versus the losses borne by banks and ability to prevent them.
For consistency, the member for Wentworth is correct, and under the Speaker's direction, I'm just going to ask the Minister to refrain from talking about alternative approaches or policies and to return to the question.
Thank you. The focus of our legislation and the focus of the question is around how we prevent scams occurring in the first place, and when they do occur, how we ensure the victims are compensated. That's the whole focus of the legislation. It introduces tough new obligations. These obligations will fall upon banks, but also on telecommunications companies and social media platforms, and I'll return to this point in a moment. Tough obligations to ensure that they are keeping their customers safe. Obligations to prevent scams, obligations to detect scams, obligations to disrupt scams, obligations to report scams, and obligations to ensure that they are responding, including responding to their customers to ensure that their money and their information is safe. I agree with the member for Wentworth that not nearly enough is being done by banks to ensure that their customers are being kept safe and that they are getting compensated for losses. That is a core feature of our scheme. Clear paths for remediation, clear paths for compensation. But we do not accept the approach that has been pushed by some others, that we should let social media platforms off the hook, because 2 out of every 3 scams originates from an ad published on a social media platform. Meta in and of itself is the single biggest advertiser of criminal scams in the world. They're not a start-up. In Australia, they made between $5 and $6 billion last year alone. So yes, we need to keep the banks on the hook and keep the banks responsible for their part in the harms, but we should also be ensuring the big companies like Meta and social media are kept to account as well.
Call to the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What progress is the Albanese Labor government making in the fight against inflation? What obstacles are standing in the way?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Werriwa. I also wanted to acknowledge the great work that the Assistant Minister is making when it comes to financial security, and we heard some of that a moment ago. Cost of living is the major pressure on people in our communities, and it's the #1 focus of this Labor government. We're coming at this cost of living challenge from every conceivable, every responsible angle, whether it's the tax cuts, the energy bill relief, cheaper medicines, cheaper early childhood education, rent assistance, wage increases, and the changes that we're making to student debt. Now, we know that the official data doesn't always capture precisely how people are faring, but we have seen inflation come off really considerably in our economy. When we came to office, it was much higher and rising. Now it's lower and falling. It had a 6 in front of it under those opposite, and now has a 2 in front of it. And because of that, headline inflation is now back in the target band for the first time since 2021. As the Secretary of the Treasury said yesterday, as I said yesterday, as the Governor of the Reserve Bank said today, the Reserve Bank targets headline inflation, but underlying inflation is important as well. And both headline and underlying inflation...
The Treasurer will pause. I'm just not going to have the member for Hume continually giving commentary right throughout this answer. Okay? So it's just not on. We just can't have this continual just commentary. So no more interjections to the remainder of this answer, and the House will be a lot better. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member for Hume is desperately unhappy because both headline inflation and underlying inflation went down in the data last week, and it went down in the forecasts from the Reserve Bank this week, Mr Speaker.
Order.
Now, it has been...
The Minister for Climate Change and Energy will cease interjecting. No, members on my right, the manager is entitled to raise a point of order, and I won't have this being disrupted while he raises it. The point of order.
Standing orders are very clear on imputations of improper motives. To suggest, as the Treasurer just did, that the Shadow Treasurer is, quotes, desperately unhappy, is to impute improper motives to him. This Treasurer does it all the time, and he should be required to comply with the standing orders.
Member, order. Just the member for Groom. No, we're not giving commentary. We're going to listen to each other and show each other respect. The Deputy Leader of the House.
Thank you, Speaker. Happiness or unhappiness is not a motive, and I encourage the Manager of Opposition Business to have a look at the Shadow Treasurer's face.
Order. All right, we're going to handle it this way. For the remainder of the answer, I'm just going to require the Treasurer not to refer to other members at all. Just get through the answer and not refer to any other members. Order. And I just want to listen to the Treasurer. And he has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The point I'm making is that last week both headline inflation and underlying inflation went down, and in the forecast the Reserve Bank released this week, they have lowered their forecasts for both important measures of inflation. And the fact that today marks 1 year exactly since interest rates last went up reflects the progress that we are making when it comes to inflation.
Order.
And this fight against inflation is our #1 focus. And the Governor again acknowledged that today when she said, and I'm quoting the Governor of the Reserve Bank, "I think the attitude at the moment that I'm hearing from the government is the right one," end quote, from the Governor of the Reserve Bank. The same Governor who said our surpluses are helping and our cost of living relief will help, Mr Speaker. Now, I say to those opposite, Mr Speaker, stop trying to diminish what Australians have achieved together in our economy under this Prime Minister and under his government. Inflation's halved, real wages growing again, 1 million new jobs, tax cuts for every taxpayer,
The Leader of the Opposition will
2
cease
surpluses,
interjecting.
less debt, Mr Speaker. Now, we're not there yet, but we have made a lot of welcome progress, and we know that the Opposition Leader is a risk to this progress because we know his record, gutting Medicare, pushing wages down, pushing prices up.
Order.
And these are the costs, Mr Speaker, of his reckless arrogance. His reckless arrogance will have real costs for ordinary people who are doing it tough enough and would be doing it tougher with.
Order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the ankle bracelets and monitoring conditions were removed from 215 dangerous non-citizen offenders, including 12 murderers, 66 sex offenders, 97 people convicted of assault and 15 domestic violence perpetrators. How many of the hardened criminals who are in the community are wearing ankle bracelets or subject to curfews right now?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. If I can, first of all, the decision from the High Court that's been referred to there is not the decision that the government wanted, but it is a decision that we had prepared for. And so this morning I was with the Governor-General signing in new regulations, and those new regulations allow what was cut out by the High Court yesterday to now go through reconsideration on a new test, which is viewed as being legal, and for that new test to be applied to the full caseload. Of course, let's not forget that the concept of people in these circumstances being on ankle bracelets at all is something that has only started since this government. It was previously the case, for example, that 102 sex offenders were released from immigration detention by the Leader of the Opposition with no conditions at all. No conditions at all.
I'm just going to invite the Leader of the House to pause because I want to hear from the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker, and it goes to relevance, and this question is incredibly important to the safety of the Australian people. It was to be directly relevant, you have to ask how many are subject to ankle bracelets and curfews right now?
Order. On the point of order, the Deputy Leader of the House.
To the point of order, Mr Speaker, it's quite clear in practice that a minister is able to compare and contrast, provided that does not take the entirety of their answer.
Yes, practice page 554 does go to that area. So the minister has been referring to the question. He is being directly relevant. He is entitled to talk about the policy topic. He won't be able to remain for the remainder of his answer, particularly about alternative policies, but while he's been going for about 20 seconds on that topic, he's entitled to do so under the standing orders and practice. But I'll listen carefully to make sure he is being directly relevant, and he has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. So therefore, the new test and the new rules have been in place since this morning. Within 24 hours of the High Court coming down with its decision, the government had taken 3 actions. The first action that we took was to make sure that we had increased the number of people on Border Force under Operation Aegis. That's been an increase that we were stepping up in anticipation of the possibility of this decision, so that that operation in Border Force now has 2/3 additional people, a 66% increase in the number of people who were there working on that. Secondly, the regulation was signed off by me. It had to be, obviously we had to check it against the specifics of the majority ruling in the High Court. That was signed off by me last night, put through the Executive Council this morning, and now being applied by the department. Thirdly, legislation had to be introduced to the House. The regulation takes immediate effect. Obviously, people then have to be tested against it, but the regulation takes immediate effect.
Order.
Additional to that, Additional to that, legislation is required, which isn't required for the reg to take immediate effect, but is required for us to have all the full powers that we want to be able to have, and that legislation was introduced before question time today. All of that has happened with a High Court decision that only came down yesterday. This government's first priority is community safety. And if I can remind members, the first priority is not ankle bracelets or detention for these people. Our first priority is we don't want them in Australia at all, and that is why we introduced powers today in the legislation to improve the government's capacity to remove people from this country in that situation.
Call to the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support Australian students and build a better and fairer education system? And what has been the response?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Can I thank my mate, the cracking member for Cunningham, for her question? Mr Speaker, on Monday the 15% pay rise for early educators was passed by this House. And a couple of hours ago, about 2 hours ago, the legislation to increase funding for our public schools was passed by this House. Both of these reforms are really important. That extra funding will be tied to things like phonics checks, numeracy checks, catch-up tutoring and extra mental health support, because we know that there's a real link between the mental health of students and how they perform at school. And that's also why the action that the Prime Minister and the Communications Minister are taking to end the doom scrolling and get our kids out of the cesspit of social media is so important. What we announced on the weekend is also important. We announced on the weekend that if we win the next election, the first piece of legislation we'll introduce will cut student debt for 3 million Australians by 20%. And I've told the House this week about what it will mean in different electorates and different communities right across the country, in the cities, in the suburbs, in the regions, in the bush. And this is what it will mean in places with some of the lowest incomes in the country. In Fowler, in the western suburbs of Sydney, which has the lowest median personal income in the country, more than 22,000 people will have their student debt cut. In Spence, in the northern suburbs of Adelaide, almost 20,000 people will have their student debt cut. In Caldwell, in the northwestern suburbs of Melbourne, almost 23,000 people will have their debt cut. And in Watson, more than 24,000 people in the electorate of Watson will have their debt cut. And in the community that I am so privileged to represent in this place, the electorate of Blaxland, almost 25,000 people will have their debt cut. These are people who know what education can do, how it can lift people up and help them to get ahead, help them to build the life that they deserve and that their family deserves. And they know that this Labor government has got their back and will cut their debt, unlike this anti-aspiration kick the ladder out behind the mob opposite, who are against them getting a tax cut and now are against them getting a debt cut. And Australians, these 3 million Australians now know that if Labor wins, they win. And if the Liberals win, they won't.
Far too much noise by the Leader of the Nationals and the member for Hume. They are now both warned. The call to the member for Cowper.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm the 215 hardcore criminals released into the Australian community are receiving welfare and housing benefits at the expense of the Australian taxpayer?
Good call to the Leader of the House. Member for Chisholm. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. All the expenses, well, first of all, the greatest expense that any of these individuals have incurred is the cost of their crimes. That's the greatest expense. And that's why their visas were cancelled. That's why our first priority is for them to be out of the country. if they can't be out of the country, then we wanted them in detention, and the High Court has said that's not possible. The High Court has said for these particular individuals that they have given us a way of being able to use the forms of monitoring we wanted to use, but not under the specifics as to what had previously been approved by this parliament. And so that's what we are now having to do. But our priority, our first priority is always that we don't want these people in the country in the first place. The most expensive option is when they're in detention. The next most expensive option is when they're in the community. And the cheapest option is to get them out of the country. The arrangements when they're in the community and the expenses that are involved there are using procedures that were put in place and that existed for the entirety of the previous government.
The call to the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring we have the skills to reach our target of 1.2 million homes, and how is the government's approach to building more homes different from the alternatives?
Call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Speaker, I thank the member for Macarthur. He is a fierce advocate for housing for his constituents, but he's also one of the most loved people in the parliament. And Mike, it's great to get a question from you. Speaker, there's going to be a very clear choice at the upcoming election on housing between a Labor government which has brought the Commonwealth back to the table on this life-defining issue for millions of people, a government which is pulling every lever we have to build more homes, to help renters get a fairer deal and to help more Australians into home ownership, and an opposition which completely checked out of housing when they were in government and have consistently tried to stop our government from taking action on this matter. On this side of the House, we've set a bold and ambitious target of building 1.2 million houses over 5 years. Those opposite think boldness and ambition are a bad thing because they'd actually be held accountable for their failures. On this side of the House, we are investing a landmark $32 billion to combat a housing crisis that's been a generation in the making. Those opposite have said they'll cut $19 billion out of that program. What a dumb idea, cutting funding to housing in the middle of a housing crisis. On our side of the House, we're helping 35,000 tradies build the construction skills that we need through fee-free TAFE. On their side of the House, they call fee-free TAFE wasteful spending.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will cease
On our
interjecting.
side of the House, we've helped 130,000 Australians into home ownership through an expanded home guarantee scheme. On their side, they managed just 60,000 in their decade in office. On this side of the House, we're investing in 55,000 social and affordable homes. We spent more on building new homes in our last budget than the entire 9 years of the Coalition combined. On this side of the House, we've helped a million Australians with a 45% increase in Commonwealth rent assistance. On their side, they didn't increase rent assistance once above CPI in a decade. Not once. Speaker, as housing, as on so many other things, there is a lot at stake at this upcoming election. We're in the middle of a big housing program to build more homes, get renters a fairer deal and help more Australians into home ownership. And we're in the middle of a big transformation about the way that the Commonwealth Government engages with housing. We've got a big, bold, positive agenda which is making real change for real people. All this progress will be at risk if this reckless, negative, aggressive opposition are elected to govern our country again.
We call to the honourable member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Home Affairs Minister. Since releasing the 215 hardened criminals into the community, have any been charged with an act of sexual assault?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the records of what we've got there would be largely issues held by state and territory authorities. And if people are in, I don't have those stats in front of me. I don't have those in front of me. But what I will say is the concept of people on visas who have committed crimes previously being in the community with no restrictions is what used to happen. And that's why I give the example, you refer to those particular crimes. 102 convicted sex offenders were released with no conditions into the community from detention by the Leader of the Opposition. 64 child sex offenders were released with no conditions into the community by the Leader of the Opposition.
Has the Minister concluded his answer? The member for Blair has the call.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government making housing more affordable by supporting infrastructure to get our homes built more quickly? What alternative approaches are there?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Blair for his question. He represents an area of significant growth, and he knows that one of the keys to addressing the cost of living is bringing down the cost of owning or renting a home, and that means increasing housing supply. We are tackling the problem from every angle with a $32 billion plan, which is already building more homes today, helping people buy homes, massively increasing rent assistance and getting more social and affordable housing into the system. As part of the plan, we've put $1.5 billion over 2 years onto the table to tackle two of the biggest issues that are blocking housing supply: speeding up the planning processes and funding new infrastructure. We've already announced funding for projects to speed up planning, and we've put more development-ready sites into the pipeline. And that includes unlocking more land for housing in the rapidly growing Ipswich West region in the member's electorate, turning surplus land at the CSU campus in Rockhampton in the member for Capricornia's electorate into housing, fast-tracking housing development in the Riverland region in the member for Barker's electorate, getting faster approvals done for 45 new social homes in Yarrabah in the member for Leichhardt's electorate, and paying for the planning work for a new housing estate in Temora in the member for Riverina's electorate. And the Housing Support Program is also investing alongside state governments and state development agencies in a multitude of projects. They include $40 million to fund sewer, utilities and local roads, delivering 500 new homes in Meadowbrook in the rapidly growing southern suburbs of Brisbane. We've also announced $4.5 million for local road improvements to support 400 new homes in Knoxfield in the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne. Now, I've seen those opposite have made some announcements in this space, announcements of their own. But buried in the fine detail, and you've always got to read the fine detail of that announcement, is the fact that those opposite are planning to fund enabling infrastructure with concessional loans to local councils, an approach that will force councils to raise rates or to levy developers to repay the loans, costs that will be passed on to future home owners. The Leader of the Opposition simply is not serious about fixing the housing crisis. We know they have committed to cutting $19 billion from housing, and now they are saying, we'll pay for your infrastructure, but only if we increase your rates and if we put your housing prices up because we're going to charge developers for it. You've always got to look at the detail with that man opposite. You've got to look at the detail. While we're building, they are blocking. Putting them in charge of housing affordability is simply too risky.
The call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Donald Trump's win is bad for women, bad for people of colour, bad for the climate and bad for democracy. Many people are terrified about what having this dangerous demagogue in charge will mean for the world, including here in Australia. To help keep Australia safe, will you now cancel the AUKUS nuclear submarine agreement so that we're not tied at the hip to Donald Trump?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Melbourne for his question. We support the AUKUS arrangements because it is in Australia's national interest. If you think about Australia's defence and what is needed, what is required in terms of capability, as an island continent located where we are in the world, then shipping is obviously a key asset. And for Australia, when you look at how a country defends itself, there is no more effective way than through a submarine. If you look at what the most effective form of submarines are in terms of power, because of stealth, because of the amount of time that they can stay under the water, because of undetectability, because of the depth in which they can dive and how long they can stay under for. In terms of Australia's national interest, I was convinced and I was convinced through proper briefings with the Defence Department and with Defence officials that this is the correct way to go. And I continue to work with Mark Hammond, the Chief of Navy, the CDF and other Defence personnel, the work that Jonathan Mead is doing as well, to ensure...
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition can leave the chamber under 94A. We're not going to have just people giving their commentary all throughout question time. There's far too much of it. I want everyone to show more respect and a little more restraint after this week. Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, I was speaking in support of AUKUS that I thought had bipartisan support across the chamber. It is in Australia's national interest and it's in our long-term interest. We have put in place phases so that we've already had visit in Australia, a Virginia-class submarine that myself and the Defence Minister went into there at the base in Perth. We will have, as well, some Virginia-class submarines built in the United States, and then we will also have SSN AUKUS built, the same vessels built in the United Kingdom, in Barrow, where I visited as well, and in South Australia. And what that will do, that isn't just about defence, that's about advanced manufacturing here in Australia. It has a massive spin-off as well that we're seeing through education, with many Australians engaging already in the United States and in the UK. So this is about Australia's national interest. I'll always stand up for Australia's national interest, and that is why I support this program.
Call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for the NDIS. What reforms has the Albanese Labor government made to the NDIS to get it back on track? And what changes are being made and what problems are being fixed to ensure that every dollar is supporting participants?
Call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
I thank the tenacious member for Adelaide, whose win-loss ratio since 1998 elections has been 6-3. He never gives up. I'm pleased to update, though, the House and the people listening to question time about the progress of the NDIS. And I'm pleased to explain how Labor is building the NDIS's future. We're making sure that every dollar gets through to the participants for whom the scheme was designed. The NDIS is an important economic and social nation-building project, and it is helping people. Labor's been working to get the NDIS back on track every day since the last election. I acknowledge the work of people with disability and their supporters for their efforts too. There are definitely still problems with the scheme, but I can update the House on signs of progress. Participants who've been on the scheme for longer than 2 years, who are aged more than 15, are reporting their community participations up. 15 to 24-year-olds report that their employment prospects or their jobs have increased from 10% to 22%, that in fact 51% of their parents and carers are now able to get, because of the NDIS, paid employment. I can also update the House on the financial green shoots of stabilisation. In the last year of the Coalition, the scheme outlays grew by 23% and the number of people joining the scheme grew by 15%. Now the scheme outlays in the last financial year have grown by 18% and the number of people joining the scheme has stabilised at 8%. Next year we're on track for 12% and the following year 8%. I'm pleased to advise the House that even from the May budget to now, the outlays have decreased by $1 billion less than were expected in the May budget, which means that the scheme will invest over the next 4 years $210 billion in people, but not $229 billion. Now, there are reasons why this is happening. Firstly, the states have agreed that the NDI shouldn't be the only lifeboat in the ocean. We've also started the overdue process of registering providers, of whom 90% of the scheme are unregistered. We've sorted out what you can and can't spend money on in the scheme, and we're sorting out a uniform assessment to make sure it's transparent how you're eligible for the scheme. We've invested in the agency and the Safeguards Commission, and we've also put people with disability in top leadership positions in these organisations. And finally, we're chasing the crooks. 519 investigations, 50 people before the courts, some of whom now in jail, over $1 billion in payments investigated. More payments are being scrutinised than ever. But I think the best news about the scheme is that Labor has led the reforms in this term, but we couldn't have got them through without the bipartisan support of the coalition. What this tells people with disability is that at least two of the parties in this House are committed to actually seeing the scheme be there for the future. And at fear of embarrassing the member for Deakin, he did a great job wrangling the litigious and soon-to-be departed Liberal senators in his coalition to support us eventually. Under Labor, the NDIS is here to stay, and I acknowledge the work of the parliament to this goal.
Give the call to the honourable member for Durack.
Thank you. My question is to the Prime Minister. At Senate estimates, officials gave evidence that the Attorney-General released a convicted terrorist into the community by granting him parole. Prime Minister, what was this individual's offence? From which state or territory has he been released into? And does this individual pose a threat to the Australian public?
Order. Give the call to the Attorney-General. Order. Members on my left will cease at ejecting.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The safety of the community is the government's highest priority at all times, including when making parole decisions. And in relation to cases such as, I think the one that the member referred to, there is a very high threshold that must be met before a person can be granted parole. The decision is informed by advice from relevant agencies, and the safety of the community is the most important consideration in these decisions. Parole keeps the community safer. It means mandatory controls and mandatory supervision are in place which would otherwise not be available at the conclusion of someone's sentence. And the opposition knows that these decisions are informed by a range of expert assessments about an offender. They also know that individuals on parole are subject to strict supervision conditions which are informed by the advice of law enforcement and corrective services agencies. At all times, parolees are under the close supervision of state.
The Attorney-General was paused. He was asking about a specific I know where the member's going to go about a specific case, but I can't make him, as you know, under the standing orders, be directly answering the question on the specifics the member for Durack asked, but I will make sure he's being directly relevant to the question and talking about the parole process about this case is directly relevant. So I'm just going to remind the member for Tian it's going to be really difficult to raise a point on relevance. In light of what I've said, the member for Wannon has the call.
Does go to relevance because the question asks what is the individual's offence, which state or territory, and most importantly, does this individual pose a threat to the Australian community? And the Attorney-General should answer the question.
The member for Moreton will leave the chamber under 94A. Because I want to hear from the Leader of the House.
Just to the point of order, the Attorney-General is going to the exact principles that are worked through by the government in making these decisions.
And he'll need to return to the question and ensure what he is addressing the House does remain directly relevant. It was a specific question. There is detail required, but I'm just going to ensure that he's being directly relevant. If he strays into any other topics, I will sit him down. The Attorney-General has the call.
Very much, Mr Speaker. The opposition know that individuals on parole are subject to strict supervision conditions which are informed by the advice of law enforcement and corrective services agencies. At all times, parolees are under the close supervision of state and territory corrective services agencies. I can also advise the House that when in government, those opposite made similar decisions to release offenders on parole. As the Attorney-General's Department advised Senate estimates just 2 days ago, a Liberal Attorney-General and a Liberal Assistant Minister released 3 offenders on parole between 2020 and 2022.
The Attorney-General will pause. The Manager of Opposition Position on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, you've given a clear direction to the Attorney-General. Now, Standing Order 91C makes it clear that a member's conduct is disorderly if they wilfully refuse to conform to a standing order, and that is what the Attorney-General is doing.
So to get through this, you're going to need to make it directly relevant to the question, either through the Senate estimates part of the question, without simply talking about alternative policies or the previous government. So I'll give the Attorney-General one more chance. If he strays beyond that, I want him to listen carefully to me, he will have to return to his seat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The Attorney-General has the call.
We are not going to talk about the details of individual offenders, and it is very disappointing to see the opposition seeking to politicise what is an important part of the criminal justice system, particularly when it is a part of the criminal justice system that the former government utilised, which I include in that the 3 offenders released between 2020 and 2022 who were convicted of online child sexual offences and people smuggling.
Attorney-General will resume his seat. He's finished his answer. Well, he has now. The member for Lyons has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Why is bulk billing important in Medicare, and what pressure has bulk billing faced in the past? What has the Albanese Labor government been doing to promote more bulk billing?
Call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank my friend, the member for Lyons, who joined us earlier this year, the Prime Minister, many of us, at the 40th anniversary of Australia's most important social program, Medicare. Medicare was hard fought, Mr Speaker. It was opposed tooth and nail at the time by doctors' groups and by the Liberal Party, who election after election after election promised to abolish it. But for Labor, bulk billing was right at the heart of our vision for Medicare. But again, that was hard fought. The AMA instructed its members not to bulk bill for a long time, and we know John Howard, the Leader of the Opposition at the time then, described bulk billing as an absolute rort. And although we won that fight as well, Mr Speaker, the truth is that those opposite have maintained their lack of support for bulk billing right through the intervening years. The Leader of the Opposition, of course, said that there were too many free Medicare services and then tried to abolish bulk billing altogether for everyone. And when we blocked that change in the other place, Mr Speaker, he then kicked off a 6-year freeze to the Medicare rebate that ripped billions and billions of dollars out of general practice, causing bulk billing to wither on the vine. And then, rather than having the courage to own the damage that they had inflicted on Medicare, they tried to fudge the figures, Mr Speaker, magically producing a bulk billing figure of 88% on the eve of the last election. Well, the Vice President of the College of GPs called them out, describing that 88% figure, and I quote, as misleading and significantly skewed. And shortly after the election, Mr Speaker, the college president, Dr Price, described the reality this way. She said bulk billing was in free fall and that general practice was at a tipping point. So maybe instead of holding up a sign like he did yesterday with this misleading figure scribbled with crayon on it, the Leader of the Opposition might reflect on his own role in creating this utter mess. And if he doesn't get it, I tell you what, Australia's doctors do, Mr Speaker. They ranked him as the worst health minister in 35 years in a poll of doctors. Australian Doctor magazine says, and I quote, 1,100 doctors took part in the survey and quoted one GP as saying Mr Dutton will be remembered as the dullest, least innovative and most gullible. Well, we've got a different approach. We're committed to cleaning up his mess, to strengthening Medicare, to reversing the slide in bulk billing. And in just 12 months, we've delivered 5.4 million additional free visits to the doctor. More doctors, more bulk billing, more urgent care clinics. That's our approach to strengthening Medicare.
The call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Defence Industry.
On the 28th of October, Israel's parliament voted to ban UNRWA from the country within 90 days. With aid trucks entering Gaza already at less than 7% of pre-war levels and with no viable alternative to UNRWA, the Secretary-General of Médecins Sans Frontières has said that this ban will have catastrophic implications for people in Gaza and the West Bank now and for generations to come. What is Australia doing to ensure that the people of Gaza do not die of starvation and preventable diseases such as polio? Thank you.
Call to the Minister for Defence Industry and Capability Delivery, the Minister for International Development, the Pacific, and the Minister representing the Minister for Defence and the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Let me begin by condemning the attacks of October 7 and the resulting war and civilian deaths. We call for an immediate release of all hostages, for an immediate ceasefire and for the free and unfettered flow of humanitarian aid. UNRWA does life-saving work, and that's why successive Australian governments have funded it since 1951. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is catastrophic, and only UNRWA has the mandate and the infrastructure to receive and distribute aid on the scale that's needed right now. UNRWA has also been subject to several external investigations in light of the October 7 attacks, including by former French Foreign Minister Catherine Colonna and the UN Office of Internal Oversight Services, who concluded that UNRWA was the critical backbone of humanitarian services in Gaza and that there was no proof of systematic terrorism links. No proof of systematic terrorism links. And importantly, UNRWA is implementing all recommended reforms. And as the Foreign Minister said in Senate estimates earlier today, the simple reason why we support UNRWA is because we don't want innocent Palestinian civilians to starve to death. It's as simple as that. We call on Israel to allow free, unfettered humanitarian access to Gaza in line with the International Court of Justice ruling. Now, the questioner has asked what we are doing. Firstly, we joined with Canada, France, Germany, Japan, South Korea and the UK to urge Israel's Knesset to not proceed with the legislation to ban UNRWA. And we've also made our opposition clearly known directly to Israeli authorities in Tel Aviv and Canberra following the legislation's passage. We continue to work through diplomatic channels in Tel Aviv, through the UN and here in Canberra to urge immediate and open access for aid workers and supplies. We've provided a total of $94.5 million in humanitarian funding to the region since October 23. This includes $6 million to UNRWA, which continues to flow, along with the other partner agencies we've funded in Gaza, including UNICEF, the World Food Programme, the Red Cross, the UN Operations Services and the UN Population Fund. And we've also provided our regular annual contribution of $20 million to UNRWA. So to the member's question, we'll continue to urge a reversal of this decision. We'll continue to support urgent humanitarian aid to the region, and we continue to stand by and urge everyone for an immediate ceasefire and urgent humanitarian assistance to our region. Thank you.
The call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How will cutting student debt and making fee-free TAFE permanent and other cost of living measures help build a stronger future? What other approaches are there?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Chisholm for her question. Indeed, this Labor government is about building Australia's future. We announced on Sunday we'll cut student debt by 20%. We'll raise the HECS repayment threshold, putting more dollars in the pockets of graduates. We'll make free TAFE permanent. 3 million Australians will get relief on their debt. 100,000 Australians getting free TAFE every year. Because when the government invests in education, every Australian benefits.
Order. Now, the Prime Minister reports there's just far too much noise in the chamber. We're just going to get through this. Order. Members on the member for New England is now warned. We've got 6 people on warnings. Don't try your luck. The Prime Minister has the call.
Those opposite, Mr Speaker, have the arrogance to look at young Australians and say, you should pay more. That is what they are saying. We want to strengthen our nation. Those opposite don't, and that's the difference. What makes Australia stronger is free TAFE, so it's easier for more Australians to become tradies, carers, IT specialists. Who's against it? They are. What makes Australia stronger is cutting student debt. Who's against it? They are. Giving every Australian taxpayer a tax cut. Who's against it? They are. Cheaper childcare. Who's against it? Energy bill relief for every household. Who's against it? Getting wages moving again. Who's against it? Bringing back manufacturing and making more things here. Who's against it? More affordable housing and building more homes. Who's against it? Mr. Speaker, we are building Australia's future, investing in cost of living relief at the same time as we have halved inflation since we came to office. But those opposite don't cheer for Australia, they cheer against Australia. They are never more depressed as when good figures come out showing that inflation is going down, wages are going up, a million jobs created. And just one of our cost of living measures has had a new figure this week, Mr. Speaker, because our cheaper medicines that were opposed by those opposite have now ticked over to have saved Australians $1 billion. $1 billion. Measures that those opposite oppose, like they have opposed every single cost of living measure that we have put forward. We've done all of that, Mr. Speaker, while turning their massive Liberal deficits into 2 Labor budget surpluses. We'll continue to build Australia's future. They'll continue to be the great blockers, Mr. Speaker. And on that note, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Whilst members are leaving the chamber, I ask them to do so quickly and quietly. Before we move to the MPI and papers, I have a short statement to make regarding a new MOU. The President of the Senate, the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority and I have signed a Memorandum of Understanding regarding the exercise of IPIA's information gathering powers where parliamentary privilege may be involved. The purpose of this MOU is to agree to processes that will follow when IPIA exercises its information gathering powers under Section 53 of the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority Act 2017. This will ensure IPIA's powers are exercised in a way that affords parliamentarians an opportunity to raise claims of parliamentary privilege and to safeguard the relevant information and documents whilst claims of parliamentary privilege are being considered. The MOU details a process to be followed when a Section 53 notice is issued to a parliamentarian, including where a parliamentarian wishes to make a claim of parliamentary privilege over the information or documents sought. It also details a process for the issuing a Section 53 notice to a third party, including what is to occur when IPIA considers that notification of the relevant parliamentarian could compromise the conduct of the audit or assurance activity. I'd like to acknowledge the work of the President, the bipartisan members of the MOU Working Group and the Acting Chief Executive Officer of IPIA in negotiating this agreement. I present a copy of the MOU and I can also indicate to members that the President and I will be writing to all parliamentarians providing you with copies of the MOU. And we shall go to papers, and I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the Honourable the Manager of Opposition Business proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the importance of Australia's relationship with our key allies. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it is vital that Australia maintains strong working relationships with our key allies, and there is no more important ally than the United States, our most important security partner, a critical economic partner, and of course our security relationships go back for more than 100 years. Our troops have fought together since 1918. We've been bound together by the ANZUS Treaty since shortly after World War II. Of course, more recently we've went into the AUKUS arrangements, under which Australia will receive access to some of the most sensitive nuclear technology that the United States possesses. We're forming new arrangements, such as the Quad, the United States, Japan, India and Australia. Of course, the United States is a major source of inbound investment. It's a major export market for Australian businesses. So it is very important, Deputy Speaker, that the governments of these two nations work together closely and effectively. That is uncontestably in the interests of the Australian people. It is very important that there is mutual respect and trust between political leaders in both systems. What that means, Deputy Speaker, I think it's an uncontentious proposition, is that there's a requirement on the Australian government of the day to be professional and to be disciplined in the way that it approaches our relationship with the United States, as in the way it approaches our relationship with other key allies around the world. Let's be very clear on what our responsibilities are as political leaders in Australia. It's the job of the Australian government to deal with the government of the United States, the government that is chosen by the people of the United States. It is the right of the American people to choose their president. It is the obligation of the Australian government and of Australian political leaders to deal in a professional and respectful way with the government of the United States. And indeed we saw that behaviour being modelled and demonstrated by the previous coalition government under the first Trump administration. We saw that administration apply tariffs to steel and aluminium imports from around the world, as of course is the perfect entitlement of the democratically elected government of the United States. But then Liberal Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull successfully had Australia exempted from those arrangements. That was an example of a coalition government working constructively, professionally, engaging with the President and the administration in the United States. Now, you would have thought all of these are uncontentious propositions, so trite as to hardly be worth making. But sadly, Deputy Speaker, sadly, the evidence is clear that there are too many Labor politicians who do not accept or understand these statements, these principles that I've just articulated. Instead, time after time, they fall prey to the temptation to engage in performative virtue signalling directed at their lefty echo chamber to try and get more likes on Twitter or X. There's example after example, I'm very sorry to say, of senior figures in the Albanese Labor government indulging themselves by doing just this and going for that short-term sugar hit of approbation and approval from within their lefty echo chambers, but that is very much not in the interests of Australia and the Australian people. For example, when the Minister for Climate, for Emissions Reduction and Energy published a book titled, in February 21, published a book titled On Charlatans. It hasn't been widely read, but I suspect it's been widely remaindered. But it does contain a description of the man who has just been elected as the President of the United States. It contains a description of him as narcissistic, a liar and the worst president in United States history. This is a current senior Labor politician engaging in remarkably irresponsible conduct which is not in the interests of the Australian people, not in the interest of Australia, not in the interests of a prudent and mutually respectful relationship. What about Wayne Swan? Swanee, the current Treasurer's mentor, surely we could have expected him to be more responsible in his approach. I'm sorry to say not. In a podcast on Radio National, so of course on the ABC, he was naturally tempted to go for that virtue signalling and approval from the lefty echo chamber. He had this to say, quotes, "The rise of Donald Trump is what happens when rampant wealth and income inequality which causes immense despair across working classes across the world, leads to such disillusionment with the political system that it pushes it in a neo-fascist direction. Now, I don't think that could be regarded as a responsible or prudent thing to say, or a thing which is in the interest of the Australian people, a thing which is in the national interest. Now, what is it that we've heard from other senior ministers in this government? The Minister for the Environment had this to say in 2016 about the then and current president, or the then presidential candidate, the just elected President Donald Trump. She had this to say: he's broken so many conventions, I think it's fair enough for us to say as Australians, to say we are deeply concerned about the security concerns his candidacy raises. Again, falling prey to the temptation to appeal to that lefty echo chamber rather than thinking in a sober and responsible way, what is the thing that I should be saying as a senior Australian politician in our national interest? What about the Prime Minister's senior press secretary, formerly the Guardian journalist Murpharoo? Now, what has she had to say about President Trump? She says it was fascinating to be with Trump in the Oval Office. He had a simple objective: stonewall, redirect and destabilise the room. Again, you could not say that now source of senior advice to the Prime Minister is somebody who was carefully calibrating her words in the interest of maintaining a mutually respectful relationship with the United States. Now, of course, what is it that the Assistant Treasurer had to say? He had to say one of his many missteps in November 2016. He said, quotes, "We've seen a lot of people hoping like hell that there's going to be a massive disconnect between what Donald Trump campaigned as and what he's going to govern as." So again, a self-indulgent piece of commentary appealing to the lefty echo chamber. Now, you would hope, of course, that our Prime Minister, the man who holds this august office, would take a more responsible position. You would hope that. But unfortunately, at Splendour in the Grass, again falling prey to the temptation to appeal to the crowd. He's probably in one of his T-shirts.
Free tickets. A lot of fun. He must have had free tickets.
Probably trying hard to convince the 18-year-olds that he was one of them.
Did he declare the gift?
And in a forum, he said, he was very critical. He was very, very critical. In fact, he used the words. How can he deal with it? Well, so he was asked. He was asked.
How about we just quit? Sorry, Manager for Opposition. If the member for Petrie and the Assistant Minister could please stop the interjections. I'm really struggling to hear. I've been very gracious in allowing them for this long, but I don't want to hear them anymore.
It is disappointing to have to report that the current Prime Minister of Australia, in a public forum, said of the man who's just been elected as the President of the United States, and I'm going to use a euphemism here because we are in the Parliament of Australia, he scares the S out of me, is what our current Prime Minister said. This is the same Prime Minister who just before question time today said that he'd made it a priority to build trust and respect with other leaders. That's what he said. But of course, surely we can rely upon our ambassador in the United States, K. Rudd, to sort it all out, because he knows everything. The unfortunate truth is that K. Rudd was described by the man who's just become President of the United States in an interview as, quotes, not the brightest bulb, and, quotes, if he's at all hostile, he will not be there long. The fact is, it is vital that we maintain a respectful and trust-based relationship with our most important security partner. Sadly, senior politicians in this Albanese Labor government, from the Prime Minister down, have failed dismally.
I ask members to leave the chamber quietly, please, so that we can proceed with the remainder of the debate. And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, members will appreciate that we serve in this place in historic times. Australia currently faces the most complex, the most challenging and the most consequential strategic circumstances in living memory. And the Australian public look to us for cool heads and calm leadership in this time. Our region, the Indo-Pacific, is currently being reshaped by a series of fundamental dynamics of change. Climate change, demographic change, technological disruption, intensifying strategic competition. They're all reshaping our region. Military power is expanding, but the means to constrain conflict are not. The rules and norms that have underwritten our regional security are coming under increasing pressure. And the way that all of these changes will unfold will have vital implications for Australia's prosperity and our security, for our very way of life. In these circumstances of change, Australia cannot afford to be a mere spectator. We know that we need to influence these dynamics of change in Australia's national interests. We want to build a region that's peaceful, prosperous and secure, a region that's governed by rules, norms and international law, a region where there's a strategic balance that ensures that countries are free to make their own choices, where no country dominates and no country is dominated. We've said that we'll use all the tools of statecraft to pursue these objectives: diplomatic, defence, development, soft power, every source of national power at our disposal. But we can't do it alone. We need to work with our key allies to pursue these goals. For a country like Australia, isolation is impotence. So our relationships with our key allies matter, now more than ever before. And since the last election, the Albanese government has worked tirelessly to strengthen our relationships with our allies, to deepen our engagement with our partners and to repair our relationships and restore trust in the Pacific. We've done this because we know that in complex, challenging and consequential times, our relationships matter. Our relationship with the United States is our most important in this respect. Overnight, the United States resoundingly elected President Donald Trump as their president. And the Australian government congratulates President Trump on his election. Prime Minister Albanese has already spoken to President Trump and reiterated that Australia will work closely with the new Trump administration to realise the benefits of our strong economic partnership. We look forward to working with President Trump in the interests of both of our nations. The United States has long played a leadership role in the stability and security of the Indo-Pacific, and Australia will strive to strengthen cooperation between our two nations in the region. As the Foreign Minister said in Senate estimates today, the Australian government has been working to ensure that we were ready for whatever the American people decided in this election. Our preparations included engagement with many key Republicans by the Prime Minister, the Defence Minister, the Foreign Minister and our embassy in Washington. And I might just add, on the back of the contribution from the leader of the opposition, the manager of opposition business, that former Prime Minister Rudd, our ambassador to the United States, is a highly effective ambassador. He's recognised across the Australian Parliament as doing an excellent job advancing Australia's interests in the United States. Indeed, he has already met with 2/3 of all senators. As a former Prime Minister, he's an experienced statesman. He's a China expert. Leaders around the world seek out his advice, and that's true in Washington too. I just wanted to share a couple of quotes in this respect. Joe Hockey, another former ambassador, has said that with respect to Mr Rudd's work, it doesn't matter whether you're Liberal, Labor, Green or whatever, Australia first. Dennis Richardson, another former ambassador, has said previously, those who pursue this matter will be doing so for political reasons, divorced from their national interest. That's what we've just seen here today. Well, the Labor Party is proud of our legacy in our relationship with the United States, a legacy of our great wartime leader John Curtin in turning to America and laying the foundations for our most important security relationship, the ANZUS alliance. It's a relationship that's endured across generations and across changes of government in both countries. It's a relationship that's being strengthened through the AUKUS agreement. And through AUKUS, Australia is playing its part in working to maintain the conditions for peace in our region. Through AUKUS and other significant and transparent investments in our defence industry and military capabilities, Australia is building our capability as a reliable security partner for the region and contributing to the collective deterrence of aggression and coercion in the Indo-Pacific. This is in the strategic interests of Australia, the US and the UK. Partnership is at the heart of AUKUS, and members on both sides of the House know well that AUKUS is structurally embedded across both sides of politics in the US. As the Deputy Prime Minister has said, we have a voting record that we can look to in this regard. Democrats and Republicans, including Trump Republicans, voted in support of AUKUS enabling legislation in the US Congress at the end of last year. And support for AUKUS is embedded in the US. It stretches across the political spectrum. The AUKUS caucus in the US Congress is vibrant and full of advocates for the agreement and friends of Australia. And the US election has no more changed support for AUKUS in the US than the Australian election changed support for AUKUS in Australia. Our relationship with the US goes far beyond AUKUS, though, of course. In the Quad, Australia works closely with the United States alongside two other key partners for Australia who have also had elections this year, India and Japan. The government was pleased to be able to welcome India's External Affairs Minister, Dr Jaishankar, back to Australia and our Parliament House just this week. Australia is Dr Jaishankar's one of his most visited countries, a reflection of a relationship that's gone from strength to strength under our government. Australia and India are close economic partners with strong and growing economic and community ties. Under our government, India has become a top-tier security partner, and we are progressing the interoperability of our air and naval assets in an unprecedented manner. We now are a regular participant with India, Japan and the United States in Exercise Malabar. Prime Minister Albanese was even invited onto the INS Vikrant, India's new locally built aircraft carrier. DPM Miles was invited to fly with the Indian Navy from Goa to Delhi on a P-8 flight. Our comprehensive strategic partnership is supporting an extraordinary tempo of engagement between our countries. Now, our relationship with another Quad partner, Japan, has never been closer and never been more important. Our special strategic partnership is underpinned by our significant trade, investment, defence and security ties and a deep affinity between our peoples. Japan is an indispensable partner in shaping a region that's peaceful, stable and prosperous. Our joint declaration on security cooperation, the entry into force of the Reciprocal Access Agreement and announcements around further cooperation with NATO and the United States at the 11th Australia-Japan 2+2 all send clear messages to the region about our close alignment and contribution to security and stability. In Southeast Asia, we have built on the extraordinarily successful ASEAN-Australia Special Summit in Melbourne of this year by continuing to implement the Southeast Asia Economic Strategy, by establishing the ASEAN-Australia Centre, and with an investment financing facility up and running and the development of a pipeline of projects to boost Australian investment into Southeast Asia. Earlier this year, Indonesia held the largest single-day election anywhere in the world, and the people of Indonesia chose President Prabowo as their leader, a good friend of Australia. We've taken that relationship to a new level, signing the groundbreaking Australia-Indonesia Defence Cooperation Agreement earlier this year. In the Pacific, we've been repairing relationships and restoring trust. Unfortunately, the opportunity to be the only partner in the Pacific was lost to us over the previous decade, but we're now working to become the partner of choice again. We're investing more than ever in the Pacific. We're working hard to be the partner of choice on security and economic matters in the region. The Australia-Tuvalu-Whale Union Treaty has now entered into force, and it represents a momentous step in the elevated partnership between our two countries. The Whale Union puts into place transformational arrangements to safeguard the future of Tuvalu and to advance our shared interests in a peaceful, safe and prosperous Pacific. Tuvalu and Australia recognise that our interests and futures are intertwined and that our security and sovereignty are best assured by acting together. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister were in Samoa last month for CHOGM, the Prime Minister's 7th visit to the Pacific as Prime Minister and his first visit to Samoa. And we saw then the Pacific Policing Initiative on display at CHOGM with an 11-country police deployment, a Pacific-led, Australia-backed initiative endorsed by Pacific leaders in Tonga in August. We have come a very long way in our relationships with key partners in the Pacific, vital relationships for the future economic and security of both Australia and the Pacific family. We've worked on rebuilding trust and rebuilding these relationships. That all happened after the last election and the election of the Albanese government. Since the election of the Albanese government, we've seen elections in most of our allies and our key partners around the world. Some have seen changes in governments, some haven't. What hasn't changed is this government's commitment to working with our allies and key partners in challenging and consequential times, working together to shape a region that we want to live in, a region that's peaceful, prosperous and secure, a region governed by rules, norms and international law, a region where no country dominates and no country is dominated, because it's in our national interest to do so and will continue to do it.
Here.
Give the call to member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The importance of Australia's relationships with our key allies. There could be no more important subject than to be discussing in today's matter of public importance debate. It's appropriate, it's timely. In politics, as in life, Deputy Speaker, sincerity is everything. Say what you mean what you say. Don't say it if you don't mean it. If you post it, stand by it. If you say it, stick by it. And whilst I appreciate views may change over years, sudden changes of heart for whatever convenient or inconvenient circumstance are a little less believable. Which brings me to the interesting scenario that Australia's ambassador to the United States of America, former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, finds himself in. Quite a predicament, all of his own making. You see, Mr Rudd has only just removed negative comments that he posted about President-elect Donald Trump from his social media. Only just now. Now, some might say, well, at least he's done it. Some might say, better late than never. But it's only happened in hours just gone. Why has it taken Mr Rudd until today to delete posts about Mr Trump? Oops. Mr Rudd was appointed as our envoy to the US in December 2022. That's almost 2 long years ago, and a lot has happened since that time. In June 2020, Mr Rudd described Mr Trump as the most destructive president in history. He drags America and democracy through the mud. He thrives on fomenting, not healing, division. And he went on and on. Now, wouldn't you just think, given Mr Trump has long been a Republican candidate and their nominee for the election, just decided that Mr Rudd might have, just might have, considered those posts and just thought, perhaps I should take them down. Maybe he might have thought about it months ago, weeks ago, days ago, but no, he's left it until today to do it. And you know why? Because I reckon he hung on to those beliefs. I reckon he's still of that view. And now, as the dust settles on the Trump versus Kamala Harris presidential election, we have this anti-Trump government scrambling to somehow, some way, make amends. Supposedly make things right. Pretend as though commentary in years past, recent times, just didn't happen. But they did. And the Prime Minister has also been backtracking after his 2017 strongly held and strongly expressed views on Mr Trump, and they've just embarrassingly emerged on the eve of the US poll. Oops. A big, big oops. But then, even then, the now PM, let's face it, was a senior parliamentarian. Now, he'd been around for more than 20 years when he made those comments. He was someone who was a shadow minister in an opposition with a credible, at least they thought so, chance of forming the next government. So what happens next is that just recently we've had the Deputy Prime Minister and the Foreign Affairs Minister hurriedly dispatched to go and smooth things over, as if it were with Mike Pompeo, tipped to be the US Secretary of State in a future Trump administration. And you can just imagine the writing instructions, the briefing. Quick, go and patch things up, tidy it up for us, be nice, do nice, pretend as though we care. I rather prefer the diplomatic attitude of former Prime Minister Tony Abbott, who offered a very, very good description in his very well-written op-ed in today's Australian. And he said, even in today's even more fraught and perilous world, with aggressive dictatorships united in their hatred of the West and determined to overthrow the Pax Americana, which until recently had made the world more free, more fair, more safe, and more rich for more people than any time before in human history, it's more important than ever that Australia stand with America and do whatever we reasonably can to help like-minded countries under deadly threat. And he's right, of course, and I do worry, given the Leader of the Greens question in question today, what will happen to our relationship with our key ally, the US, if we have a minority Labor Greens government next time round?
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. As the Prime Minister has clearly said, we congratulate President-elect Trump on his election victory. The United States, of course, is one of the world's great democracies, and Donald Trump supports the alliance that we have with the United States. In both Australia and the United States, our security and economic relationship will only go from strength to strength. I'm personally very proud to be the co-chair of both the Parliamentary Friends of the US and the Parliamentary Friends of AUKUS. In fact, I caught up with Rear Admiral Richard Seif, Commander of the US Pacific Fleet Submarine Force at the US Embassy this week. And I've seen firsthand the interoperability of our AUKUS partners, both with the Marines, with the Air Force, with the Navy, with all elements of our alliance. I visited HMAS Sterling last month in Perth and saw AUKUS partners working side by side to deliver the historic submarine-tended maintenance period of the Virginia-class USS Hawaii. Our government will work closely with the new Trump administration to realise the benefits of our strong security and economic partnership, and of course that includes AUKUS. And our Prime Minister has spoken with President-elect Trump this morning, as we heard earlier. And as the PM said today, our government will work closely with the new Trump administration to realise the benefits of what is a very strong economic and security partnership. The United States has long played a leadership role in the stability and security of the Indo-Pacific region. We look forward to working with President Trump in the best interests of both our nations. Australia and America, of course, are old allies, and we are true friends. The alliance between Australia and the US has endured for generations, since the darkest days of World War II. My electorate, Darwin and Palmerston in the Northern Territory, is a focal point of this history. And still today, Australia's north is at the heart of our relationship with the United States. We, of course, have the United States Marines in Darwin, MRF-D, every year, and we have US force posture initiatives at RAF Base Tyndall in the member for Lingiari's electorate. And the Territory has proven history of hosting and supporting large multinational activities and exercises with our US friends. The US Marine Corps loves Darwin and has been in Darwin for more than a decade now. The strategic importance of Australia's north to Australia's defence has long been recognised by government and policy makers, but most importantly, our US allies. Since World War II, Northern Australia has been a critical contributor to Australia's security as part of our Australia-US alliance. Geographically, Darwin sits at the centre of the Indo-Pacific, and AUKUS is in both the strategic benefit and in the national interests of Australia, the United States and the United Kingdom. That is as much the case today as it was at the start of this week. That has not changed. We welcome the broad bipartisan support that has been demonstrated in the United States for both the alliance and for AUKUS. And we can be confident of this support because, as the Deputy Prime Minister has said, we have the voting record. When you look at the way the US Congress has voted at the end of last year in support of AUKUS, it was strong across the political spectrum. So, we do have a sense of confidence that going forward, this is a program that will be supported in the United States, as it is in the UK, and as it will be here. Our government, the Albanese government, has restored Australia's international reputation and continues to rebuild our relationships with our key partners. Our government's approach has always been about investing in our capabilities and investing in those relationships. And I echo the words of the Assistant Foreign Minister regarding our US Ambassador to the US, Kevin Rudd. He knows the US very well indeed, and we're very, very lucky to have him there representing us. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, indeed, the relationship between Australia and the United States is vitally important to both nations. Australia, are the only nation that has fought in the major conflicts that the US has been involved in since the First World War, Second World War, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq and Afghanistan. No other nation has been there alongside the United States in all those conflicts, and indeed we were so vitally grateful to have the United States there with us in the Second World War in some of the darkest days of this nation, when there was a very real prospect and a chance that mainland Australia would be invaded by the Imperial Japanese at that time. And that was in many ways an epochal moment for this nation, and indeed it was a great Labor leader, John Curtin, who was really the father of that close relationship that we had ever since that point to now. And so it is important that as the people of the United States have chosen a new administration, we talk about and reconfirm in this place how important it is for all of us to recognise, particularly those of us in this chamber, that the elected government of the United States and this government in our country and this parliament need to remember why the relationship is so important and make sure that we do all we can for it to be enduring into the future. And in many ways, the future of our relationship with the United States is something to be greatly excited about. Being from South Australia, of course, the AUKUS agreement that will lead to the construction of nuclear submarines in my home city of Adelaide is particularly exciting, not only because of the capability that will be acquired for our Royal Australian Navy, but of course for the industrial and economic outcome for the city of Adelaide. Now, we've heard as recently as in question time today, the Greens political party attacked that alliance and attacked that great opportunity for my city of Adelaide. The Greens leader wants us to pull out of AUKUS, wants us to scrap the nuclear submarine program for South Australia. And not to be outdone at just scrapping one program, I just also reconfirm on the record that the Greens want to scrap the Hunter-class frigate program as well. So if the Greens have their way, and if the Greens get a balance of power in some kind of power-sharing agreement with the Labor Party after the next election, there'll be no naval shipbuilding in Australia. That's the position of the Greens. They want to scrap the AUKUS agreement. They don't want to work with the Americans on acquiring that transformative technology to give our Royal Australian Navy the absolute best capability that they absolutely deserve, and we should all work together to give to them. They want to get rid of all naval shipbuilding, which means in my home state of South Australia more than 10,000 jobs. So at the upcoming election, when the people of my seat of Sturt and the member for Adelaide's seat are holding the pen or the pencil over the ballot paper, if they are thinking about putting a high number in the box for the Greens, then they're voting to get rid of 10,000 jobs from the South Australian economy. And that will be absolutely devastating for the people of Sturt, the people of Adelaide, the people of South Australia. So we in the Coalition have a very consistent and proud record of engagement with the United States. Some of us have taken it to extreme level. The member for Banks married an American, so he really doubled down on the ties between our two great nations, and thank you for that. But of course, with the incoming Trump administration, there are great opportunities for us to do so many things to deepen the relationship between Australia and the United States. The defence national security one is vital, obviously, but the economic one is extremely exciting, and the cultural one as well. Being from an electorate that has a very significant film and screen industry and infrastructure, I'd love to see greater ties between some of those big American content creators and the South Australian Film Corp located in my electorate of Sturt. there are so many other opportunities for us to leverage the great history of our relationship with the United States for great prosperity for both of us into the future. So thank you to the member for Bradfield for bringing this important matter of public importance before us today, and I very much appreciate the chance to reconfirm as a member of this great chamber how important it is for all of us to recognise, remember and continue to invest in the relationship between Australia and the United States.
Member for Parramatta.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I acknowledge that Australia has no greater ally than the United States, and I congratulate President-elect Donald Trump on his election. And this government, like every Australian government, will work with the US President of the day. But I was quite interested to hear the Manager of Opposition Business give a speech that was long on sanctimony but short on self-reflection, Deputy Speaker. Let's not pretend that the Liberal Party were masters of tact in international diplomacy during their decade in power. They were walking around the world offending, abusing and lecturing countries that are Australia's allies and friends. And time after time, they damaged Australia's relationships with their sanctimony on the world stage. So I thought I'd just go through some of the greatest hits of the Liberals in power and their foreign policy. And we've got to start with the first one. Which is their charm offensive on the Pacific, where the Leader of the Opposition endeared himself to everyone in the Pacific by saying about rising sea levels to an open mic.
I've just got a point of order from the member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could just draw the member's attention back to what the actual MPI is today, where we're speaking about the relationship with America.
And we are a question of relevance. Is that your point of order?
Yes, absolutely, Madam Speaker.
So I am listening carefully. I was thinking of that, although we've had a few people deviating today, but it's the relationship with our key allies, plural. So the Pacific is certainly part of that relationship. The member's not out of order, but I am listening carefully. Thanks.
I'm horrified to hear they don't think the Pacific are our key allies. Well, certainly the Leader of the Opposition didn't think that the Pacific was one of our key allies when he said on an open mic, time doesn't mean anything when you're about to have water lapping at your door. Could you think of anything more offensive? Could you think of anything more calculated to damage the relationship with these important partners? Deputy Speaker, the President of Kiribati criticised the remark as vulgar. He said it was unbecoming of leadership. But to be honest, he was being polite, Deputy Speaker. He was being polite. Much more polite than the Leader of the Opposition. It was boorish, it was vulgar, and importantly, it wasn't very funny. And the serious consequence of this was that Australia lost a lot of support in the Pacific at a crucial time. Deputy Speaker, number two, the second and the greatest hits of the Liberals in power, traipsing around the world, offending everyone they met. In September 2021, the Leader of the Opposition, during a visit to India, made some remarks about China, referred to them as being increasingly coercive, talked about a zero-sum mentality as if he would know, earning a sharp rebuke from China's foreign ministry, which labelled his comments extremely dangerous and irresponsible. Let's remember, we're talking about Australia's #1 trading partner, with reckless comments shooting from the hip that caused great offence. And who paid the price for this, Deputy Speaker? It wasn't the Leader of the Opposition. It was our farmers, our lobster producers, our wine producers, our barley producers, and importantly the Special Minister of State, Don Farrell, who's now to travel around the world fixing up all these relationships. And credit to him for reopening all of those markets. Number three, Deputy Speaker, who could forget our friends, the French? Maybe they're not an ally of ours either. But Scott Morrison, who decided to cancel a $90 billion contract with France for 12 conventional submarines, did it with great tact, Deputy Speaker, great tact, deft diplomacy, by not telling the French and letting them find out in the media. And of course, they were appalled. French Foreign Minister called it a stab in the back. And to make the situation even worse, Morrison lied about it and released text messages from President Macron. President Macron did use great tact when asked whether Morrison had lied to him. Macron responded, "I don't think he lied, I know." And again, this had serious consequences for Australia in the world. And finally, Deputy Speaker, the final one is India. They talk so much about the importance of India, but when push came to shove, when India was in its moment of need in COVID, what did they do? They implemented a country-specific travel ban. They have never respected Australia's relationships in the world. They did them great damage.
Expired, and I give the call to the member for Hinkler.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would say to the member, if you are seriously saying that China is our ally, then there is a real issue in terms of Australia and who its allies are. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate President-elect Trump on winning the election in recent days. And like all oppositions and governments, we will continue to support and work with what is one of Australia's greatest allies, whom we have worked with, whether it is on defence and security or trade, since World War II and all the way through any number of conflicts. Now, whether it is a Trump administration or others, whether it is a coalition or Labor government, right across the decades, we have maintained that relationship and strengthened that relationship. And one of the results of that work, those decades of work, is the AUKUS Security Pact and AUKUS Agreement. It is critical to our nation's security. That is why it is a bipartisan approach. But I also welcome the comments of Assistant Minister Watt, that the Assistant Minister has said that the Labor government will do whatever it takes. We'll take all pass-through soft diplomacy. We'll pull whatever lever is necessary to strengthen the relationship with the United States. And I've got a couple of suggestions which I'll come to, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, there's been a lot of comments about Ambassador Rudd. Like many in this place, I've met Ambassador Rudd a couple of times. I don't know him well. We clearly have different politics. But when you put the green and gold tracksuit on and you have Australia's crest, you are Australia's guy. And this country, regardless of where you sit in this parliament, expects you to do your utmost for our nation, and I expect the same from Ambassador Rudd. And of course, if that doesn't work out, well, the Prime Minister will have to deal with that issue if it occurs. But I expect Ambassador Rudd to work hard for our country, as anyone does around the world, whether they are consular generals or ambassadors or any of the other diplomatic relations that we have with many of our nations, particularly our allies. But here's one out of the box, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they probably should consider on the other side. There is one Australian who is incredibly close to the Trump administration. There is one Australian who was actually there when the announcement was made in the last 24, 48 hours about President-elect Trump. There is one Australian who happens to be Australia's biggest individual taxpayer. And Gina Rinehart is very, very close to the Trump administration. And if Assistant Minister Watt is going to be true to his word, well, the government should also reach out to those individuals who have direct contact with the camp, because it is in Australia's interest. And the good thing about Gina Rinehart, Madam Deputy Speaker, is she actually loves this country. She's incredibly patriotic, and I think she would be very helpful in terms of any government that is an Australian government to work with one of our strongest and closest allies. So I thank Assistant Minister Watt for his suggestion. I think that it's one that should be taken up. So regardless of whether it is AUKUS or ANZUS, regardless of whether it is trade or defence, we have always worked closely with our security partners, but in particular the United States. And that is why it is so disappointing that I've just had a message that there is breaking news on Sky News right now, whilst we're in the chamber, that the WA Labor Premier has said the Trump victory is a dark road. And I have to say that sort of commentary from a Premier of a state in Australia is incredibly unhelpful. Incredibly unhelpful. We need to ensure that we are all moving in the same direction. It is why we have bipartisanship on our defence agreements, such as AUKUS. So the idea that the WA Premier would be out there saying things like this is a mistake. It is a mistake. We need to continue to work with the administration, as we always have. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, some of the things that President-elect Trump has said during his campaign I think are actually quite positive, because what he has said to the American people is he wants to bring down interest rates and lower the cost of energy. And I think that's a great approach. It's one that we want to take here in Australia. And the way he intends to do that is drill, baby, drill. He intends to have more oil and gas. And if we look at the reality and the facts around energy production, Australia actually produced around 455 million tonnes of coal the US domestic consumption in a year is about 425 million tonne. They actually consume almost as much as Australia produces as a whole. So we've got to be factual around the energy debate because people are hurting and they can't pay. They simply can't pay. So there will be an increase in the domestic production for oil and gas in America, and the danger for us is that more manufacturing from this country will leave to go somewhere where energy is affordable and it makes their business profitable, rather than being here where energy costs continue to go up because we have decisions from governments like the Victorian government not to explore and produce more gas, and as a result they have now run out and the price is through the roof. It's an incredibly important arrangement with the Americans and we should take every opportunity to strengthen it.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, at the beginning of this week at the National Prayer Breakfast, Max Jagannathan from the Centre for Public Christianity gave a powerful and personal address about the importance of finding grace in bringing fractured communities together in a world full of many challenging conflicts. And he equally emphasised the eroding nature of anger. Lessons that we still can learn more here. A little more grace and a little less anger would not go astray. But Deputy Speaker, I agree that Australia's role in the world and our own national security relies heavily on nurturing and sustaining strong relationships with allies, particularly those that share our democratic values. I've devoted much of my time here to developing and strengthening those ties at a parliamentary level, as the chair of the country groups of the United Kingdom, Bhutan, Croatia, Paraguay, Chile and Egypt, and as an active member of other groups, including the US country group. Deputy Speaker, Australia is a great nation and we have enviable capacity on a number of scores. But the reality is we are a middle power nation. Australia will always want to make a positive contribution to world affairs and maximise peace and stability across all nations. And we want to work to address the global challenges of climate change and economic stability with our global allies. We are blessed with our own enormous landmass and lengthy sea lanes to protect. On that basis, Australia needs to have relationships with like-minded nations that ensure that these tasks are achievable. Working with our allies, Australia will continue to contribute positively to world affairs and to being a free and prosperous nation that can support freedom and prosperity across our region. And Deputy Speaker, of central importance to meeting this challenge is to sustain strong links with the United States, links that have been strong across our shared histories. And maintaining these links falls on a host of participants, but in particular, it is incumbent on all of us parliamentarians to contribute. Deputy Speaker, noting the events of the last 24 hours and the outcome of the United States election, I believe these links and efforts must continue regardless of the twists and turns of political life in both nations, and I have confidence that they will do so. I endorse the strong statements by the Prime Minister on this matter yesterday during question time, when he said our government will seek to build a strong partnership with whoever the American people choose as their president. The alliance between Australia and the United States has always been bigger than individuals. It has stood tall through generations of governments from both sides of the aisle. And the Prime Minister followed through on these comments with his phone call to President-elect Trump today. I was pleased yesterday that the opposition leader endorsed the Prime Minister's words on this score. Deputy Speaker, I also endorse the Foreign Minister's comments today that underpin that Australia's desire to maintain strong links with the United States will not chop and change, but will continue as it has done so over many decades through successive governments. So, Deputy Speaker, let us with good grace continue to work together for the common good, regardless of the outcomes of elections that we might not all be satisfied with, but were conducted in a civil and peaceful manner.
Give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the title of MPIs is quite important, and often, as the member for Parramatta did, we stray from the actual title. And the title here is The Importance of Australia's Relationship with Our Key Allies. And the day after the United States election, we really are referring to the United States. But I would like to, Deputy Speaker, refer to the word importance, because when it comes to our relationship with the United States, its importance is everything. That's how important it is. And I want to illustrate that through one example, Deputy Speaker. I want to take the chamber back to a time before anyone was born, 1942, the 4th to the 7th of June. It was 6 months after the attack on Pearl Harbor and 1 month after the Battle of Coral Sea. Japan had taken Hong Kong, the Philippines, British Malay, Singapore and the Dutch East Indies. Japan sought to eliminate the US as a strategic power in the Pacific. They correctly assessed that the source of that power was the carrier forces, each a floating Death Star for those more familiar with Star Wars. Midway was a small atoll 2,000 kilometres northwest of Hawaii. They felt by attacking it, the Americans would be compelled to defend it and it would shift the trajectory of the war. Assumptions were made on intelligence, and thanks to the ingenuity of young US officers, the Japanese naval code was broken and they were able to guess not only where, but when and how the attack would occur on Midway. At the time, the battle was immense. The Japanese lost 3,000 men and 4 carriers. The US lost 300, 1 carrier, and it struck a fatal blow to the Japanese military machine at the time. This was the Allies' first victory, and had the US not won, the war would have taken a different course, including for Australia. There are 2 points to note about that one battle that shaped the course of that war and is why it is known as one of the most consequential battles in military history. The first was industry. The US had an inferior capability in terms of equipment. They had lower numbers and they had been wounded by previous battles. Yet they still prevailed because US industry in Hawaii and on US soil repaired the Yorktown and put it back into operation within 48 hours. Very few countries on earth would have done that at that time, and that is why US industry is so important to our national interests. The second, Deputy Speaker, was human will. Human will. We don't just have alliances with random countries because of their ranking on a power status. We have alliances because of what they believe in, who they are, and what drives them to bet everything on fighting for their country. Young men flew into literal hell at Midway, and in doing so, they helped keep Australia safe. That war memorial that is just down the road, that has 103,000 names, maybe 5 times as large, if not for the bravery of young United States men who fought in battles like that. But they didn't just fight for a flag, they didn't just fight for an oath or a constitution, they fought for a country worth fighting for. They fought for a country that believes in values that are very similar to ours, values that are their true north of democracy, the rule of law and freedom. Deputy Speaker, there has been a lot of hyperbole in the last 24 hours. And that's all it is, hyperbole. The United States isn't its president, it isn't its political party that's in power. It is a nation of people that believes in things, like we are. With all due respect to the Prime Minister, Australia isn't Anthony Albanese. Australia isn't the Labor Party. Australia is the people and the people who will come next. The same applies to the United States. Deputy Speaker, one of the issues we have to deal with in keeping Australia secure is the security dilemma. The security dilemma goes like this. If our adversaries feel insecure, we will be insecure. If we act, they will counteract. And Deputy Speaker, the source of that insecurity is not that democracies, which we are and the United States is, will destroy nations. That's not the fear. The fear is that we exist, that we set an alternative example. And the counteraction is to throw sand in the gears of democratic institutions. And we've seen a lot of that in the last 24 hours, and a lot of that sand thrown by people in this country. It feeds off mistrust, and it's deliberately designed to undermine democracies. Deputy Speaker, the way we practice democracy matters, and the way the United States practices it matters, and it is a great credit to them that they had a peaceful transfer of power.
And I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, this Albanese Labor government has given extreme significance and importance to our relationships with our international partners, and especially with the United States. Deputy Speaker, we have rebuilt, we have spent nearly the last 2 years rebuilding our relationships that needed to be restored, and Australia's international reputation, number one, by recognising and acting on climate change. And we've rebuilt our diplomatic capability and demonstrated leadership in the multilateral system and on global issues. Deputy Speaker, this Albanese government has restored our relationships with France, and we heard from the member from Parramatta earlier, and concluded, in fact, a roadmap to an enduring and positive partnership with them. Australia is a trusted partner of Europe, and nothing underscores this more than being one of NATO's partners. And we are valued for our insights in the Indo-Pacific. In fact, as one of NATO's partners in the Indo-Pacific, we were able to attend as observers at the 75th NATO Summit, and this underscores our importance. And it does so because we're valued on our knowledge and our work in the Indo-Pacific, because we know that developments in the Indo-Pacific could quite easily affect the Euro-Atlantic security. So the strong relationships that this government is building and we've built around the globe help us to address the world's challenges and the challenging strategic circumstances of our time, Deputy Speaker. And when it comes to the US alliances, we know that there is nothing more important on the international sphere. And we know, we heard this morning that the Prime Minister Albanese, rang Mr Trump and congratulated him. We look forward to working with the Trump administration, as we've worked with the Biden administration, as we've worked with the Obama administration, as we worked with the Bush administration, regardless of who was in government here and regardless who the presidential players were in the United States. Our relationship and friendship and our alliance is far stronger than individuals, and it will continue to get stronger. Australians and Americans are great friends, and we all heard in different speeches on both sides of the House here today those dark times in World War II, where Darwin was bombed and we had submarines on our shore, foreign submarines on our shores. Australia was under real threat at that time, and it was the Americans that came to our rescue. And so therefore, that particular moment, there was a friendship and a bond that was secured between the United States and Australia, and has continued, and it is growing strong and will grow stronger. Deputy Speaker, our nations are bound by history of a shared sacrifice and commitment to common values, and above all, that respect and affection between our people. And recently, AUKUS, which is a huge, huge issue in my electorate, a huge issue of importance, because, Deputy Speaker, is a partnership that's focused on enhancing regional stability, safeguarding a secure and stable Indo-Pacific, while setting the highest standards of nuclear non-proliferation. Through AUKUS, Australia seeks to replace that existing capability with a new capability of nuclear-powered submarines. But also, Deputy Speaker, it is so important to South Australia and to my own home state and my own city of Adelaide, because of the high-tech technology and jobs that it'll create. And it is already doing that. So as a South Australian, I know the importance of the alliance, I know the importance of the partnership, but more so the future of creating jobs and creating a great economy for our nation, but specifically for South Australia. And already we're seeing companies set up in South Australia, businesses. I have Lot 14 in my electorate, cutting-edge research that's being done. And this is due to the capabilities that Australia will be able to get in the future. And we're talking about approximately 30,000 jobs being created. And it gives me great pleasure to know that the Congress of the United States members of both sides of Democrats and Republicans voted for AUKUS last year, for the AUKUS legislation, which shows support, great support from the US for the AUKUS partnership, and also great support here in Australia.
Expired. And the discussion has concluded. I'll call on the clerk for the next item.
Government business, order of the day number 2, National Broadband Network Companies Amendment, Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, talk about fake news. Who knew that this Labor government would introduce their own misinformation bill? In fact, their second attempt, yet here, they are, through this debate, spreading misinformation about some alleged secret plan that nobody on this side of the House even knows about, that the NBN will be privatised. How ironic. These are amendments to the government's own legislation introduced on the 25th of November 2010, when the Prime Minister was in Cabinet as the then Infrastructure Minister, where he introduced the bill saying that, and I quote, sets out arrangements for the eventual sale of the Commonwealth's stake in the company once the NBN rollout is complete, including provisions for independent and parliamentary reviews prior to any privatisation, and for Parliament to have the final say on the sale. So there it is, Deputy Speaker. Labor set up the NBN for privatisation, not the coalition, which his debate now asserts. This is an attempt at wedge politics, but Labor have ended up wedging themselves. Days earlier, the then Communications Minister, Stephen Conroy, had confirmed privatisation was on the agenda and highlighted that rural and regional areas would need to be front and centre of the sale. This is the same former Communications Minister who had only months earlier in 2010, with pomp and ceremony, came to my hometown in my electorate of Mallee and declared Mildura to be the first in the nation to switch off analogue television and switch on digital television. That was a great announcement. However, on July 1 this year, Mildura had the indignity of being the first to switch off digital television. So maybe Labor is wary that their 14-year itches are starting to scratch, having let down rural and regional Australians in my electorate at the 14-year mark. Maybe they realise they need to protect rural and regional Australia from themselves and add extra safeguards to prevent the sale of the NBN. Who knows? In my electorate of Mallee, I am pleased to say a new NBN presence is being established in Sea Lake, which I know constituents locally have been waiting patiently for and hopefully will come online in December. Robert Graham is one of those in Sea Lake, and he says, and I quote, "An NBN rollout is great once it is live because it brings the rest of us in line with the rest of the country. It opens us up to do the things we have not been able to do. At the moment, we are on ADSL Sky Muster, and if you use that, you have a latency issue, whereas the fibre removes our latency issues. If you are on ADSL, you are bandwidth restricted, but fibre opens up the restrictions, which mean things like telehealth and downloading and streaming all become a viable option." And I might say, Deputy Speaker, that most Australians can enjoy those, I won't even call them privileges, those services. Healthcare is a service. I note that the local Progress Association, Advanced Sea Lake Inc., are looking forward to that service being upgraded. I also understand, after advocating for local residents, that the transition from satellite to fixed wireless in Warraneen South will begin in the second half of 2025. I'm currently investigating NBN outages at Matoa that a local resident complained about at a recent stall I ran at Matoa's big weekend. My constituent says these outages happen without warning. bit like power, really. But as I discussed recently with the NBN representative, this may come down to a retailer's failure to act on warnings that the NBN as a wholesaler provides to them. This is probably a sticking point with the NBN that many consumers don't understand, that their choice of retailer may be having an impact on their awareness of NBN outages. Of course, if the outages weren't happening in the first place, there would be less cause for consternation. Under the watch of this Prime Minister and the Communications Minister, Labor have overseen a major decline in the NBN, and maybe Australians aren't aware of this. They have hammered Australians with massive NBN price increases. We've seen 6 million families smashed by NBN price rises of up to 14% since October last year. Australians were dealt with a double whammy of higher internet costs, with 2 price hikes in the space of just 8 months since the Albanese government backed a new pricing deal for NBN last year. And what did the Minister for Communications say? Infamously, she described these price rises as great news for consumers. I'm not sure how you work that out. Under Labor, the satellite business is collapsing. 2 years ago, the NBN had more than 120,000 satellite customers, and Starlink had virtually none. Today, the NBN is down to 85,000 satellite customers, and Starlink has more than 270,000. I might be one of them. The government's response? Convene a roundtable meeting. This government has never met a roundtable they didn't like. Over the same time period, the NBN's brownfields business, meaning existing homes, has lost almost 100,000 customers. And at the same time, the NBN's cash losses have blown out. For the most recent financial year, its net cash flow was minus 1.4 billion to minus 300 million, worse than the minus 1.1 billion result in the previous year. It is intriguing that Labor are so determined to keep the NBN in public hands, and I emphasise again, we on this side are not talking about changing that position. But when it comes to nuclear energy, Labor opposes our plan for 7 publicly owned nuclear power plants at existing coal-fired power plant sites across Australia. Labor have instead gone to a Labor-dominated inquiry here in Parliament into the prospects for nuclear energy in Australia instead, but that inquiry in this bill tell you it is Labor who have thrown positivity out of the window. We know their election slogan, thanks to the pomp and ceremony in Adelaide on the weekend, building Australia's future. The future, according to Labor, will be built on fear. Fear about nuclear energy, fear of phantom privatisations. That's Labor's positive vision for the future. When you campaign on fear, what you're doing is demonstrating how small your vision for the future really is. You pull down your opponent with fear tactics so nobody notices how small your vision really is. We now have a government more focused on countering the opposition's policies, governing from opposition, if you like, rather than their own. They're so desperate, they've dusted off the old chestnut of going a step towards university education being free. That's what their thought bubble of 20% debt forgiveness for help debt means. You're 1/5 of the way to your university education being free. Many constituents who are old enough to remember say this Albanese government is worse than Whitlam's, and they're right. Now Labor are diving 50 years back into the history books for other ideas to out-Whitlam Whitlam. I remind those opposite that the Whitlam government was a one-term government. Be careful where you take your inspiration from.
Thank you. I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Social Services and Prevention of Family Violence.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And I am very pleased to be speaking on this bill today, the NBN Commitment to Public Ownership Bill. Very pleased because it is vital that NBN stay in public hands, and we are very much committed to do that. And this bill will in fact amend the Act, the National Broadband Network Companies Act 2011, to ensure ongoing public ownership of the NBN. And the bill incorporates new wording to make it clear the NBN be preserved in public ownership as an explicit requirement. And that's what's important about this bill today. Now, we have made a very rock-solid commitment, our government, the Albanese Labor government, to keeping the NBN in public ownership. And of course, the fibre and fixed wireless upgrades we took to the 2022 election are being delivered on time and on budget, which is effectively a first for any government in terms of how we are rolling out those improvements. And Australians are now taking up fibre upgrades in record numbers. And this, of course, is vitally important. It leads to much better user experience, customer experience, less faults as well. And there's lots of innovation happening, particularly in terms of satellite technology, which really does have the ability to transform connectivity for all Australians. And of course, in areas like mine, in regional areas, and especially in regional and rural areas, issues surrounding the upgrading of the NBN is just forefront in the minds of so many people. For so many reasons we require that, whether it be the vast number of wonderful small businesses that we have. I know in my region, throughout other parts of regional Australia, having connectivity is at the heart of them functioning as a small business. And of course, for educational purposes as well, we need to have that. And of course, for so many years under the coalition, we didn't have that. And it meant so many businesses struggled. It meant many people couldn't access those educational resources. And of course, for personal reasons, we do have people needing access to the NBN. And of course, we desperately need to have access to connectivity in times of natural disasters. And again, in my region, we had the devastating floods of 2022, and when all technology wasn't available, and it was an incredibly difficult time. And since that time, we've made some major investments in terms of having equipment and technology there for increased connectivity within natural disasters. But that is absolutely important, and our government understands that we need to do all that we can to ensure we can access that technology in times of a natural disaster, because of course that added to the incredible distress and devastation that we were feeling at that time during the floods. But we have made a commitment to making sure that there is more capacity for connectivity when we are in natural disasters. And we have said many times we strongly believe the NBN needs to stay in full government ownership to support that ongoing upgrade to the network, and also, very importantly, to ensure the ongoing regulatory oversight of NBN wholesale pricing, keeping broadband affordable for Australians. And that will only happen if we ensure that it remains within public ownership as well. And having access, particularly affordable access to the NBN, that is incredibly important for a whole host of reasons, as I mentioned earlier. We want to make sure that stays in place. And also, it is essential to deliver the strategy for a greater and more connected Australia, including rolling out more fibre in the fixed line network, planning for the transition to next generation satellites, and modernising universal service obligations. There are a whole variety of reasons that we need to ensure that the NBN ownership stays in public hands, to ensure that happens effectively and efficiently as well. And of course, for our cybersecurity and national security imperatives, that naturally requires a massive government oversight as well, and can only be done through government ownership. And if there were to be any future sale of NBN, that we wouldn't want that. I mean, imagine that. We've said we don't want that, and if it were to involve some sort of foreign ownership, that could potentially raise very serious national sovereignty and security risks as well. So there are a whole host of reasons why the NBN should remain, of course, within public hands as well. And particularly because, as I said, the NBN, it's critical national infrastructure, and we have maintained we need to have it in place. That's why we introduced that many years ago. We knew how important it was to roll that out so effectively people could have access to the NBN. It was established by the Labor government because of the failure of the then former Liberal National government to foresee a plan for the digital transformation of the economy. And you do have to plan well in advance for what is required for the transformation of our economy. And as I say, particularly for those regional and rural areas that continue to rely on the NBN for important day-to-day activities, business activities, and more broadly to provide that security and service service during natural disasters as well. And of course, we know that the Ed Howard government, the sale of Telstra was a complete disaster and really showed how the Liberal, particularly the National Party, sold out many regional communities because, of course, there were initially some guarantees of service delivery and none of that eventuated. None of it. And people remind me of that every day. They remember when it was sold off by the Howard government and the implications for the regions.
And now being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Headstone Project SA is a voluntary organisation established in 2017 and dedicated to locating World War I veterans buried in unmarked graves throughout South Australia. In the last 7 years, the Headstone Project has installed 108 headstones and identified a further 413 veterans believed to be resting in unmarked graves. It's estimated that there's at least 2,500 unmarked graves across 900 cemeteries in South Australia. Why are there so many unmarked graves? After serving in the horrors of World War I, many soldiers returned bearing the scars of unfathomable experiences, often becoming disconnected from family and friends in their community. Unmarked graves were also a sign of the time, as many died during the Great Depression. As Headstone Project SA President John Brownlee explains, a grieving family had to consider whether they would put food on the table, pay rent or put a marker on a loved one's grave. We exist as a nation because of the sacrifice of these men and women that they made. Indeed, we remain eternally indebted and owe every returned soldier resting in an unmarked grave the honour and distinction of a prescribed military headstone, recognising their service to Australia. No reasonable person would deny that, and yet we have a government that has denied a request by the Headstone Project to receive deductible gift recipient status, DGR status, effectively curtailing their important work. Earlier this week, I asked the Treasurer in question time if he would reconsider the government's decision, particularly given their counterpart organisation, Headstone Project Tasmania, does have DGR status. The Treasurer agreed to have another look at the decision, and a meeting with the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury was arranged. Buoyed by the apparent willingness to reconsider this grievous decision, I was quickly disappointed when advised at the meeting that the government would not be overturning the decision. On Monday, the 11th of November, the nation will observe Remembrance Day, a day of reflection to honour armed forces members who died in the line of duty, held on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, representing the end of hostilities in 1918. The Assistant Minister and other government officials appropriately will attend services. Incredulously, this attendance comes after denying GGR status for a voluntary organisation whose sole remit is to honour the service of returned soldiers. Despite the sacrifice, now rest in unmarked graves. I urge the Assistant Minister laying a wreath, please reconsider this unjust decision. When making this decision, all the more galling is that the understanding that the government has approved a total of 4,930 organisations that have been granted DGR status. That's right, 4,930 organisations, but not the Headstone Project. To be very clear, I no doubt the validity and worthiness of every organisation that's received DGR status. The following is just a small sample of the broad variety of DGR-approved entities that positively contribute to our community. Organisations such as the Chatty Cafe scheme, which encourages people experiencing loneliness to meet and chat. The CAD Factory, which reimagines a world through contemporary art practice. Cultural Dissent, to promote the discussion of culture and its links to social and environmental issues. Or a personal favourite, Climate for Cricket, using sport to lead the way for climate solutions. And No Lights, No Lycra Education, improving mental health and wellbeing for young people through social connection, music and movement. They have all got DGR status, but not the Headstone Project, whose sole purpose is to find the graves of our World War I veterans. The point I wish to make is that without this service and sacrifice made by men and women who now rest in unmarked graves, none of these organisations would now have the freedom to undertake their activities, and yet the very organisation that seeks DGR status to properly honour those who made sacrifices is denied. This decision is unfair, it is inequitable, and frankly, it's utterly disgraceful.
The question is the House to now adjourn. And I give the call to the honourable member for Paterson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's so incredibly vital that we improve aged care. We all witnessed what was going on in the sector only a couple of years ago. The Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation were vocal about their frustrations with the previous government. In their words, they were frustrated, disgusted and heartbroken. It got so bad that the then Minister for Senior Australians chose to attend an Ashes test match over a parliamentary inquiry into the COVID outbreak into nursing homes. We all remember what happened. They wanted a government that had some guts. And so the Labor Party went to the last election with a promise to reform aged care. Now, as the government, we are delivering on that promise with a $5.6 billion package that makes essential changes to improving the viability and quality of residential aged care. We're also establishing support at home, a new system of home care which will help older Australians to hold on to their independence, to be able to age in their own homes and keep them part of the communities that they love and that love them so much too. Support at home participants will see wait times reduced to 3 months by 2027. There will be more tailored support services, doubling the amount of ongoing classifications all the way up to almost $78,000 a year. So we're going from 4 aged care packages to 8. It's going to provide more flexibility and more choice, which is so important. There's support for home modifications with up to $15,000 to make your home safer, and faster access to assistive technologies like wheelchairs and walkers. A no worse off principle will provide certainty to people already in aged care that they won't make a greater financial contribution to their care. The new contributions and accommodation arrangements will only apply to new entrants to residential care from the 1st of July 2025. We are also introducing new laws to protect older Australians in aged care with stronger powers to investigate bad behaviour and civil penalties for breaching standards. We're introducing a statement of rights for older Australians in aged care with a positive duty of care for providers. They must uphold those rights. There's a new whistleblower protection coming too, and regulatory powers, and a new independent statutory complaints commissioner for aged care. We are taking these reforms very seriously. Recently, I've been visiting some terrific aged care facilities right across my seat of Paterson to talk with older Australians about the issues that matter to them. A visit to Salamander Haven Village just a couple of weeks ago was such a delight, and I've also been to Fingal Haven and Harbourside Haven. We talked about the future of the country, we talked about our economy and housing, we talked about online scams and how sophisticated they're becoming, and we talked about how those scams make older Australians feel so incredibly vulnerable. And they're not the only ones who feel vulnerable to them. They are indeed getting cleverer and cleverer at trying to scam all of us. These reforms, however, for aged care are not the end goal. There is always more work to be done and improvements to be made in delivering quality results to this sector. And that's why I love to see community engagement programs that deliver results. Salamander Haven are working towards improving food experiences through the magnificent Maggie Beer Foundation, and we all saw what a wonderful job Maggie did on the ABC with trying to improve food and, more importantly, nutrition for our senior Australians. And they've also been working with Tomaree High School with a program where students visit and spend time with the residents. These programs are enriching the lives of not only those living at at Salamander Haven, but those children from Tomaree High School who are just getting the most incredible experience spending time with some of our most experienced Australians. It doesn't get any better. Those who live in aged care centres and facilities deserve decency and respect, and I am incredibly pleased to be part of an Albanese Labor government that is delivering for aged care in Australia.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When boundary changes were recently announced by the Independent Electoral Commission, I received calls from friends, from residents, from local businesses and community groups based in Epping and North Epping. My family is no stranger to Epping. My mum was a brownie in the Epping Eastward pack of the Girl Guides, which met at Epping Baptist Church, and she used to swim competitively at the Epping Pool at Dents Park. My father was a schoolboy at Epping Grammar, which was located on Blaxland Road. My wife Joanna grew up in a home on Surrey Street in Epping, so I'm really looking forward to representing people of Epping and North Epping in our parliament. In the past, Epping and North Epping have been represented by two people I admire greatly, John Howard and John Alexander. John Howard's been a mentor of mine for a long time, and I'm grateful to him for his counsel on many issues. John Alexander's much love in Epping and North Epping, and it's been great to have him join me as we visited small businesses and locals recently. We visited a bakery which I think epitomises what our community is all about. The bakery is owned by a Cambodian Australian. It has an Italian name, and it served me a challah, a Jewish bread, which demonstrates how diverse our community is. JA and I also bumped into a group of women who'd finished their Zumba class. We got chatting, and before long I'd agreed to go along to Teresa's Zumba class. Now, I'm not going to reenact my moves here because I'm sure that's unparliamentary, but I can report I had a great time. Later that day, along with the Liberal candidate for Bennelong, Scott Yung, we had lunch at an Epping institution, Jibei, with some of my friends who are leaders in the Chinese community, including Patrick Voon, Simon Chan, Felix Lam and the indefatigable Helen Sham Ho. They tested my Chinese, and I think I passed, dropping a few ni haos and chair shares and Woljao Julian leases. We talked about the positive impact that the Chinese community has had on our local area and the way Chinese Australians contribute to Australia's multicultural success story. I see that in people like Tracy Yap, who's been the leading real estate agent in the Northern Districts for over 30 years. Tracy and her son Danny are unrelenting in their enthusiasm for our local area. And it would be remiss of me not to mention other well-known Epping establishment, which is my new favourite dumpling restaurant, Hot Dumpling, where I recently celebrated World Dumpling Day. I have to say I've become addicted to the chicken, garlic and chive dumpling, steamed and then washed down later with a beer at the Epping Hotel. Another great part of being able to represent our community is getting out and meeting some of the wonderful local sports groups across the electorate. Together with the new state member for Epping, Monica Tudehope, I recently attended Rangers Day, where the community came together to celebrate the achievements of the North Epping local soccer, tennis and netball teams, which have over 1,000 members combined. I was honoured to present the awards for Football's Person of the Year to Chris Walsh, whose wife Nikki won the same award last year. I also met some of the great people who made the club what it is, including its president, Craig Denyer, Matt Walker and Kristen DeJoya and Ben Hurd, all volunteers so dedicated to making our community great. The level of input that people have in our community was again evident at my recent Epping and North Epping Leaders Forums. I heard from people like Judith Dawes, John and Tricia Wheatley, Richard and Anne Ewer from the Civic Trust, David Tate from St Albans Anglican, John Sullivan from Epping Uniting, Anton Marquez from All Saints Church, Sean Garvey from North Epping Men's Shed, Ken Douglas from the North Epping Bowling Club, David Thompson and Peter May from the local Probus Club. Their dedication to our community is inspiring. Mr Speaker, despite the great things happening, I'm also hearing some things which are troubling. While door-knocking some professional services businesses around Epping recently, I heard from accountants and financial planners about some of the challenges that people are facing in the local economy. Now, I've been a Member of Parliament for over 8 years, but to be blunt, I haven't heard such a dire outlook from so many small business operators. Accountants and financial planners always know what's happening in the economy because they see it in their own clients. They told me of the number of businesses that are closing due to red tape, to the reduction in demand and because of the cost of living, and the lack of confidence in the economy caused by this government and its policies, and how that's hurting our businesses and costing local jobs. I'm committed to listening to our community and working with others to deliver local outcomes. After talking to Councillor Srini Pillamari, I met with Parramatta's Lord Mayor Martin Zeta and the Council's General Manager Gail Connolly. I've also had meetings with Hornsby Mayor Warren Waddell and General Manager Stephen Head. We discussed some of the local issues which we need to tackle together: issues relating to traffic, development and infrastructure, and I've taken away some ideas and I'm now working on a plan to help our community. Mr Speaker, I know that listening to our community and working together is the best way to deliver local solutions, and that's what I hope to be doing as the member representing Epping and North Epping into the future. And I look forward to getting out and talking to more people in the Epping and North Epping communities and getting to really know and understand the many issues and challenges that face that community so I can be their voice in this chamber in the Federal Parliament.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. When I talk to people who live on the Nepean River or the Hawkesbury River about the pressures of cost of living, one particular cost rears its head. For those who live on the floodplain, it's home insurance. And that's if they're able to get it, because many people can't find an insurer who will offer them flood coverage, or the price that they're asked to pay, which can be up to $35,000 a year, is just completely out of reach. It's tempting to hit out at the insurers for gouging, but after spending years trying to get to the bottom of this pricing issue, and at the end of a more than 12-month-long inquiry into flood insurance, I know that the simple answer is not necessarily the right answer. Residents shared their experience about insurance with the inquiry via surveys and hearings, including in Richmond last May. And some of that evidence has actually been quoted in the final report, Flood Failure to Future Fairness. I want to thank all of those who gave evidence, and that includes Hawkesbury Council and many residents of the area for whom reliving those difficult times was in itself a really challenging thing to do. There are 86 recommendations in this report that cover a wide range of issues affecting flood insurance, including expecting the industry to do better by those who are insured when they make a claim. But in all the recommendations in the report, I want to focus on affordability, access and mitigation. Mitigation is a non-negotiable. Without practical, tangible steps to reduce the potential impacts of floods, whether it's lowering the level of Warragamba, whether it's looking at levees and raising evacuation roads, nothing else is sustainable without that work. I want to see the Australian government continue to fund community-level mitigation, ensuring at least $200 million a year every year, as the Albanese government has introduced, and we're at the start of seeing changes, but we need that to be ongoing. I want to see individuals get the support they need so they can build back better from a flood, and they should be rewarded with lower premiums for the efforts that they make. I want to see insurers explore more innovative products for homes and small businesses, particularly where homeowners have ways to minimise the repair or clean-up costs because they've been prepared, like putting their kitchen on wheels. I want to see buyback options for homes with very high flood risk, where alternative mitigation measures are unlikely to manage the risk. If you're in a home where you can't get insurance, it's likely a future buyer won't be able to get insurance, and you need to have some choices. In our report, we make it clear no one wants to see any more housing development in high-risk areas. We've also singled out the removal of state-based taxes, which currently add 20 to 40% to the cost of the premium. New South Wales continues to charge insurance customers to fund emergency services, adding a third layer of tax that increases premiums. And we've recommended that the federal government looks at the appropriateness of a government-supported reinsurance arrangement to make flood insurance more affordable. The real message of the report to every parliamentarian and every government, local, state and federal, is that there is urgency to this problem. We are not alone in the world in facing these challenges, though. In visiting the US a few months ago with the Insurance Council of Australia and the American Chamber of Commerce, I spoke with insurance and government officials from California through to Washington, DC, about such similar challenges that they face that we could almost finish each other's sentences.
What we have to do in Australia is be careful, though, in any design of a scheme. It has to be done walking alongside the insurance industry, state and local government, and most importantly, homeowners. It's time to look at how we make sure that people who have homes on the floodplain can afford insurance of what is likely their biggest asset. But now is also the time to have hard conversations about buybacks, about making individual homes safer and more resilient, and stopping that new development on the floodplain. None of this can be done without working closely through all these different parties. What we don't do now will cost taxpayers further down the track. It'll undermine local economies and it will lead to heartbreak for the most flood-prone homeowners.
The question is the House to adjourn. I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of my communities in the southwest of WA, I want to sincerely thank the Leader of the Opposition, who recently came to my electorate to announce that under a coalition government there will be no offshore wind farm in our iconic, pristine Geograph Bay, one of the most naturally beautiful parts of Australia and indeed the world. I specifically want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for listening to the majority of our southwest community members who are strongly opposed to this seriously flawed Labor government proposal. Our communities know that this Labor wind farm plan does not add up on either economic, environmental or social grounds. However, what we also know is that, as always, Labor is simply steamrolling regional communities in its obsession to get to its 82% renewable target by 2030, done by ruthlessly riding roughshod over our communities, forcing our regional communities to bear the burden of Labor's intermittent, unreliable, renewables-only obsession. Put simply, Labor's green dream is our regional communities' worst nightmare. Just look at Broken Hill as a prime example of what happens to regional and remote communities dependent on the unreliability of Labor's renewables and battery storage policy. But just picture hundreds and hundreds of around 300-metre turbines covering 4,000 square kilometres of Geograph Bay. What a dreadful and appalling blight on the major tourism and recreation attraction in the southwest of WA. For countless locals, as well as the tens of thousands of visitors to the southwest, Geograph Bay is the drawcard. It is their amazing marine recreation area, the boating, the fishing and diving, for instance. It is without question the absolutely wrong place for Labor's wind farm. And there will be massive costs in the construction, maintenance, removal that we will have to pay for by way of our power bills. And there will be kilometres of undersea cables and substations will have to be installed to bring that energy ashore, causing severe underwater disturbance. And once on shore, transmission lines will have to be built through highly productive prime farming, agricultural and vegetable-producing land. Added to this, as each successive new wind project is built, it will need its own separate and additional undersea cables and substations, as well as its own separate and additional transmission, storage and connection to the Southwest Interconnected System. Each one of these hundreds of wind turbines will have to have its own exclusion zones. Global exclusion zones range from 50 to 500 metres on all sides of each turbine, north, south, east and west of each turbine. No go zones, no fishing or diving zones. Now, it's my understanding there are currently no policy or guidelines on safety and protection zones anywhere in Australia. All these details and durations of these zones are unknown. Our community is being sold a Labor pig in a poke. But of course what we do know is that the fish will congregate around the substructures in these exclusion zones and draw recreation and commercial fishing species away from permitted fishing zones. Well, our Southwest says no, and the Coalition says no. No to 4,000 square kilometres of 300-metre massive wind turbines in Geograph Bay. There are also, as we know, national security and defence issues, and I see that Sweden has just rejected 13 offshore wind projects over defence concerned around unacceptable consequences for Sweden's military and defence. When you consider the Virginia subs that are coming in along our coastline. And as I said, this project does not add up on either economic, environmental or social grounds. Offshore wind, as we know, costs at least 3 to 4 times more to produce than onshore wind. And that was according to a CSIRO report released last year. To recover the very high construction, installation, maintenance, management and eventual removal of these around 25 years. And who will be paying the increasing cost of power? Our southwest individuals, families, businesses and industry will be forced to pay through increasing power bills, but there's a second one. As a taxpayer, they'll have to top that up through the Labor's capacity investment scheme, which underwrites the proponent's tendered price if the market does not agree. A double whammy. Not just one additional cost to taxpayers, but 2 additional costs. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for saying no.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Speaker. Lanier in the seat of Werriwa has been my home for my entire life. It's the place I was born, raised and educated. But more than that, Lanier in the seat of Werriwa is the place that I choose to call home and would not live anywhere else. With you, Speaker, it's been a privilege to sit in the chamber as a member for Werriwa since 2016. The immense honour is not lost on me, and I'm grateful to my constituents for their ongoing support and trust that enables me to fill this position and come to the place on their behalf. My neighbours are my friends, and at times after a day in the office, when I drive home, my neighbours are there to greet me with their problems and issues. Not always very big, but they count on me to help them navigate the government issues. Incidental times like these with neighbours in my driveway or front yard personify and articulate what I enjoy about being a local member. My job is to help out and repay the trust of my constituents, particularly those that have voted for me in the ballot box. Be it immigration, Centrelink, Medicare, NDIS, my neighbours and constituents sometimes need help in connecting with and solving problems with the government. I take a great deal of pride that my office is always open to everyone and that every constituent, no matter how large or small their issue may be, gets assistance. Having lived locally all my life, I can claim with certainty to be ingrained in our community. My children went to school locally, I refereed junior rugby league, and prior to entering Parliament, I worked locally. On top of this, I served on Liverpool City Council. All the experience adds up. They enable me to genuinely express the concerns and aspirations of my community. And as all members of this chamber know, the job of a local member is multifaceted. Certainly there's constituent work, which I enjoy a great deal, but there's also the extremely important job of advocacy on behalf of my community and constituents. I undertake the advocacy with a passion in the media, the Parliament, and through constant on-the-ground campaigning. In recent years, the massive growth in population has shaped many of my efforts in this regard. Thankfully, the Albanese government has delivered on many of the critical needs, and I point particularly to the government's massive investment in local roads and other vital pieces of infrastructure, such as the Moorebank Intermodal or Western Sydney Airport. I'd like to particularly mention the $1.6 billion investment by the Albanese government in the M12 motorway and the $37.5 million upgrade of the M5 Moorebank Avenue Hume Highway intersection. But wins come in small packages too. Recently, I attended the Catherine Connolly Cup at Cirillo Reserve at Middleton Grange. The facility is a top class for women's soccer and now has a state-of-the-art electronic scoreboard, again as a result of the Albanese Labor government and a much-needed grant. And then local schools have also benefited from the Albanese government's investment in education. I don't have time to mention them all, but they include James Busby High, Ashcroft High, Miller High and James Meehan High. They've all received massive investments by this government, the latter receiving $1.5 million to upgrade a hall. These are all wins for my community, and they are a great deal of pride in my and Labor's rollout in their delivery. My record over my entire period of public life, Speaker, testifies to my core and steadfast belief that only Labor can bring about the type of society, community and Australia where all have opportunity, all feel valued and supported. I've never been prouder to be a member of the Albanese government and represent my community in this place. The privilege of being a Labor member in Parliament is never lost on me. It's been a journey for sure that I, born and bred and raised in Lernea, will never take for granted. But my work is not yet finished, not by a long shot, and with my community's support, I look forward to playing my role in delivering the next chapter of the Albanese government and seeing my electorate and my home continue to thrive and get the attention it deserves.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Monday, 18th of November 2024 at 10 a.m.